They're eating the dog. They're eating the dog. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back.
Thank you, President Xi. Thank you, President Xi. Thank you, President Xi. Thank you, exclamation point, for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. Thank you, President Xi, exclamation point.
When we know that she was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
President.
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people.
And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. They're eating the dog. They're eating the dog. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets. They're eating
President Xi.
They're eating
President Xi.
They're eating
President Xi.
They're eating
Exclamation point.
the dog, 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 the cats, 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 the dog, 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 the cats, 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 the dog.
That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion.
Riverboat Jack,
himself a hillbilly, wrote an elegy. His problem and his trouble is he went back and he doubled down on the fascism and the lies, and then he made a fatal crime. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025. But in 2005 you wrote back then only one time. I felt femininely when I saw that movie about New Jersey. I don't know what's wrong with me, but must deny. And that's when J.D. Vance said he wants trans people to go die. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025. At the RNC, he felt maybe I'll be free if I take up on this task, being MAGA starting grasp to take over the country. I think J.D. Vance needs a swirly. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025.
pretend it's in his head, it's in his head. He wishes he could fix what's in his head, what's in his head. He breaks his heart in every dream where they both kiss underneath the sheets. What a beautiful dream. kiss underneath the sheets. What a beautiful dream.
Hello, everybody. How we doing? Hello, Draconics. Hello, Anthony JC1. Hello, Danger Days. Hello, Paladin Lost.
Do you want to tank? Do you want to fight? Do you want a class that'll instill fright? Take up some plate and keep the goblins inside, because you want to make sure they eat this paladin smite! Fuck you, gods. If you want me to play your game of ethics, you can kiss my shiny plate mail. Alright, fine. Wait a minute, what the hell is that noise?
Hello, Blueberry Bumblebee. Hello, Alan Dresner. Hello, Odd Spectre. Hello, Charlie Jinmir. Hello, Matthew H. Hello, Banana Brains. Hello, Priscilla. Hello, Psycho Salad. Hello, Lagala DeVille. Hello, Miro No No. Hello, Q-Berry Shortcake. Hello, Eddie Spencer. Hello, Nine-Tailed Witch. Hello, Lily Loves Stuff. Hello, Spectral Pyre. Hello, Lily Loves Stuff. Hello, Story the Bard. You said hello so many times in chat and no one recognized you, but I saw you the entire time. You were recognized by me. Hello, Quiet Kitsune. Hello, ACAB includes Tone Police. Hello, Spitfire. Hello, OS Crane. Hello, Very Knifey Duck. Hello, LB, not Elib. Hello, Trains and Bullshit. Hello, Metal Kitty Mom, the most metal kitty I know. Hello, Jazz Dog, the most jazziest dog I know. Hello, lovely people. Hello. I really wanted to stream last night, but something happened. I don't think it was food poisoning because my partner and I ate all the same foods, but something happened and a lot of substances left my body. A lot of digestive substances. And I just wound up passing right the fuck out. So, sorry about that. Yeah, I was about to start the show, and then I felt the tremor through the force, the politics force. It's like the speed force, but worse. Hello, Mandaquarian. Hello, Dragonfly. Hello, Archangel Decab. It was just your period? Honestly, maybe. Is something special happening tonight? Yeah. We're about to engage in the ancient art of learning and storytelling and merriment together. And that's pretty special, you know? It's not every day you get that. You know, you didn't have it yesterday. Punky Gal, it's your birthday! Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Punky Gal. Happy birthday to you and many more. Happy birthday. Hello, Arifa-san NFL. I love storytelling and merriment. Who doesn't? Right? Only those dead inside. Am I doing an Elden Ring lore stream? Do people want that? Because I don't know, I'd do that. But something tells me it would not do numbers. But most of my content does not. Hello, Molly Marks VT. How you doing? But we have so much content to go over. We gotta talk about the rise of fascism. We gotta do a lot of things. We gotta talk about the new brown shirt movement. We got things to talk about. You're building a dreadnought from Warhammer 40k out of Lego? That's dope as hell. Better post pictures. Hey, Rhapsody, step... that was a Freudian slip. Hey, I'm Rhapsody Septagonopus. There we go. Nailed it. Fascism? Yes, fascism. What's a fascism? Arifa-san NFL, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I don't know why it's not showing up. My streaming software has been a bit wonky today. We're gonna be, look, Look, it's a preview of what's to come. It's a Ben Shapiro. Get ready, everyone.
Wet ass P word. P word is female genitalia.
All right. Are we ready, folks? How we all doing? By the way, I tried this new Cajun seasoning blend on some chicken I seared right before stream. It was so good. It was so good. Wet ass P word. P word. The P word, of course, female genitalia, penis. Ben Shapiro is a trans ally. You found your lost earring? Hell yeah, Winby. The big story of this stream is going to be Trump's yeeting attempt. I don't know. We'll see. Honestly, this is my assessment of the assassination attempt on Trump, and that it has zero cultural relevancy. I don't think anyone cares. Genuinely, I think like his audience is over it. Like even mainstream Republicans are kind of over it. Like no one cares. It's actually fascinating how few people seem to care. And I mean, frankly, I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that like both attempts on Trump's life have been made by like, you know, conservatives, and the story keeps getting buried. And it's pretty fascinating, right? Like I don't think anyone cares. Like I have to be honest, my reaction to the news was just like, oh, all right, someone tried to shoot him on a golf. All right, okay. Like, you know, how disliked you have to be to have 2 attempts on your life and just nobody cares, right? No, like seriously, I feel in a way I almost feel bad for Donald Trump, like having 2 would-be assassins in like the span of like a couple months try and kill you has to take a massive mental toll. And the fact that just no one cares is pretty crazy, right? Like that you have to be pretty disliked, yeah. It's people who he disillusioned himself, so it's kind of meh. Well, yeah, like that's the thing. The story is going to get buried because Democrats just aren't very interested in it, and Republicans are like, well, we don't want to talk about this. We want to talk about how leftists are trying to kill Donald Trump, not conservatives. You're ruining the narrative if they're all conservatives. Did people care when Gerald Ford had 2 attempts on his life, or did they only care because it was 2 women and one of those was the Manson girl? I mean, I think people generally care if there's an attempted assassination of the president. I think that people cared after the first attempt, you know, like it seemed like such a freak event. But now that it's happened twice, people are just like, whatever. You know, whatever. Don't talk about it. Stop. Shootings are just a fact of life. I think that was JD Vance. Yeah. It's honestly crazy. And also, it seems like the guy who tried to do it the second time was genuinely crazy and unhinged. And like the guy who allowed genuinely like insane people to just be able to go out and buy guns was Donald Trump. So it's kind of poetic. Second attempt didn't even get a shot off. The writing of this script is subpar, to be honest. Yeah, I feel like we're in the shitty 3rd season of a TV dramedy. I refuse to feel bad for him. I mean, I don't feel bad for him, but like in an abstract sense, I would feel bad if something happened to like generic hypothetical person, you know? Like I don't feel bad that it happened to Trump twice. If someone I didn't hate was in that position, it'd be pretty sad, you know? All right, you know what? Let's see what Donald Trump's number one fan thinks.
No, she's gonna prosecute the president of the. So breaking news, President Trump, there's another assassination attempt again this afternoon. This
is so quiet. Okay.
Happened apparently over at his Florida golf course. This happened a little bit earlier, Sunday afternoon, sometime before the 2 p.m. Eastern hour. Apparently.
Man, I love that even when Ben Shapiro is like, breaking news, everybody. Donald Trump has just been shot. Like, they're still running banner ads on it. Like, my God. Get 47% off. What a deal.
Trump is fine. Trump is in good spirits. According to Senator Lindsey Graham, he released an email saying that he is safe and well. Quote, there were gunshots in my vicinity, but before rumors start spiraling out of control, I want you to hear this first. I am safe and well. According to the email, nothing will slow me down. I will never surrender. I will always love you for supporting me. Apparently, a suspect, this is according to CNN, who authorities believe is connected to Sunday's incident at Trump International Golf Course, has been taken into custody at this point. A vehicle was stopped. An intersection, a section of the Interstate 95 near State Route 714 in Martin County is shut down. Apparently, the allegation was that somebody actually climbed over the wall at the golf club, and a long gun was recovered.
What? You mean these places aren't secure? You mean someone can do that? Just climb over a wall? Oh, that's crazy. This must be the first time conservatives are encountering this concept.
At the scene, Secret Service apparently did return fire. The Secret Service said it was working with the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office to investigate a protective incident involving former President Donald Trump. Again, the campaign has said that he is safe. So that's all we know at this point. We don't know the identity of the shooter. We don't know exactly what gun was.
We know a lot more now, but the main thing to take away from just knowing about that guy is that he apparently claimed to have military experience and was like recruiting people to go to fight in Ukraine while fantasizing about a Nikki Haley Vivek Ramaswamy ticket, and like he had no combat experience, so I don't know. Seems like a weird guy. Seems pretty crazy and seems deeply conservative.
Was used. We don't know anything like that. There are a lot of rumors floating around, and until all of that is confirmed, I really don't want to actually say what it was that happened. The one thing that we do know, apparently, is that the shooter was targeting President Trump. This makes the second.
Wow, it's kind of crazy how when it comes to, I don't know, an attempt on Donald Trump's life, suddenly Ben Shapiro's like, well, we don't want to jump to any conclusions here, but the second there's an unfounded allegation of like Haitian refugees eating pets, everyone at his workplace jumps on it. You know, like it's gotta suck seeing the thing you created like start to turn on you.
Second assassination attempt against the former president of the United States and Republican nominee for president in about 8 weeks, which is insane. Obviously, this is unprecedented in modern American history. This many attempts on a candidate for higher office this close together. And that does...
I wonder if Ben's going to mention that the first guy was conservative.
...say something about the environment in which we now live. First of all, it says, does anyone even remember the first assassination attempt? I mean, those of us who are on the...
See what I mean? See what I mean, chat? Even Ben's like, I barely remember the first attempt on Donald Trump's life. Even Ben, and that he has to follow that up with, I mean, of course we all remember, right, guys? Yeah, we're the good ones. I just, I have never felt so validated in my assessment of where folks are on this. Hold on, someone tried assassinating Trump. Sounds like Ben is fucking stuff up. Yeah, who'd want to do that to that guy?
The right to, because it's become sort of an iconic video and photo, President Trump nearly being hit in the head by a bullet, somebody behind him being killed, him getting up and shaking his fist and saying, fight. That became an iconic photo of President Trump. But it's been largely memory hold by the media. In the debate between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, it was not even mentioned once by the moderators anytime in that.
Okay, but why would the moderators bring that up? Like, what a value of bringing that up what value would that bring to the American public? You know, like what are we getting out of that? Come on. Well, someone tried to kill you. Your thoughts?
That debate. It's basically been treated as though it never happened. Now, we all know that if somebody had attempted to shoot Joe Biden in the head, that would have been not only the biggest story in America that day, but for all the other days, because January 6th has now lasted for 4 long years. If somebody...
Well, yeah, but Ben, I don't have to point out that there's a bit of a difference between attempting to assassinate the current president of the United States versus a potential president of the United States / former president of the United States. Still a very big deal. The second one, don't get me wrong, still a big deal. But like I feel like security is probably a bit tighter around the current president of the United States. I have no like insight into this, but that would be my assumption. Yeah, also, yeah, attempting to subvert democracy is a pretty big deal, though I understand Ben's entire purpose in existing is downplaying the potential threat to democracy. So, you know, his lies and, you know, are not unexpected.
Somebody had actually come within millimeters of killing President Biden, then presumably that would have been the biggest story in America for months on end. It would have deeply and dramatically shaped the 2024 election. The same thing holds true if, God forbid, somebody had attempted to shoot, say, Kamala Harris. This would be the second time in 8 weeks that somebody tried to shoot Donald Trump. And again, this will be buried by Wednesday. How long do you...
I mean, he's not wrong, except insofar as he's presenting the story as being buried. Because it's not really being buried. People just don't care about it.
Why aren't these people more pissed off that these people are trying to kill Trump? I don't understand why. Like, I thought they would be more vitriolic to the people who try to kill their savior.
Well, because the people who tried to kill their savior are themselves. It's a self-inflicted wound. You know, it's radicalized, insane incel groiper types. Those aren't attractive targets for the Republican Party, because that's just a lot of their base, you know? So, like, they're not interested in actually perpetuating the story, because that fact would keep coming up again and again. But they want to establish an aggrievement narrative, you know, to kind of rally around. It's sort of buried because with Trump, the news cycle is so fast, constant trash to put out. So this is, well, non-news the next day. I mean, yeah. But, like, it's not an intentional burying of the story, which I think is kind of Ben's point here. Like, it's more so just people in general don't care about it.
do you think the story is actually going to last? Now, they say we still don't know the motive of the original shooter. It seems to me the motive was pretty clear, that he wanted to shoot Donald Trump in the head. But there's all sorts of mysterious...
Wow. Cool kids philosopher, everybody. Wow, you mean the motive of the murderer was to murder? Oh my god, Ben, you must have been such a delight in law school. Wow. You would have... excellent prosecuting. You know, must have been great over there. The motive of the robber was to rob. Like, wow. Honestly, the bar is so low for these people. Like, and not even just in conservative circles. The bar is so low for them when it comes to, like, what liberals expect of conservatives. You know, like, the New York Times wrote an entire piece about Ben Shapiro and called him the cool kids philosopher. Like, the nickname that I can never get out of my head. And, like, That's where he's at. That's his level of operation right there, everybody.
Serious circumstances surrounding the original shooter. Who was he? We know his identity. We don't know much about his motive. He apparently had encrypted phones and all the rest. It's all very mysterious and all very weird. We don't know anything about this shooter as of yet. We do know that there were foreign sources attempting to create the conditions for the assassination of President Trump, particularly Iran. There are open reports by the FBI and the CIA.
Yeah, it's so convenient that you did this video before any kind of motives came out, Ben. You really hit the sweet spot on the timing. So you could just, like, imagine potential motives while you furiously hoped that he didn't wind up being a conservative nutjob.
CIA that the Iranians were attempting to facilitate the murder of President Trump. So it wouldn't be a total tremendous shock if it turns out that somebody had taken them up on that offer. Again,
An Iranian assassin, everybody.
this is all speculative. There's no way to know it.
This is all speculative. There's no way to know, but you know, it might have been a super soldier from the future. Hail Soyback, thank you for resubscribing with Prime. I appreciate it.
At this point, the one thing that we do know, again, is that if the situation were reversed, it would be the center of the news for the foreseeable future. Why? Because the entire narrative would be that the right had polarized American politics to the extent that it was now considered within the norm to take a shot at a president of the United States or a president.
Is Ben trying to argue the new norm is trying to assassinate Donald Trump? Like he's like, all the cool kids are doing it now. Like, they're all trying to. Like, God, Ben. I don't think it's been normalized. I just think people don't care about Donald Trump.
Potential candidate from the other party. So the shoe is on the other foot now. How is it that the entire Democratic Party can center on the idea that Donald Trump is Orange Hitler, that he's the worst person who has ever lived, he's the worst person in the universe, a danger, a threat to American democracy? Two separate people attempt to shoot him 2 separate times within 8 weeks. And that has nothing to do with the climate in the country. Again, I'm not blaming any of the people who say these sorts of things for the actual shooting. The person who's responsible.
I mean, Ben, I don't think you want to go down this route of, like, accusing the left of stochastic terrorism. I don't think that argument is going to pan out for you, buddy. Have you seen what conservatives say? And we might be getting to that later.
Is the shooter. It also happens to be the case, however, that in a really volatile climate, if you continue to increase the temperature, if you continue over and over to increase that temperature, you are going to get worse and worse situations. Raising that temperature does in fact become a sin when you know that things are this bad. And so it behooves everybody on the left side of the aisle to take down the temperature a few notches to stop.
Yeah, guys. You all need to turn it down a few notches, okay? Like, my God, Ben Shapiro over here really is recognizing that things have gotten a little too hot, a little too heavy, all right? You know, the left is just saying too many mean things about Donald Trump. Now, like, let's see what Donald Trump is saying. You know, let's see how is Donald Trump trying to cool the room right now, okay? Let's see.
The Democrats say, please don't call them animals. They're humans. I said, no, they're not humans. They're not humans. They're animals. The Democrats say, please don't call them animals. They're humans. I said, no, they're not humans. They're not humans. They're animals.
Oh. He's saying that black and brown people from outside the country are literally subhuman. Yeah, but you left-leaning types need to tone down your rhetoric, okay? You left-leaning types need to tone down your rhetoric, okay? Because it only works when left-leaning people are mean, but when conservatives say, well, entire swaths or ethnic groups aren't really people, well, that's just telling it like it is. That's just locker room talk, we've all been told. Tell us more, Ben. Let's hear more about your moral high ground, Ben.
Stop pretending that Donald Trump is a grave threat to the Republic. And by the way, they don't even...
Why do police in general wear military-like clothing like that?
Because the police like to LARP as military, and there's been a slowly, like, accumulating militarization of police as they buy secondhand equipment from the military.
even believe that. Last week, Joe Biden put on a MAGA hat. He put on a Trump 2024 hat. Would he do that if he actually thought that the Trump 2024 hat were the equivalent of a swastika? Of course he would not. Would he really do that if he thought that Donald Trump was going to facilitate...
Ben, I don't think you want to go down that road. I don't think you want to go down that road with Trump supporters, okay?
...a tyrannical takeover of the country and end our democracy? Of course not. It's all nonsense. It's all been done for political gain. So again, we don't have all the details at this point. We're still awaiting more details. We'll bring them to you as we get them.
Yeah, this isn't the argument he thinks it is.
Obviously, we'll be here updating you throughout the evening if anything of real magnitude breaks. But the president, former president, is fine, thank God.
And who knows who did it? Anyway, I just thought it was really interesting in that video that, like, Ben is like, people are going to forget about this, but let's not draw any conclusions. It's clearly the lying media that's going to make you all forget. Oh, God. We have a more in-depth show later on about some of the things being touched on by Ben in this video here, and we'll get there later tonight, but for now, that's the end of that segment. Huzzah! First segment done! Olympians, thank you for the $5 dono. Folks, we've been going for about 40 minutes. If you've been enjoying the show, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, hit the like button on the YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those subs and donos, because this show is brought to you by viewers like you, and I couldn't do it without you. Thank you so goddamn much. You guys are literally what allow me to do this. Subbed and liked? Hell yeah, not a quip. That's the spirit we like to see. That's some BWA energy, as we call it in the biz. And not only that, it helps stave off the dono ghost. October approaches. Anyway, Big booty WA. Okay, hey guys, this is just a small thing. It's just a small thing, okay? But I talked about this game a while back on stream, and I wanted to just follow up because it's finally released. Okay? Where there's this new game called Judero, and it is a claymation game, and it just looks like it has so much heart, and it's so weird, and I kind of am obsessed with it. Let's take a look. so funny. It's so weird. I love it. It's like a small indie project, you know? I just think it's neat. That you know, it's just I'm doing the Marge Simpson meme. I just think it's neat, and I would like to try it at some point. Uh-oh. Did we lose Twitch? Uh-oh. Yep, we lost Twitch. That's so weird. Play for stream? Maybe, we'll see. That's so weird. I'm sorry, Twitch. What the fuck? I am back. I don't know why it dropped from Twitch. That's so weird. Yeah, YouTube's been going strong. Hey, Nenya the cat. Hey, Odd Spectre. How you doing? Missed most of stream? Ah, the Blue Witch, you haven't missed most of stream at all. We're just getting started, really. Hey, can I don't even think this is a segment. This is just we're just eating some candy, okay, before our main course. We're ruining our appetite a little bit. No, we're back on Twitch now. We're back on Twitch. We good. We Gucci. Right, Twitch? We good? We good? Judero is actually based in Scotland? Cool. Yeah, Judero was too strong. Twitch, please acknowledge, are you okay? There are no rules? I am the rules. Okay, cool. Hey, Kev from Mars. Alright, here we go. Just gonna... refresh this chat. Chat's being funky. All right.
What is the foreign policy element?
That's what I'm asking. What foreign policy element would you suggest, or would you recommend to young people a different way to think about how to divorce taxation from military industrial pursuits with which the student doesn't have a particular end?
Okay.
Oh, Dave, with the like a deer in the headlights, Dave.
Want to take that one first?
I'll try. So there's a couple things there. First off, as a general rule, if you were to, and I argued for this in my first book, like I would be for a flat tax so that we didn't have so many selective pressures and punish people for making more money and everything.
Oh, that's such a dumb idea, Dave. That's such a dumb idea. It puts a larger tax burden on the poor.
Else, if you had a flat tax for, let's say 15%, first off, I think you can make an argument for no tax, but putting like...
How? Dave, how? Please explain. I want you, Dave Rubin, okay? Dave Rubin, I want you to go on your show tomorrow and do an entire episode about how you would do a taxless society. I want to hear Dave Rubin's, taxless utopia that he's dreamed up, and I want to know exactly how it functions. I want him to explain that. Dave, you're just out there. I believe in a no tax society. How does that work? Tell me, please. Is it just like anarcho-capitalism? You is that your thing? God, if Dave Rubin ruled the world, we'd be using soda bottle caps as currency.
Like the pure libertarian thing aside, if you had a flat tax argument where everyone was just paying the same exact percentage, so if you made $1 million, you're paying 15%, or if you made $100,000, you're paying 15%, I think that removes a lot of the problems you're talking about, because everyone feels that the skin in the game is exactly the same. I would even, and I don't think that this I don't think this is sort of moral in a sense or fully works, but just to throw the progressives a bone, I think you could probably say, all right, if you make under 50 grand, you pay no tax. And if you make over 5 million a year, throw a couple extra percentage points in. I don't even think that economically works, or as I said, morally, but just to make some sort of political agreement on that, I think it could work. So first off, a flat tax would just, I think, sort of zero out a lot of the problems that you're talking about. As it pertains to foreign policy, I mean, generally speaking, I believe so.
Like there's research on this. It doesn't. That, like, the thing he's saying is, like, he's trying to argue, like, 2 + 3 = 4, you know? Like, it's just, that's just not what it is, Dave.
Softly and carry a big stick. I believe in having a strong military so we don't have to use it. I think partly what I think a lot of kids are seeing now, or young people are seeing now, we've had a bunch of military adventures that have made...
Yeah, you can make an argument for a taxless society. I think Dave Rubin can make that argument? No.
Very little sense, that haven't been sold to us properly, were never sold properly. The Iraq War never really made sense in the context of 9/11. I know some Iraqis that think it was good because Saddam was so bad, and even though now in many ways Iraq is a failed state. So young people grew up in all of these wars that nothing really made sense. I would say that's very different than World War II and certainly World War I.
Absolutely insane response to this lady's question, by the way. I could listen, like, Dave Rubin just, like, trying to scramble and answer a question is honestly just a work of art to me, you know? Like, just play this on repeat in the Louvre. Amazing. Incredible stuff. Dave Rubin is one of the dumbest men alive. You would think if you dedicate your, I don't know, your life, your career to a political ideology, right? You would make sure that you can actually make arguments for it. You'd make sure, like, you can explain it. You know, you have, like, a certain view of the world. And, like, Dave Rubin just so clearly doesn't care. You know, like, he's just been grifting off of, like, conservative think tanks handing him huge wads of cash. You know, to say and make whatever talking point more mainstream. You know, like he's just been doing the whole Russia money grift, and he just doesn't care. And you can tell because his arguments are dumb as bricks, and he stays around, you know? Well, that's kind of what I'm getting at. Dave Rubin doesn't have a political ideology. He's just positioned himself as a mouthpiece for a certain political ideology, and he'll just say whatever gets shoved in to his mouth. You know, he'll just say whatever as long as he's getting paid for it. Who's Dave Rubin? He was a former TYT guy. He got fired shortly after arguing on air that Israel has a right to, like, murder Palestinians. And ever since, he's been pivoting further and further right. He did a Why I Left the Left video. He got famous for that. He coined that for PragerU. And yeah, basically he just set himself up as a propaganda mouthpiece and is riding that easy money. Dave Rubin is the why I left the left guy. The original one, you know? Okay. So I just wanted to play this because number one, you should all go watch the full interview. But number two, I want you all to know we've talked about this so many times, okay? And I know this doesn't win me any like favorability points on like left-leaning folks generally, but like third-party voting just isn't a thing, okay? Like you can vote third party. Does it do anything? No, not really. No. Like the Green Party hasn't won shit in years. And it only operates as like a spoiler. Like that's it. And it's so painfully obvious. Like Jill Stein just has no plan. There's no plan to like be in power. All they do is go up in front of the nation every so often and say, hey, we'll do only good things and give you candy. And everyone's like, well, I like only good things and getting candy. So I guess some of us will vote for you. And the issue is there's no plan to do any of those good things. There's no methodology of how to achieve those good things. There's no ability for them to actually wield power because they don't have the infrastructure to wield power. They can't win local level elections, let alone state level elections, let alone national level elections. And they're so comically inept that they will mess up getting on the ballot in certain states. In a lot of ways, like the Libertarian Party has its shit more together than the Greens. And that's saying something because literally like 2 days ago, one of the members of their leadership that runs the New Hampshire Libertarian Party Twitter account tweeted out a call to assassinate Kamala Harris, and then subsequently received a visit from the FBI, which was an entirely foreseeable thing. But the Libertarian Party, that has guys like that in it, fuck up less than the Green Party, okay? And I gotta be honest with you, they don't have plans to actually achieve any of the things, right? Like, that's one of the things that Bernie Sanders did and did very well, is he actually came up with plans that could be enacted. Ways to actually leverage power. You know, policies that people might be able to put forward and vote on that had like detailed plans and language involved in them, not just we'll do the good thing. You know, like there's such an obvious follow-up to that, and the follow-up is how? How will you do the good thing? That's a really, really important thing to do. And the thing that infuriates me in particular is that if these third parties were actually interested in achieving political power, in building up community power and people power and being able to actually, you know, achieve goals like getting on the ballot in every state, for example, they would organize to get ranked choice voting passed. Because that way they can actually have a shot at wielding real political power. If you want to break the two-party duopoly, you can't just... the presidential election isn't it. It doesn't do anything. You just act as a spoiler. And so, what do? Well, you build up state and local power to get legislation passed or to get amendments passed in each state to change the way voting is done so that it's ranked choice, which actually gives, like, third parties a shot at winning elections. So, that's really obvious to me. And yet we have so many different political commentators, like Brianna Joy Gray, for example, who will go out there and say, oh, well, don't vote for Kamala Harris, vote for Jill Stein. And it's like, or Cornel West, whose campaign didn't have its shit together and had to like run on like 3 or 4 different parties. And then like he's going anti-vax. All I'm saying is these people are not serious. They don't have actual plans to win or to wield power. And so if you think that they are genuine in their positions, you need to examine how are they trying to get from point A to point B?
I prefer rate voting system.
So, like, how are you getting from point A to point B? These third parties don't have that plan. You know? They, like, guys, have you ever heard a third party candidate talk about how they're going to get anything done in Congress? Yeah, how many congressional seats? How many? Never. You never hear about this. There's no plan whatsoever. And so when I hear stuff about like, oh yes, we'll just, you know, do X, Y, or Z, with what power? Like, the bully pulpit? Is that the best you can do? It's just that, like, there's no institutional will to support a third party because you haven't built up institutional power. Something that can only be done with a different voting system. In something you can get, but you have to win it on a state-by-state basis. So there's all of that. And I just want to say, I think you should all check out the hour-long interview that Zateo put out with Jill Stein and Mehdi Hassan. Mehdi Hassan put out a brief preview of that interview. We'll go over it in a minute here. But I just really want to emphasize that there is no proposals or plans. These are deeply unserious people who want you to, frankly, to use your vote to enrich themselves. That's what they want to do. That's the only real shot they have in this race. And they'll do it off the enthusiasm and disaffection of voters. And I don't know, I think there's something pretty scummy about that, actually. Does Cornel West even have a VP candidate? Yeah. So here's Jill Stein being confronted by Mehdi Hassan.
Every vote that's cast for Kamala Harris or for Donald Trump is an endorsement of genocide. It is an affirmation of genocide.
Lay out for me the steps whereby I go into a voting booth, vote green, and the genocide stops.
Let me put
I don't see that
very
happening.
Clearly, we are creating a very organized coalition that is here for the long haul.
That's right. They were Democrats that were sending cops to campuses to beat up kids on my campus, okay? Coming in riot gear to remove people from encampments.
Yeah. When people were dying en masse from COVID, when he was praising Nazis, doing domestic terrorism, as Butch says, did you ever at any point say, maybe I got that one wrong?
Oh, no.
You said in November 2015, as Assad and Putin were massacring Syrians in their tens of thousands, quote, the US should be working with Syria, Russia, and Iran to restore all of Syria to control by the government. That's the Assad government.
That was an unapproved statement, which was taken down the moment it was...
You seem to have a lot of things online that you don't approve. Would you tell your supporters at home, vote green everywhere, but in those 3 swing states, vote against a domestic terrorist?
I would say...
Yeah, look, it's... Man's got some good questions, all right? And frankly, they're questions that Jill Stein is poorly equipped to answer. I mean, like, here's another clip that Mehdi Hassan put out.
We looked at your social media, and you haven't done that many posts specifically calling out Russian attacks on civilian areas. You haven't called Vladimir Putin a war criminal, but you have called Benjamin Netanyahu a war criminal.
No, actually we did.
Yeah.
In my very first remarks about the Ukraine war, we condemned...
Vladimir Putin's a war criminal in your view.
Yes, we did
And Bashar al-Assad's a war criminal.
Yes, in so many words. Yes, we have said as much.
Words?
So
you called Netanyahu one, which I think he is.
Oh,
but
absolutely.
Is Putin a war criminal?
So what we said about Putin was that his invasion of Ukraine is criminal. It's a criminal and murderous war.
And he's a war criminal who should be on trial.
Well, by implication.
You're struggling here to say something very simple. This is why people have their doubts about you in Russia.
Well,
why is Benjamin Netanyahu a war criminal but not Vladimir Putin?
Well, as John F. Kennedy said, we must not be afraid to, we must not negotiate out of fear, and we must not fear to negotiate.
Yeah, she's sweating like crazy to a very simple question.
So if you want to be an effective world leader, you don't start by name-calling and hurling
So
epithets.
how will President Stein negotiate with Israel then if you've called Netanyahu a war criminal?
Well, because he very clearly is a war
so Putin
criminal.
clearly isn't a war criminal.
Well, we don't have a decision, put it this way, by the International Criminal Court.
Yes, we do.
Yes,
actually, actually you're wrong. There's an arrest warrant for Putin. There isn't yet an arrest warrant for Netanyahu. So why is Putin not a war criminal but Netanyahu is?
Yeah.
I love that Mehdi Hassan does corrections on the fly like that. It's real nice to see. It's a real journalism move.
I think they both are.
Let me say this. We are sponsoring that war. We are sponsoring Netanyahu.
That's our war.
He is our dog in this fight. That is why we have a responsibility.
No disagreement
to
from me at
pull him
all.
back.
But that
With
does
Russia,
not answer my question.
With Russia.
He even thinks it's ridiculous. He's starting to laugh in the middle of it. Like, he can't believe how hard of a time she's having with this.
Whether we sponsor them or not is irrelevant. Either you're a war criminal or you're not. Is Vladimir Putin a war criminal?
In so many words, yes, he is.
I don't know what so many words are. Butch, is Vladimir
How can she keep saying that?
Putin a war criminal?
Let me say that whatever you think he is, if you want to pull him
It doesn't matter
back...
what I think. I'm asking what you think. You're running for president.
If you
I'm
are
not.
a world leader, you don't begin your conversation by calling someone a war criminal unless
So why
you
have you called
a
Biden
clear,
and Netanyahu war criminals?
Because we have a clear strategy and we
Doesn't
have
make
a
any
very
sense to me.
strong
Butch,
support
is
across the
Bashar
world
al-Assad and Vladimir
community.
Putin war criminals in your view?
You know, it's really easy to say yes. She's a literal Russian paid psyop. I would not be surprised. Honestly, that was a shocking level of evasion. I hope that was fairly obvious to everyone watching exactly how slimy that was. Why is she covering for Putin? Well, we just unearthed that a bunch of conservative commentators were on the take from Russia. Would not surprise me if she got certain amounts of funding from Russia. Like, I don't know. I don't know, guys.
Hey girls and slurs lol. What's the vibe? Clowning on Jill Stein or loving Mehdi Hassan? Or a little bit of both? Smiley face.
A little bit of both. Just to be clear, that N was short for and, right? I not N slurs. Hey. All right. But yeah, guess who came to dinner with Flynn and Putin? NBC News reviewed video and photos from a 2015 Moscow gala that Mike Flynn was paid $45,000 to attend to see who else was in the room. And, boy howdy, that's Jill Stein right there. And that's Vladimir Putin. Huh. That's so weird. That's so weird. Oh, what's that? We have more weird things. from 2018. Russians launched pro-Jill Stein social media blitz to help Trump win election, reports say. Huh. Weird. So strange. Mr. Anderson, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships over on YouTube. YouTube showing the BWA energy today, outshining Twitch and Riverboat.gg. Charlotte Nova, thank you for the $5 dono. N is short for and. Yeah, sorry. OMG, sorry. It's okay. Text to speech just makes it a bit weird sometimes. God. So, yeah, I think it's fairly obvious that some of the worst forces in America, in the world, are playing off of people's best intentions when it comes to voting third party. You know? So...
N is short for, and, yay. OMG, sorry.
I knew you'd get to the Jill Stein-Putin connection. Yeah, I mean, like, they're taking... you know, a lot of people's best intentions and giving an illusion of a third way, you know? But there's no real there, okay? It's always been, like, money laundering bullshit. And... frankly, I'm so sick of it. I'm so done with it. If you want third-party power, there's only one way out. There's one way out. And that is getting ranked choice voting, okay?
My opinion on Putin is if tyrants rule in peace, may war bring freedom.
Okay. Glad this is being brought up. I knew someone in DC who ran for Green Party, and she pointed out that a lot of the Green Party is empowered by Russia. Yeah, it just seems like it just seems like there are people out there, and I would say DSA falls into this category, that understands, like, the need to build power, the need to, like, actually, like, interface with how real-world politique works. And then there are just people who have good intentions, who fritter their lives away for organizations that purely exist to get people speaking fees and, like, to give people a false hope and profit off of them. It's sad. And also it robs us of some of the people who would be most motivated to change our current system if they had an effective avenue to do so. Hey, Blue Witch. Full disclosure, during my organizing for Occupy Seattle in 2011, I was convinced to vote Stein in 2012, but have since come to my senses. Yeah, I mean, like, I think I understand the impulse, you know? Like, I get it. Like, it sucks to be faced with, like, a lesser of two evils situation. No one wants to be in that situation, and yet we are constantly in that position. And that is because politics is a game of triage and choosing which problem to tackle next. You know? It is, we are in a hospital scenario, and we do not have enough medicine to treat everyone. So we need to do the best we can with what we have. That is politics. There's no easy way to fix things. Exactly. Exactly. And we're gonna get to more, like, realpolitik in a bit. Don't you guys go anywhere. All right.
My main problem is that third parties are not doing the groundwork for local offices. They are not interested in building power.
Exactly, Simric. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Again, YouTube killing it over riverboat.gg chat. Come on, riverboaters. However, I will say that, like, this is exactly why It's painfully obvious to me that these third parties do not give a damn. You know? I think individuals within them care, but they don't necessarily know how to build and wield that power, you know? Like, it's like they do things on a wish and a prayer, and that's not enough to actually get things done.
Sorry to be political here of all places, but I have 2 BB kittens I love so much. Was there a Discord channel I could show them off in?
Charlotte Nova, thank you for the $10 dono, redeeming the honor of Riverboat Chat. And also, yes, there is the Fur Babies channel on the Discord. Hey, Will Kale. And so, like, if the organizations were interested in building power, that's what they would do. But there's a very clear set of incentives to being, you know, the fringe third party. You know, mostly that you never actually have to deliver on any of your promises. If your entire position is built on just existing in opposition to the current order of the current system, you don't actually have to present any kind of real solution when you aren't called upon under the budgets of, like, material reality to actually deliver one. How many seats are held by the Green Party? How many elected officials in the Green Party? Let's see here. Here we go. Here is a full list of every elected Green Party member, okay? And there is 144 hold elected office in 20 states across the United States. That's 144 total.
I can't think of what to say, so I'll just say that your necklace is really pretty.
Oh, thank you, Q-Berry Shortcake, and thank you for getting a tier 1 sub. But you'll notice something. Della Coburn, City Council, Tribal Council, Governing Board, like Mayor, City Council, College Board of Trustees, Elementary School District. Like, these are like, they're not meaningful positions of power. We're talking one person in the entire state of Arizona. We're talking 3 people in the entire state of Alaska, and we're not even talking like 3 people in the same city, on the same city council. They haven't even built up the power to do anything in one city. Okay? Like, it isn't even really... You can't even make a claim of building up local power with numbers like this. You know? Like, 10 in Connecticut. Oh, look at Maine. Okay, Maine. Again, it's a lot of board members. Council members. But you know what? Looks like, you know, maybe the Green Party has been doing work in Maine. Maybe that's where they've been putting all of their effort, because that seems to be where the plurality of all of their membership comes from. Being serious, how do we change Harris's policies when she's come out against an arms embargo on Israel, only supports a temporary ceasefire, banned any Palestinian from the DNC, has said she'll have Republicans in her cabinet, and has been endorsed by fucking Dick Cheney? Well, so a couple of things is, one, you continue to protest. You know, you continue to exert pressure, and I think that definitely is more influential during an election cycle. And number two, yeah, Maine does have ranked choice voting. But number two, frankly, a lot of the, and maybe this is me being too hopeful, you know, grain of salt, all that. The people she's been bringing on to actually enact foreign policy stuff are people who have been vocally against the way Biden has been approaching it. The people who've resigned in protest consider Kamala Harris to be like the best one in a position of power on this issue and are marginally more hopeful with her in charge. You know, the people who are committed to voicing their concerns to the point where they quit their jobs and, you know, trashed their political career, think that she's decent on it. Now, the other thing I will put out there is that, and I've talked about this before, I think that in the position she's in, I'm not sure if she could talk about it, you know? While maintaining the kind of coalition she has built and is relying on to win. So there's an element of realpolitik here where I think that, like, if she does start saying that she's pro, like, imagine she started tomorrow saying that she wants an end to Netanyahu's regime, you know, she wants Netanyahu arrested, you know, pledges to rescind the political protection the United States provides him, diplomatic protection, you know, and like, she comes out against Netanyahu in the strongest possible terms. You imagine. How do you think Netanyahu will react to that? He wants Donald Trump to win. They just, like, did an explosive operation against, like, thousands of people across across the Hezbollah organization. And, like, the threat of regional war is already very high. I would not put it past Netanyahu to expand the war across the entire Middle East. So, all of that being said, I think we need to take a look at what the political scenario is that's unfolding a bit closer to home as well. So, my condensed answer to that, I guess, is that I think she can be moved. I think she's more movable on this issue than Biden was or ever will be. Does that mean she's going to move? That remains to be seen. She's not in a position to actually enact any kind of policy changes. And I think that anything she says that would come out more strongly against Netanyahu would probably backfire pretty poorly in a very tangible way across the Middle East. So I think that we're not really going to get a clear answer to what her actual positions are and thoughts are on Gaza until either much closer to the election or afterwards, you know? So, like, that's kind of where we're at. I don't think we have an accurate view of whatever her policy position is yet, and I don't think we're going to get it until we're closer to the election. I am right there with you, though. Totally unforced error fucking over Palestinians at the DNC. And I guess, and we'll get more into this. You know, we'll get more into this. You know, maybe we'll just transition into talking about it now. But I think I think we need to take a step back, okay? We need to take a step back and acknowledge that we are right now living through a bit of, you know, interesting times. And one of the main issues that I think we all have to actually contend with is that the fascism is no longer purely, like, limited in scope to like the politically brain poisoned like ourselves. Like, I've been telling you guys over and over and over again, this is fascism, this is fascism, this is fascism. And I think we need to contend with the fact that, like, we've kind of moved into what is the life or death struggle phase of liberalism and fascism. Like, that's where we're at right now. And so when you see, like, Republicans endorsing Kamala Harris, for instance, that's a symptom of that. When, like, 19 or 20 Reaganite politicians endorse Kamala Harris, that's a symptom of where our political crisis is at. Yeah, we're at the something's happening part of nothing ever happens. And it is, I think, really important to take and pay attention to. This is kind of why I've been covering the Venezuelan gang story and the Haitian refugee story, and why we're going to talk about Haitian refugees today at length. And it's because this is kind of like a catalyzing moment for the fascism that Donald Trump is producing in America. What the fascist movement is and how it's going to manifest. Because I think what we're seeing is kind of the rise of Trump's brown shirts. You know, that's what we're looking at here. You know? Like, I played this clip before, but we're gonna play it again. This is the clip that spawned they're eating cats and dogs. This is the kind of talking point that wound up being repeated by the President of the United States within like 2 or 3 weeks. Okay, it went from being said at a Springfield City Commission meeting to coming from the lips of the President of the United States.
Nathaniel Higgers of Blood Pride. I was at the head
Blood Pride, by the way, is a Nazi organization
of the anti-Haitian immigration march earlier this month. I'm sure the Honorable Mr. Rob Rue recognizes me, considering he supposedly knew of our action before we even arrived.
He's a literal Nazi. He marched with swastikas.
First of all, I would like to dispel the myth that you knew of our march and intentionally had no reaction or made no forewarning about it as a preventative measure. You had no more idea than the police officers or Haitians. And it's frankly insulting to our organization to make such a claim. Second, I've come to bring a word of warning. Stop what you're doing before it's too late. Crime and savagery will only increase with every Haitian you bring in. And with it, public frustration and anger.
You sound threatening to me. I'm going
Based on the comments
if I could
tonight,
ask the police to go ahead.
I'm sure I don't need to tell you that.
Just sound threatening if you go ahead and just peacefully be removed.
These people didn't ask for this. And they deserve better than to have to put up with violent,
Thank you
unruly
so much.
outsiders.
You're done. Thank you. That's all. Thank you so much. Not really thank you, but...
Now, what you have seen in like the past week or so has been the virulent mainstreaming of that guy's rhetoric as a result of the President of the United States. Guys. Oh my God. Here. We're playing it again, okay?
The Democrats say, please don't call them animals. They're humans. I said, no, they're not humans. They're not humans. They're animals.
He's talking about the Haitian refugees. He's talking about this story. So, he's talking about refugees, the Haitian refugees. And I want to talk about that for a second, because they're in Springfield because Springfield requested them to be there. Like, Haitian refugees in the United States come here because of, like, the protected status that they've been given as, like, migrant workers via, like, following, like, horrific earthquakes that struck the country. And that program has continued, right? Blood Tribe is a neo-Nazi group. Yes. The guy that you heard speak was a Nazi, and now it's just gotten to, you know, the biggest Nazi in the country, Donald Trump. And you might say, oh, but Jack, you're not being fair. I'm sorry, did you miss this? Did you miss this where he was talking about legal migrants in the country as if they were subhuman?
The Democrats say, please don't call them animals. They're humans. I said, no, they're not humans. They're not humans. They're animals.
Yeah. I challenge any conservative that winds up watching this. How is that not just Hitler shit? How is that not fascist rhetoric? Explain to me.
Sorry to undercut the seriousness of this, was listening, but shared a bunch of pics of my new babes in disc.
Aw.
It's important to stay soft, while going hard.
Well, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, Charlotte Nova, and for sharing your cute babby pics. So, what I'm trying to get at here, guys, is we're in a whole new ball game. You know, like we've seen like the creeping, you know, climbing claws of fascism coming towards us for a while now, and all I have to say here is that it's here now. Like, Donald Trump has been like a fascist the entire time, right? But I feel like he's now catalyzed into like the point of no return. Like we've crossed the Rubicon. We're in different territory now. Okay? And I just we're in this kind of a world right now.
And look, just to address your point about Harris, I just don't agree. I mean, the underpinning of her campaign, I mean, she repeats it herself. Trump will be a dictator on day one. I mean, this country fights dictators. That's what our history is. We fight dictators.
Didn't he say that?
He'll be a dictator.
Those were his words.
There'll be a bloodbath. And
It's just like a complete rejection of reality. There is no real hinge on the proper world, you know? Like, it doesn't matter what Trump said. It doesn't matter because, you know, Kamala Harris is repeating his words. And that's mean. That's the real mean thing. We're not in the real world anymore when it comes to where we're at with conservative politics. They've created their alternate reality where they deny facts and science. You know, they live in a world of propaganda. And that propaganda is giving legs and rise to insane stories here, you know? Like, the fear-mongering over Haitian migrants, it's not just the Haitian migrants either, guys. It's everywhere across the country where there's a marginalized group of people in any given community. It doesn't matter if they're black, they could be Hispanic, okay? This is why I've also been talking about the Venezuelan gangs.
We're getting dangerously close to 100% Hitler territory here. We have historical precedent. Why can't we just call them what they are?
No, well, first off, Winby, thank you for the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. But also, we're not dangerously close to Hitler territory. What I'm trying to say is we've hit the point of 100% Hitler territory. You know, this guy's going in front of his audience that views him as a Christ-like figure and calling for the largest mass deportation in history. And when you consider what the logistics that implies, the camps, the infrastructure for holding people, the police state. What you're talking about is that's just Hitler shit. Okay? It's just what Hitler was doing prior to opening up the death camps. And so, like, this is what I'm trying to say. I'm worried about bomb threats and terror waves during the election. You should be. Because that's exactly what's happening in Springfield, Ohio right now. Okay? Like, let me pull this up here. Yeah. Okay. Haitian Americans in Springfield, Ohio fear for their lives amid Trump's viral claims. Here's what to know. Here is a sign pinned to the front of a school. The kids were taken to Springfield High School. Go there for parents. Because the schools keep getting bomb threats from conservatives. The Chaya Rychik stochastic terrorism has taken on mainstream appeal. Okay? It really is in a bad way right now. Okay? Like, there are reports from Ohio of acid being thrown on Haitian migrant vehicles, of hate graffiti and vandalism of their property. The kids of Springfield, Ohio can't go to school. By the way, regardless of whether Haitian students actually attend the school, okay, these schools are being threatened merely by being associated with Springfield, Ohio. J.D. Vance is literally directing bomb threats against schools in his home, in his own state. You know? We've got people in Ohio, local sheriff, write down all the addresses of Kamala supporters. In a post on Sunday from his Facebook page, Portage County Sheriff Bruce Zakowski appeared to encourage people to write down the addresses of supporters for Democratic presidential candidate Kamala Harris. Write down all the addresses of people who had her signs in their yards, a post on the page reads. It continues, so when the illegal human locust, which she supports, need places to live, will already have the addresses of their new families who supported their arrival. The post also included several screenshots of Fox News headlines and referenced Harris as a hyena. So, yeah, the local sheriff is wants to collect information on local residents.
I live 26 miles away. 33 minutes by car down 75. I have friends that live in Springfield. It's even worse than the media says it is.
Yeah, like, and this is really what I want to say here. Like, we live in a world of reality. But in the world where Donald Trump is God King, where is God Emperor, right? The alternate reality where conservatives live right now. He is telling them that these Haitian migrants, these are subhuman and are invading Springfield, Ohio. You know, any town USA. They could be anywhere among you. You know, be afraid. Be afraid of the stranger. And they're being smeared as every kind of criminal. You know, the New York Post running stories about how, well, did you know that there was a car accident involving a Haitian driver? And like, that's the news story. That's the entire news story. Do you know who gets in the most accidents in Springfield, Ohio? Can anyone take a guess? Can anyone take a guess? Who gets in the most car accidents? Who causes the most car accidents in Springfield, Ohio? It's white people. It's white people, because that's most of the people who live in Springfield. Yeah, it's young, reckless white guys. But do you see the New York Post writing, the major propaganda outlets of the far right, writing about how white guys get in a lot of car accidents? No, you get fear-mongering about, like, Haitians are ruining your lives. They're killing people you know. They're eating the pets. You're getting, like, the scare quotes. And the thing is, to us, it's all ridiculous insanity, but to people in that alternate bubble, it is a real thing, you know? Like, I don't know how many of you guys remember back in 2016. There was the migrant caravan. You know, the migrant caravan is coming. Thousands upon thousands of people from Latin America are coming across the southern border. Oh my God, the chaos! Who can imagine? And you know what happened? Nothing. Not a goddamn thing. In fact, that story like disappeared the second the election was over. And the thing is, it's because the people who are pushing the story, they know what kind of politics they're pushing, and they're pushing it because it financially benefits them. You know, we're looking at giant conservative super donors who they don't actually they know climate change is happening. They understand how the world works. But the main issue is they know that if enough people disbelieve that fossil fuels are killing the planet, they'll be able to get X amount of money off of their investments. You know, they'll be able to make X many more dollars. And that's a price they're willing to pay. At all of our expense. And I mean, again, it's not limited to Springfield, Ohio here. Like, here is fan favorite Kyle Clark. Adams County Sheriff's Office says Sunday's report of Venezuelans taking over a park, firing weapons in the air, and starting a fire in Arvada was a group of Hispanic men gathered for a car club. ACSO says one of the men had a Mexican flag, no criminal behavior. You know, like, the Venezuelan gang story was got blown so out of proportion that people see a bunch of, like, Latino guys at a car club and go, oh, a dangerous Venezuelan gang, while they fly the flag of a completely different country. You know, the facts don't matter anymore. You know? Here's, okay, we have a huge issue for 4 hours now, going on just a quarter mile from my home in Arvada, Colorado, with Venezuelans taking over a park. The sheriffs won't even enter. They are on the outskirts watching, but won't intervene. What the hell? Thanks, Jared Polis, you suck. Clear Creek Park, and we've called 4 times, and they're dangerous. My husband just got off the phone with a sheriff, and they're gathering supplies and are headed our way. They are firing guns in the air. This is dangerous. Okay, let's just add, they started a fire in the park. Where are our law enforcement? Lauren Boebert, where is your voice now? They're taking over Colorado. We live in a world where conservatives are just primed to see any gathering of non-white people as like a foreign takeover of America. That is the mental state Donald Trump has bestowed upon his ardent supporters. You know, we are in a time when these people are completely divorced from reality, and they're ready to view anyone that their great leader or Führer deems an acceptable target. If Donald Trump tomorrow came out and said, all of my supporters, you need the Jews are bad, you need to hate them, they would all become anti-Semitic overnight. They would all become the most anti-Semitic people you've ever seen in your life. Many of them already are, just in private. So, well, were they firing guns in the air or not? Well, again, according to the first post, the police were already there watching them and no illegal activity occurred. So I don't think that the police would restrain themselves in that case anyway. But like, I mean, guys, this is where we're at, okay? I'm about to play for you guys a clip from Megyn Kelly's show. And again, we need to spend more time on Megyn Kelly because she's just getting way too much steam.
Hello, this is Jack's Australian handler. Have you pet your shimps today? Be blessed. Pat a shimp. Bibble.
Salmon Moose, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. I very, very much appreciate that.
How can we all have died at the same time?
So, like, the N-word guy? Yeah, the N-word guy. Megyn Kelly, the lady who said Santa Claus is only white. And this is the guy who runs National Review, the, like, most prestigious conservative outlet.
But finally, he said something to the effect of, look, if we have to create stories in order to bring attention to what's happening, the media, he admits they made it up, right? As opposed to, and if you listen to the full clip, he said,
I think people should see this.
As by drawing attention to what's happening on the ground, it's just,
right.
As this
like
line goes online, you don't hate the media enough. Go ahead.
You remember Alternative Facts with Kellyanne? They did the same thing. She wasn't saying you make up fictions and pretend they're facts. You bring other facts to bear in the debate that are being ignored. And that's what he was saying. And I think it was in that interview.
Editor-in-chief of National Review.
Where Dana Bash says, the police have gone through 11 months of recordings of calls, and they've only found 2 Springfield residents calling to complain about Haitian migrants taking geese from ponds. Only 2 calls. And I think one lesson of this whole story, people don't care about geese. People really hate geese. They all things considered, I think people would prefer Haitian migrants to come and take the geese off the golf course, right?
Neither of them bat an eye. Neither of them bat an eye. He really hard-r'd that? Yeah. He almost, he almost said it. Like, almost. But here's what I'm saying, guys. We are in, like, the era where they're just gonna go on a show and say it. Megyn Kelly gets millions of views. Wait, what did he say? He was trying to say Haitian migrants, but seemingly said the N-word instead, accidentally. Because it's just a casual part of his everyday vocabulary. Because that's the kind of people that work in conservative politics. And the extra bit of irony is that in this video clip, Megyn Kelly and this absolute scum from National Review, they're defending J.D. Vance spreading lies about Haitian refugees. Because they're saying, oh, well, if he tells a lie, then that's really just aiming the conversation at a real issue. Except, here's the thing about real issues. If you have one, you don't need to tell lies. You don't need to do that if you have a real issue, actually. So, he lied so that he could tell the truth. Well, then you just tell the truth. I hate this man so much. Yup. And again, we need to understand where we're at right now, okay? The reason liberalism is consolidating power right now, that's actually kind of a good sign. Like, the fact that we have Republicans endorsing Kamala Harris, and abandoning Trump, and that the fascist movement is being made weaker, that's good. Now, but what that might mean long term, I think it means our job is very, very difficult. We've got our work cut out for us. Okay?
Grigor Niet Russian here. I have been monitoring your streaming shows from my home in the north-south Texas prairie. I have noticed you enjoy Comrade Rubin and Lowry. They have best great big ideas.
Thank you, Grigor Niet Russian. I am glad I'm doing our home state of Texas proud. But, like, what I'm trying to say here is that, well, what I'm trying to say is that what is good here is that liberalism is consolidating to try and crush fascism. And I think we're gonna I think we're gonna be able to do it, right? What comes after that is, I think, going to be a type of liberalism that's going to be very infuriating and frustrating, right? And so, well, that's the thing, Sophie. What ultimately is at issue here is that I think we're going to be able to defeat fascism this time. What remains to be seen is whether we can actually make the system ensure that this won't happen again with someone who's not Trump, someone who's more competent, you know? You really think, no, did I say fascism will die with Trump? No. Fascism is a weaselly little ideology. It will worm its way. It's like a cockroach. It's the shadow to liberalism, you know? So, will fascism die with Trump? No. But will the current threat die down if Trump is defeated? I think so. That the cult of personality he's built is not easily replicable with other conservative politicians. So, I think that this wave, once Trump is no longer animating it, I think we've seen where it goes, and it's with a wet fart of Ron DeSantis. People didn't fucking care about him. It's going to take time to build up enough effort. Like, they're burning all of their political capital on this, like, final attempt at the summit. So, the idea being, like, if we win, we are very poorly equipped to, like, maybe prevent this from happening again, but that's still a fighting shot, as opposed to the fascists win and it's just game over. Get ready to go to the wall. Republicans are toast if they take a fat L in November and they know it, which is why they're accelerating like a flame about to go out, burning at its brightest. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of it, right? Like, they've entered, and I think this is really what I'm trying to talk about and convey to you guys. This is their do or die moment. If they do not succeed, like, their careers are over. You know? Like, if they do not succeed, Donald Trump is gone, and all of their entire positions that they've built are completely undermined by Trump just being gone, right? Like, they want Trump to win so he remains in power because he is the guy propping up the entire status quo for them right now. If we get rid of Trump, they'll spawn another one. Sure, but that takes time. You know, like, they tried to they tried to coalesce around someone who wasn't Trump, and he got utterly crushed in the primary. You know, like, what I'm trying to say is, we're not defeating the ideology here, but we are maybe delaying it for like another 20 years, 30 years. Like, and that gives us time to fight and build our power, which is good, actually.
Are you gonna cover Kamala Harris's interview with NABJ tonight? The liberalism is OBV preferable, but it is so frustrating all the same.
True, Charlotte Nova. And I don't know if I'll get to the interview tonight. We still have a lot of catch up to play. But what I will say is that, yeah, liberals are frustrating as hell. But they are our preferred opponent. They are the most susceptible to our arguments. They are the ones who are most likely to agree with us and most likely to move over to our position. And
The last
those
big
are the
pull
people we
before
want
they
to
run
be
out of steam
working
on the
on.
fascist train engine.
Yep, basically. I think debate lord lefties should start revving up to debate libs. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's the richest place for us to like build ourselves up. Yeah, that's the thing, social psych explainer. Liberals are people who can be bullied or argued or convinced to be farther left. Those are the people our time is best spent like moving over. The election keeps me up at night. I'm scared for November. I am too. I think we have much better odds than we had under Biden, but like it's scary, guys. Like, again, this guy is coming into power. If we lose, if we fail, this guy who literally believes black and brown people, all black and brown people everywhere, are subhuman.
The Democrats say, please don't call them animals. They're humans. I said, no, they're not humans. They're not humans. They're animals.
He's going to be dictating I mean that, the largest removal of people in modern history. This is, and like, I had someone in my last stream in chat say, oh, well, you know, or maybe it was in the YouTube comments, say, Donald Trump is just saying that for show. No, he's not. No, when it comes to policies like this, Donald Trump has done his damnedest to deliver, and he's currently extraordinarily well equipped to do just this. Honestly, unilaterally. So, we need to be aware that the current threat against us is existential. And the stakes are not just for us as like working class people, but it's especially harsh for anyone who falls outside of like cis white heteronormative standards. You know, like anyone who falls outside of those categories is in deep shit if this guy wins. He still has to get it through Congress, though? No, he doesn't. That's the thing. The Supreme Court gave him immunity. He can just do whatever, and any kind of legal challenge to his ability to do so, he has a stacked court. Like, that's what I'm trying to convey this to you. If he, as president, ordered for the largest mass deportation in American history, okay, he gets elected, orders that to happen on starting day one. We don't have the infrastructure for it, okay? So we round up a bunch of people. We start overflowing our prisons, our holding areas, our camps that we build hastily in the middle of nowhere. And then we start waiting for the infrastructure to be built. And you know what winds up happening? Well, it turns out it takes money to run these kinds of provisional camps. Turns out food needs to be brought there. People need to be housed. And you know, that starts looking awfully expensive compared to an alternative, cheaper method. A final solution. If this is sounding similar to historical events, guys, it's because it is. That's what happened in Germany when Hitler rose to power and started talking about how certain subhuman people needed to be removed. Sorry, subhuman animals needed to be removed from society. And I'm begging you to understand, like, the moment we are currently in is a potential collapse for one of the world's strongest superpowers. That is not good for any other person on the planet if that large superpower falls to fascism. And there are no guardrails this time that would prevent him from enacting this kind of policy. We've been talking about Project 2025. I need to finish going over the rest of those training videos, but you know what those training videos show? Over and over and over again, what they reiterate over and over and over again. We're bringing you in to be yes men for Donald Trump. We are recruiting you, thousands of yes men, to rubber stamp anything Donald Trump does. And the thing I'm trying to convey as well is that what's currently going on in places like Aurora, Colorado, or Springfield, Ohio, where the threats are scaring residents of apartment complexes, or causing children to have to be moved to safe houses, or shutting down all schooling in a given geographic area, or causing KKK-like hate attacks on different marginalized people. What I'm trying to convey to you here is what we're seeing is the formation of the brown shirt movement that would enact the more stochastic, the more illegal aspects of Donald Trump's ascent to power. And I'm begging you, don't let this be normalized, because this is not normal. Okay? And I'm not being hyperbolic here. The entire premise of tens of millions, hundreds of
I talk
millions.
about this with people in my town. They do not take Trump or the ramifications of mass deportation, social ostracization, all of this, seriously.
Yep.
Luckily, my state has no say, federally.
Thank you for the $5 donut, Charlotte Nova. And yeah, I'm begging you. When Donald Trump said he would have a total and complete shutdown of Muslim nations, he delivered on that. When he wanted to start black bagging protesters, he delivered on that. Okay? Like, to think that he's not going to try to enact this with a group he has literally used as his own private, like, army within the borders of the United States, ICE, he will do it. And he'll do it for the same reason that he didn't rent apartments to black people. Because he'll do it for the same reason that he didn't want black or brown people on the floors of his casinos as employees. Because he hates those people. He hates black and brown people. He genuinely hates them. It's not a bit that he's doing to, like, appeal. You know, he genuinely despises people who are non-white. He has a long and documented history of this. And I just, that there is a, I don't know. I don't know what it is. What is it going to take for leftists to take this threat seriously? Genuine question. You know, like, I see people in chat saying, like, well, he couldn't do X, Y, or Z, so that means he won't be able to do any of this. He almost overthrew democracy. He had a mob of thousands of people surround the Capitol while chanting to hang and rape politicians. I don't understand what it will take for people to understand. If he could have, he would have. We got very lucky that he could not on January 6th. Okay? We got very lucky. But this time, he has tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars of resources from all of the conservative think tanks being funneled into this Project 2025 and into his campaign, specifically so that he can undermine democracy, so he can destroy it, so he can be a dictator on day one. And the Supreme Court has given him the ability to become that. So I don't understand where this misplaced confidence that, like, oh, well, he's a big old idiot, so that can't possibly be a threat. You know who wrote about, who got wrote about as a big old idiot who would never amount to a thing? By liberal press? Hitler. People thought Hitler was a goddamn idiotic joke, and they said so in the press constantly. Fascists are not brilliant minds. They are dipshits of the highest order, but when they get power, they wield it as a fascist. Doesn't take brains to wield power. The incompetence is actually part of the ideology. You all realize that, right? Like, it's anti-empiricism on principle. This is no different than when we begged people to listen to us about how much of a threat he was the first fucking time. Yeah. Also, wow, a bunch of interesting leaks here. Here's a JD Vance endorsing Project 2025. Remember when people said, well, the campaign has nothing to do with Project 2025? We wouldn't have a gigantic framework to, establish that a Trump regime. Ha ha ha. Crazy.
I think that the thing that we have to take away from the last 10 years is that we really need to be really ruthless when it comes to the exercise of power. I was talking about this with someone.
You've heard JD Vance talk. You know he's a gigantic dipshit. This is a candid moment with JD Vance, where he actually says the quiet part out loud. He understands how to wield power.
Earlier today, where you remember there was some threat that congressional or Senate Republicans made. If you get rid of the filibuster, we're going to do X, Y, and Z. And you actually look at it, it's like, oh, this is not that interesting.
We're going to actually deliver on our promises that we've made for decades.
Right?
Sounds
fun. This is the threat. If you get rid of the filibuster, we're going to do this stuff. Like, they're talking about expanding the Supreme Court. They're talking about adding, 2 senators from heavily Democratic places.
You get rid of the filibuster, we'll actually deliver on defunding.
We'll do what the base has been telling us that we don't want to do.
Yeah. So I think, look, I am a cynic about this and maybe even a little bit of a pessimist, but I think the challenge confronting American conservatives is that we have lost every major powerful institution in the country, except for maybe churches and religious institutions, which of course are weaker now than they've ever been. We have lost big business, we've lost finance, we've lost the culture, we've lost the academy. And if we're going to actually really affect real change in the country, it will require us completely replacing the existing ruling class with another ruling class. I say that knowing and hearing myself, it sounds really hard. It is really hard. But I don't think there's like a detente with these people. I don't think there's sort of a compromise that we're going to come with the people who currently actually control the country. Unless we overthrow them in some way, we're going to keep losing. And that's the challenge. Now it's
yeah, if only some way. Some way. It'd be a real shame if I don't know, Donald Trump spoke at the Heritage Foundation and endorsed Project 2025 back in 2022. That'd be real inconvenient, wouldn't it?
is going to hell. The critical job of institutions such as Heritage is to lay the groundwork, and Heritage does such an incredible job at that. This is a great group, and they're going to lay the groundwork and detail plans for exactly what our movement will do and what your
Oh, they're going to lay the groundwork and detailed plans. You know, like a Project 2025 plan.
movement will do when the American people give us a colossal mandate to save America. And that's coming. That's coming. Our country is going to hell. The critical job of institutions such as Heritage is to lay the groundwork, and Heritage does such an incredible job at that. This is a great group, and they're going to lay the groundwork and detail plans for exactly what our movement will do and what your movement will do when the American people give us a colossal mandate to save America. And that's coming.
Oh, yeah. Imagine what we could do with a public mandate. Imagine. But he has nothing to do with Project 2025. No. Like, I don't know. Here, let's take a look at another clip. This guy
Any government aid
is prepping for a fascist takeover of America. I want you to all be clear about that.
agencies have zero trust in our Congress and our Senate, anything.
I'm
We
one
have
of
a
them also.
government that's not
Oh my God, what happened to your pants, Donald? I know we're talking about serious stuff, but like your pants shouldn't be up halfway up your shins when you sit down. My God.
functioning right now.
Yeah.
How are you going to gain the trust back of the American people within the government? And are we going to see anybody held accountable?
Yeah. The answer is yes on the second. They're going to be held accountable. They've got to be held accountable. What they're doing, they're destroying this country. They're crooked people. They're dishonest people. They're going to be held accountable.
Any government agencies have zero trust in our Congress.
I just, you know, he's pledging retribution. You know, like, I don't know how to make it more clear. Here's JD Vance on Twitter. In Springfield, Ohio, there has been a massive rise in communicable diseases, rent prices, car insurance rates, and crime. This is what happens when you drop 20,000 people into a small community. Kamala Harris's immigration policy aims to do this to every town in our country. Don't let biased media shame you into not discussing the slow-moving humanitarian crisis in a small Ohio town. We should'll talk about it every single day. Kamala Harris did this, and she'll keep doing it unless we stop her. Because they are talking about how immigrants are dirty and gross and bring disease. And I have to remind you all that rhetoric has been seen elsewhere. You know? Mainly, it's been seen along the southern border. In fact, folks, if you didn't know this, a lot of interesting border policy was thought up in like the early 1900s, late 1800s, and people got really afraid of like communicable diseases around that time. And so a lot of small towns along the border in the United States that relied on migrant workers started having border checkpoints where migrant workers crossing to do their labor for the day would have to pass through. And they'd have to be sprayed down with chemicals. Some that were so toxic and acidic that they would burn patches of people's skin or give them illnesses in their own right. And, well, wouldn't you know it, the idea for the showers used in death camps actually comes from the kind of chemical showering done on migrants crossing from Mexico into the United States. That idea came from us. We also really started that foreigners are dirty thing. We really embraced that. And then the Nazis took it from us, and now I guess we're just recycling it again here in the United States in the J.D. Vance campaign. So, you know, when I say we've gone 100% Hitler, this is what I mean, guys. And we're not going to talk a whole lot about the Laura Loomer thing just because it's so weird. It's so weird, and I don't want to speculate about it.
Fascism must be taken seriously. It's not a threat you can ignore. If you don't act now, eventually no one will be left to protect you. Also, fascists are so dangerous because they're idiots.
True, PC Schwarz, 1992. Thank you for the $5 dono. And Charlotte Nova, thank you for gifting a sub to Glitchy X6. I really appreciate it. But one of the things that Laura Loomer said on her Twitter was that if Kamala Harris wins, the White House will smell like curry, which, one, curry smells delicious, so I don't really see the problem with that. But it's a racist. She's doing a racism. And one thing to remember about JD Vance is that JD Vance has a Indian wife. And when asked about it yesterday, JD Vance said, whether you're eating curry at your dinner table or fried chicken, things have gotten more expensive thanks to Kamala Harris's policies. And like, this guy is, okay, the Republican Party is so far gone down this rabbit hole that like one of the president's personal aides or friends with benefits will like say that Indian people smell bad and will make the White House stinky. That's what she's trying to say. And because of the race of the person, and your wife is that race, and you just are like, oh yeah, whatever. I'm throwing something out there. Again, this totally side tangent. If someone says that about your wife or the group of people your wife is in, and you don't throw hands, you don't love your wife. And frankly, if you respond in the way JD Vance did, it kind of seems like you hate your wife. Okay? Like, oh my God. You know, it's really freakish behavior. Do you think JD's wife is mad at him over this? Who can say? I don't understand the spouses of conservative folks. And by the way, remember when a bunch of people were saying, well, Donald Trump would never cut Social Security?
Very good. Let's talk about government reform.
Yeah.
So it looks like Elon is going to be on the cabinet and will be in the charge on the government efficiency department, if that's what you call it.
Yep.
How do you see, have you spoken with him about the plan, how he's going to do it?
Well, I've spoken, you mean with the president or with Elon?
With Elon.
With Elon. So I've spoken with Elon a little bit about it. And, I think that the way that this is envisioned is you set up you set up an organization with very smart people from the private sector and a few smart people from government, and you go in and you say, how are we going to fix all the broken?
And coincidentally, all of those very smart people will either be envoys of billionaires or the billionaires themselves.
Inefficiencies. And the thing that's complicated about this, man, is it's going to look much different in, say, the Department of Defense versus Social Security, right?
Very good. Let's talk about government.
Yeah, we're just going to cut some entitlements. We're not cutting not Social Security. We're just going to cut some entitlements. We'll just make a very, very smart group of people and, whatever they say, sure, maybe it's cutting Social Security, maybe the Department of Defense, maybe Social Security, potato, potato. These people want to dismantle everything, okay? Everything. You don't have to be a genius to break the state, guys. Like, they want to undo the New Deal, okay? That is one of the key concerns that they have. They want to bring us back to unregulated capitalist days that led to the Great Depression, okay? That's what they want. When he talks about, maybe the Department of Defense, maybe Social Security, what he's saying is he wants to cut Social Security so that Mima and Pop, okay, are homeless at 65 years old, all right? That's it. These people want the elderly to suffer so that billionaires can make more money. That's it. We are at the inflection point. These people have gone full Hitler. When they're talking about cutting things, what it translates to is more people being homeless, more people going hungry. What answer do they have to Kamala Harris's child tax credit? They've got nothing. Once democracy is gone, they don't need voters. Exactly. I mean, like, look at this.
I do also want to get your take. You've been around politics for a long time, and J.D. Vance was on CNN yesterday, and he is sticking by the now debunked claims by local officials that he and Donald Trump have spread, suggesting that Haitian migrants are eating pets in Ohio. Let me play what happened yesterday.
The American media totally ignored this stuff until Donald Trump and I started talking about cat memes. If I have to,
But it wasn't just a meme,
create stories so that the American media actually pays attention to the suffering of the American people, then that's what I'm going to do, Dana.
See, like, this is what I mean. Like, if this was Mehdi Hassan, he would never let J.D. Vance just keep talking and lying and lying and lying.
This is the second time this stream has made me depressed enough to want to watch There Will Be Blood.
I'm sorry, Charlotte Nova.
When called out for saying that he's creating a story, here, J.D. Vance tried to clean it up. But the Republican governor just yesterday from Ohio, he called this continued talk about it and this storyline disgusting. He said a piece of garbage. Does this continued focus and digging in by your candidates create a problem for you guys down ballot?
Well, this story is actually about a program, an illegal program, I would suggest,
it's
created by
legal.
Kamala
It
Harris and
legal.
Joe Biden. Well, you can say technical.
This is insane, by the way. They're legal. They're here legally as refugees.
Okay. It's been paused because of all kinds of fraud. And listen, Kate, if you don't want to talk about the Cuba, Haitian, Nicaraguan, Venezuelan program that was created by Kamala.
Again, this is not like a scary thing. They're here legally. There was a huge earthquake in the country that devastated it, and it's been devastated by natural disasters like ever since. They're not doing great. Government collapsed. There are refugees who want to come here for the stability and to work.
Do you think we are as weak as the Weimar Republic, or do we have a good chance to stop this?
Well, Simric, we currently have a chance to stop it right now, right? That's kind of what I'm getting at here. We need to stop it now if we want to have hope of making things better, you know? Do I think we're as weak as the Weimar Republic? No. I don't think we're as weak as that, and I think the fact that, like, the liberal movement has been able to consolidate power the way it has behind Kamala Harris in such a short time really indicates that this might not be the time fascism succeeds in winning the election. Right now, though, it's going to come down to a handful of swing states, and it's going to be very scary on election night. I think that, personally, I lean towards the hopeful view that we will win. I think the polling looks better and better for Harris. But there's not a guarantee, and that is deeply disturbing to me. And true, propel sidereal, vote. You got to get out there and vote. But honestly, if you're worried about this, get out there and volunteer your time to do some canvassing, to do some phone banking, to do some text banking, because we need people out there doing all this stuff, you know? Reach out to Progressive Victory, progress.win, okay? Do some volunteer work in their ground games. I've done it. It genuinely makes a difference. You can make a huge difference with, like, I don't know, 5 friends going out and doing this like every other week or so, and from now until the election. You can make an actual significant dent. Or volunteer your time at local community groups too. I mean, again, depends on your local community group.
Eating pets is bad. Eating chimps is good. Eat too much, and you'll get sick. Chimps are pretty rich. Chimps for the eldritch chimp god.
Wait, what? What was that last part? They have a god now. I don't like that. Also, Salmon Moose, thank you for the 5 gifted Tier 1 subs.
How can we all have died at the same time?
Shimpin' ain't easy.
Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, which brought tens of thousands of migrants to this country.
You can talk about this policy without creating stories. The governor of the state of Ohio calls it a piece of garbage.
Also, my understanding is that Springfield, Ohio, like, requested these refugees. Specifically because Springfield, Ohio hasn't been doing so hot economically. And so, like, the presence of these migrants over time has caused an economic boom in the city. I think last year they reached over $1 billion in, like, city revenue, I think. Either tax revenue or something like that. They like passed a major milestone. Like, the fact that they have an influx of new people has revitalized the local economy and, like, is turning it into, like, a pretty happening area, you know? Like, this is literally spitting on the foundation of, like, their own capitalist beliefs because they believe it will serve fascism. Like you guys get that, right? Like, they're, like, workers are a resource that, like, power the engines of profit, you know? They make rich people more money when there are more workers. But part of the issue here is that they're willing to throw that in the garbage to be
Everyone who
racist.
received a gift is now contractually obligated to do some kind of local outreach or volunteer work, or even canvassing for elections. Pick one.
True. Charlotte Nova, thank you for the 5 additional Tier 1 subs. My goodness. But, like, they don't care. They're willing to take a hit to the economy in order to consolidate their power around, like, virtue signaling, power consolidating policies that would empower their fascist police state. That's what they're doing. That's where we're at.
There are 2 colleges that are shut down, they're going remote today because of concerns over the environment it has created around.
Well, they need the workforce, true, screaming at the radio. But it's not that the racist terror is a way to keep said workforce under control. It's that the racist terror can be used as a springboard to achieve the power that they want to use to consolidate a dictatorship, to consolidate an authoritarian regime. Like they need to get the power first. They don't care about keeping the workforce under control with like, I genuinely, I don't think they care about keeping the workforce under control at all. I don't think that's a key component of like what they're doing right now. What they're doing right now is an attempt to seize power. And once they get that power, they won't have to rely on just racist terror to keep a workforce under control. They'll just have the police state. You know? They'll just have their own personal Gestapo. You know? Gabby, Gita, thank you. I'm doing my best. Gotta do that content grind. Salmon Moose, you Australians, you can't vote for Kamala. But here, let's finish this clip.
This does a digging in on the incorrect, not misinformation story create a problem for you guys down ballot. There is nothing wrong, as we've seen in recent politics, Congressman, saying I made a mistake or I have an evolving position, truly. But digging...
I mean, Malachi, frankly, you don't even need... The militias aren't the Gestapo, right? Like, that's part of... The militias, the far-right militias, and, like, the insane, like, far-right gunmen we've been seeing, or the bomb threat callers, or... you know, the people spreading lies about Springfield, Ohio, or Aurora, Colorado. That's the role of, like, the militias and the insanely radicalized Republicans are as the brown shirts, not the Gestapo. They're the precursors, you know? And there's already been, like, a lot of comparisons between, like, ICE/Border Patrol and the Gestapo. If Trump gets into office, that's his vehicle. That's his vehicle for having his own private, like, police force, you know? It's going to be more institutional than random militias, but the random militias are happy to do the violence. They're happy to do the intimidation. They're happy to, like, call in the bomb threats and throw acid on people's property. Or even on people. And yeah, we covered that story earlier about police officers taking down the names and addresses of Harris supporters. It's chilling stuff. And I think it is very, very... It is... I think we need to talk about it. We need to, like, understand this is the moment in history we're at. This is what brings, you know, Reaganite politicians and political figures into Kamala Harris's camp. It is specifically, like, for the self-preservation of the capital interests that remain in liberalism as a concept. And that sucks to see that kind of power consolidate. We're going to have a lot of fighting with liberals ahead of us. But I'd rather have that than fascism. So... That is the fight I would like to have. And frankly, Simric, you asked earlier about the Weimar moment. The fact that liberals and that there is this consolidation across, like, the political spectrum of liberalism into the Democratic Party, long-term probably has horrific results. Short-term is like the needed consolidation to be able to defeat Donald Trump and the threat of immediate fascism.
In on this when it's like transparently seems no one locally wants this to continue seems a problem for you guys.
What's a problem is the mainstream media refuses to report what caused this problem. You've had thousands of people dropped in this country. By the way, you say it's technically legal. Then why did they pause it? Because they had so much fraud in the program. The American people need to know that what the Biden-Harris administration did. Well, here, just let me finish, Kate.
You and I, we talk policy all the time. We sit down, but like,
I'd like to.
But this one, then get past the wrong and then move on to the policy.
How about talk about the wrong? The wrong is that we've got an administration that is lawless, and they allowed migrants from these different countries to come into this country, and they flew them into places like Ohio and Minnesota and California.
If this story of
because the people who were elected there said, yeah, we will accept those refugees. Like, it wasn't like randomly distributed by lottery. The elected officials of those areas said, yes, we could use extra workers in our factories and in our industries. Actually, remember when we, like, I don't know, a year or so ago had a bunch of, like, jobs that were going unfilled? Guess one way to solve that, guys? Migrants! Migrant refugees! They will work those jobs!
Feeding pets is completely factually wrong and is not true. You are okay with the story continuing, and your candidate continue to talk about it.
I hope you start reporting on the problem that causes all of this, which is an administration, Kamala Harris's response.
It's the problem that causes all of this is just conservative fear-mongering and lies. Like, this is like a look what you made me do type situation. Like, oh yeah? Well, we only lied because Kamala Harris did this bad thing. Well, then why are you talking about Kamala Harris doing the bad thing? Why are you also lying? Just talk about what you actually want to talk about. Like, I don't know. If there's a real issue, lead with the real issue. But they can't do it because they're full of shit.
For allowing thousands of migrants here improperly because they lied on their applications.
Will you answer that yes or no?
You realize 1,000 of these applications
I take your
had
hope on what we want to talk about.
24 phone numbers of dead people.
Congressman, the inability to answer yes or no on the simple question kind of takes away the heft of wanting to talk about the policy.
Well, I'd love it if you would talk about the actual policy created by the Biden
absolutely will once
administration.
you answer the yes or no.
Again, if you need to start reporting on what caused this problem.
We are. Thank you.
We need more confrontational journalism, because, like, he can't answer and he's not going to answer, and we need, like, she almost got there. She almost got to, like, the level of combativeness you need to be in order to get an actual answer out of these people. You know, almost got there. God. But, like, I keep coming back to this. You know, I keep coming back to this in particular here, you know?
The Democrats say, please don't call them animals. They're humans. I said, no, they're not humans. They're not humans. They're animals.
I keep coming back to this. We're at a juncture where, like, this is translating into real world, like, people keeping their kids inside. You know, let's take a look at what even farther right outlets are reporting on right now. Okay?
Have to show it, they have to share it, they have to get these messages out there. If you see it, report it. Because no one else is going to do that if we don't do it ourselves, Charlie.
This is the Charlie Kirk show.
It's disgusting, and it should not be happening in America. It shouldn't be happening anywhere else in the civilized world, but that's the reality. Okay? You look at Haiti, you look at the demographic makeup, you look at the average IQ. If you import the third world into your country, you are going to become the third world. That's just basic. Like, it's not racist, that's just fact. You see that happening in these places. And again, these places, they have to show it, they have to share it, they have to get these messages out there. If you see it, report it. because no one else is going to do that if we don't do it ourselves, Charlie. It's disgusting, and it should not be happening in America.
I know I let it repeat a little bit more here, but like, and Hero, you're right. But I would rather fight it again in 20 years after we've built up more political power, more political capital, more political momentum, to actually win permanently, you know? Like that's the thing. We were never going, this election cycle is never going to be the silver sword that slays the demon, you know? It was never going to be what puts down fascism for good. The only thing that will put down fascism for good, by the way, is like a you know, some kind of revolution or evolution of our politics towards, you know, democratic workplaces and more equitable distributions of power. Those are things that would actually be the way to slay the specter of fascism. However, we don't have that yet. And in order to get it, we have to build up a lot more power than what we have right now. The only way we're going to get that is more time fighting against liberalism, which we can get if we get Kamala Harris into office. Reconstruction too. But our adversaries here are literally going back to eugenics. You know? Like Trump Jr. here is just out there saying, yes, Haitian refugees are naturally of lower IQ than the people in the United States. IQ is arbitrary. You can teach people to do better on IQ tests. And IQ tests are like skewed towards like the status quo of whatever society tends to develop the IQ test. God, 20 years is a generational difference. True. Like, I don't know. Like, here, can we talk about this? Like, genuinely, what is the daylight between this type of rhetoric from the Ku Klux Klan that's being circulated around Springfield, Ohio? What is the daylight between this and what Donald Trump is saying on stage when he calls them animals? When he says that they're not humans, they're animals. They say there's no place in America for this filth. J.D. Vance blamed Haitian immigrants for diseases in the community. We don't need more police officers. We need mass deportation. Hey, who's the guy currently arguing for mass deportation of black and brown people? Oh yeah, it's Donald Trump with Project 2025, who's just been empowered by the Supreme Court to not have any checks or balances. 1/4 of Springfield is already in poverty. Now $2 million is being used to care for these beasts of the fields. Oh, hey, look, they're doing the same dehumanization tactics as Donald Trump. America first. Hey, that's something Donald Trump says. Join us and stand against forced immigration. Trinity White Knights of the Ku Klux Klan. So, what I'm trying to tell you guys, we've gone 100% Hitler now. There is no daylight. Our enemy has taken, I guess I was about to say taken the mask off, but put the hood on might be more accurate. We are up against a life or death struggle. These people want to kill you, especially if you are anything outside of what their worldview deems as acceptable. If you're trans, if you're black, if you're brown, if you're Hispanic, if you're any kind of non-white, non-cis, non-heterosexual individual, you are persona non grata under these types of people. And but McKenna, you understand, right? Like, I've dedicated so much of my channel to talking about Project 2025. It doesn't matter if he's not intelligent enough to pull it off, because he's going to surround himself with yes men who will just do it and break the system in any way that they see fit. It doesn't matter if there's not like a way of doing it. He's not going to be held accountable for breaking the system. You know? Yeah, the disabled. Like, one of the big things Larry Elder was running against in California was like the, what was it, the ACA? No. Oh, God, yeah, no, but, God, what are the set of ADA? Thank you. Oh, God, that was going to kill me. Thank you. Harold and Gamergy. The ADA, the American Disability Act. That requires buildings to be accessible to people in wheelchairs and such like that. Like, making sure that disabled people have access to services and such. Republicans hate that. I just don't think he's capable of doing it. Those are not dice that I want to roll. You know, I don't want to roll the dice on 4 years of the guy with the nuclear launch codes that is insane simply not using them. Like, I don't know. He's a dribbling moron, but so is Hitler. Like I don't know. The whole point of the fascist movement and the billions of dollars and millions of dollars that are getting thrown into this race is to make sure that there are people who will just rubber stamp whatever he says, no matter how moronic it is. If he says he wants to build a Yu-Gi-Oh! VR dual stadium, the Republican Party will throw money at that and try to make it possible. It doesn't matter. He's going to have the apparatuses available to him to make those things real, even if it's not legal. It doesn't matter. We're post-fact. We're in a post-fact society. Right now, they are causing children to have to flee their schools in terror because there are roaming vigilantes operating on behalf of Donald Trump. And they're operating in his behalf because he said that Haitian migrants are eating cats and dogs. He's a moron, but when he says moronic shit, he has hundreds of thousands of people willing to act on it. To the point, up to and including killing people over it. So, like, I just don't understand what else it will take. You know? And I just want to shout out here Matthew Ellis, okay? For really having an incredibly great thread about this on Twitter. Okay? Forgot to like it. I hate it too, but I wish the left would be more serious about the historical situation we find ourselves in. The established U.S. neoliberal institutional order is in crisis, and there's only one organized alternative within striking distance
His
of
family
power.
took over the fucking RNC. How are people this dense?
Yeah! He put his family member in charge of the RNC. Like, we are, this is the play. I just, we're in kind of the end game scenario here. And what we have on one side really is the potential to make things better going forward under Kamala Harris. Or just complete and utter collapse with disastrous effects for not just the United States, but for the entire world that is forced to interact with the United States out of, like, you know, necessity. You know, at the barrel of a gun. So it is so goddamn important here to understand. This is in a way a kind of survival coalition that is forming under Kamala Harris. If we do manage to defeat Donald Trump, that buys us a significant amount of time. And that time will be useful to be spent organizing and building leftist power in productive ways within like the DSA or within the Democratic Party itself. We need to establish more people that fall into the camp of the squad, as flawed as they are, because no politician is perfect. We need more people to fall into this Bernie Sanders evolutionary camp towards a better, more democratic future. We need that. And so many people just aren't ready to contend with the reality that what we are witnessing is it is the death battle between two wolves. Okay? Two cornered wolves. They're fighting to the death. That's where we're at. So, my hope is that this will not and I hope it will end fascism, but I'm not naive enough to believe that it will. But my hope is that if we manage to win here, if we get a Kamala Harris victory, we can continue making marginal improvements, working within the system, while we also build up political power on a state and local level. Because that's what we need to do. It's what the Green Party needed to do and hasn't been doing for decades. But it's what we as leftists need to do if we want to actually, like, make things better. If we want to actually, like, slay the specter of fascism. Again, these are projects that can sometimes span lifetimes. So we're gonna do our best, but it's gonna be a lot of work. But yeah, this thread by Matthew Ellis is very, very good. Yeah, we need to accept the fact that things are not going to go our way for quite some time, and that feeling betrayal is an expired affect. We had decades of left melancholia for that, but it's too late for that to do anything anymore. Instead of feeling sorry for ourselves by thinking effective politics is simply pointing out when left liberal politicians betray the left, or wish casting that Democrats would win 50 states if they tacked left, didn't work for Bernie. Maybe it's time to adapt tactics. And to be clear, I'm not posing any solutions here either, but I'm just sick and tired of all the fucking whining. History doesn't give a shit about what's fair. We're stuck in it. And that's true. You know, we tend to think of ourselves as protagonists. That we're gonna reach a fair and just ending. It is very rare in human history that that happens. All we can do is do our best. And it's not going to be fair. But you know what? It was never fair to begin with. It wasn't fair when we had, when we had the capital class trying to overthrow the feudalism. You know, it wasn't fair then. The feudal lords didn't fight fair. Okay? And you know what? Bosses in the workplace aren't going to fight fair. Billionaires aren't going to fight fair. The deck has always been stacked against freedom and democracy, but that didn't stop us. And we're in a better place because millions of people worked for that over centuries. So don't be a little bitch. Get up there and do your part to keep that wheel turning. Because it's the best we can fucking do. We shouldn't fight fair either. I agree. Okay. Folks, I have now been going for about 3 hours. If you've been enjoying the show, please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream. And please consider dropping subs or donos, because this show is only made possible by viewers like you. I could not do this if you guys weren't gifting subs, making those donos, etc. It means the world to me that you allow me to do what I do, and frankly, that I've grown to a point and where your support allows me to do something like take a night off if I vomit right before I'm about to go live on stream, which is what happened yesterday. I'm glad and so grateful, and yeah, please continue to support the show. It means so much to me, and I hope it does something for you guys. Hope you guys learned something from my show. I know I've been really on a... I feel like today's been one long rant about this, but it's been really weighing heavily on my mind. Like, we're just in a whole new world now. Derogatory. It's insane this much effort has to be used to get people to check a box. Yeah, just remember how much effort it takes to get people to check a box on a form once every 4 years, and then consider how much more effort it takes for those people to, like, I don't know, fight in a revolution or something. Let's stop having these LARPy ideas and actually get practical. What did that quesadilla look like? It was too filthy. I don't want to describe it. I'm embarrassed. Wish I could support you more, Jack. If I ever win the lottery, you're set. Hell yeah, Jabertus Maximus. I'll be rooting for you. Sorry, Simric, of course. Once every 2 years. But we all know the median voter shows up once every 8 years. So, I was trying to be more hopeful and optimistic. Just getting ready for bed. Some things... take off from chat. See ya, just a blank. My advice as a longtime activist is stop arguing with idiots online and do IRL organizing. The vast majority of people who make change have little to no social media clout. Always be suspicious of people who seem to make their name with hot takes online. True! Thanks, John Bogardus. Okay. Before we jump into like our next thing, I wanted to watch this with you guys. So there's this guy named Bong Joon-ho. I don't know. He directs some pretty cool movies. He made a movie called Parasite. Anyway, he has a new movie coming out called Mickey 17, and I thought we'd watch the trailer for it because I like cool movies. It looks like a cool movie. Let's check it out.
I gave myself an extra 0.01 milliliters as a treat. Lol. I am happy to support you. I have not agreed with or been emboldened to reach out in my day-to-day life by any streamer as much as you.
Well, Charlotte Nova, thank you for the $100 dono. My God. Now that is some true BWA energy. My goodness. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I'm really glad that like my stream has helped you get out there a little bit more and like be more active. It's hard to do. Start the trailer over? Yeah, let's do it. So there's this guy. He made a movie. He's called Bong Joon-ho. He's really good at making movies. Oh, it's so much fun. Bong Joon-ho makes such fun movies. And I'm getting some I'm getting some real worker solidarity, worker uprising vibes from this movie. I'm here for it. I'm here for it. That's gonna be good. I adore Bong Joon-ho movies. They're so good. The Host. Have you guys seen The Host? It's so good. Dude just makes bangers. Fun? Yeah, in a dark comedy kind of way. We Are Worked to Death too? Yeah, you're considered expendable. Looks cool. You know, I haven't seen Snowpiercer. I should probably fix that. Yeah, it also has some Fallout vibes. I'm not gonna lie. I was thinking Fallout as well, like kind of like the same kind of cynicism, almost sarcastic vibe that Vault Tech has. Robert Pattinson is so talented. Yeah, he's really come into his own as an actor. Reminds me more of Frostpunk. I adore Frostpunk, and I really want to play the second Frostpunk game. Maybe I'll play that on stream. That game played a formative reason in why actually I started streaming about politics, believe it or not. I think that in the future, like, fascism is going to be, like, eco-fascism in particular is going to be extremely relevant as a political ideology, and that game is basically all about why it's systematically difficult to avoid that outcome. And frankly, I see a lot of parallels between that and America's current trajectory. I have tried Hard Space Shipbreaker. I played it on stream. Great game. Oh, Uncle Gumbald. More people need to see the movie Underwater with Kristen Stewart. It's so good. It's so good. The only crime in Underwater is that Kristen Stewart isn't gay. That's really it. That's the only complaint I have about the entire movie. If you haven't seen Underwater, it's so good. You know what? Can we watch the trailer for Underwater real quick? Here we go. I know it has nothing to do with anything else, but it's just such a fun movie.
Listen carefully. You are now 5,000 miles from land, and you're descending 7 miles to the bottom of the ocean. See you all in a month.
Here we go. All right, we're gonna do this. Let's do this.
This movie has such good alien vibes.
On a scale from 1 to 10, how bad's my rig?
10. We drilled to the bottom of the ocean, and we don't know what came out.
Gotta get to the station.
How would we even get there?
We walk.
We're just gonna walk with insufficient oxygen across the bottom of the ocean.
We don't know what's out there.
Worst idea ever.
What was that?
Turn your lights off.
It's so good. Absolutely 10 out of 10 movie. Never even heard of this? Maybe we'll watch it in the Discord after stream. I think it's really great. Also, can we check in? Who's the filmmaker again? Bong Joon-ho? Yeah. He didn't do Underwater. I don't know who did Underwater. William Eubank. But also, you guys understand where I was coming from, right? Like, it's weird that in Underwater, Kristen Stewart is straight, because she's coded very homosexually. Like, my gaydar is going off the entire time. Okay. I don't think she's gay just because she's bald. I think she's gay because she's Kristen Stewart. And, like, I don't know. My gaydar goes off when I see Kristen Stewart. Let's see. Here we go. Folks. Little Morphine Annie, I don't remember that. Let's see here. Okay.
Pointing out over on.
All right. Chat. It's time. Segment time. So, there's a show called Breaking Points. And Breaking Points, they had a little bit of a back and forth relating to Haitian refugees. And I guess it's a almost 40-minute long segment that they did debating the controversy. And I figure, where better to see, the fascist talking points in action than from the mouth of Sagar and Jetty, He's kind of, that's kind of what he does over there. So let's find out.
Harry Anton was pointing out over on CNN, actually the biggest search terms being associated with Donald Trump's name now have to do with they're eating their dogs, eating the cats, eating the pets Haitian situation, which we're about to talk about with Zed Jelani, but let's take a listen to Anton's analysis there.
Yeah, what are the rising things that people are Googling along with Donald Trump's name? It's not what Donald Trump's campaign would necessarily want, right? It's eating pets. It's eating dogs. It's eating cats. Obviously, that was Donald Trump's moment on the debate stage. Of course, that's a Fugazi story. It's not real. It's fake, yet he went after it. This is a disaster. Who the heck, if you're running a presidential campaign, that you'd want your name being Googled with eating pets, eating dogs, eating cats? My goodness gracious.
Well, I mean, maybe he thinks it's a win.
Well, he's wrong.
Knows? So they do think it's a win. Trump, at least, thinks it's a win.
He thinks it's a win. So does JD. I'll save all
Go
my
ahead.
comments. I'm going to save all my comments.
Sagar also thinks it's a win.
Say something now, because we'll get Zed in the next one. So go ahead and just give us your top line thoughts on this.
I think that they are making the same mistake that they all made during Stop the Steal, which is they believe that anything that directionally points or causes argument around the issue that they think they are going to win on, like immigration, they believe that anything is justified in talking about, in backing up, in not surrendering on, in order to focus the conversation. Now, as I had said to them at that time, I think they're fundamentally incorrect, because I think, A, lying to people is I'm going to put morals out of it. Lying to people or saying things that are incorrect give you too much to be discredited on, where people say, then I don't believe anything that you say. So for example, Stop the Steal. Everyone was like, look, it's not about bamboos and Mike Lindell and all of us. I'm like, well, Trump thinks it is, but they're like, it's about mail-in balloting laws in the state of Pennsylvania. I go, hey bro, but that's not what people are talking about.
Right.
You guys are saying that the election should not be certified because the Pennsylvania Supreme Court made a ruling on mail-in ballots. That's not the same thing that you're talking about. So you want to talk about Haitians? Let's talk about it all day long, about TPS, the legitimacy of migrant law, asylum, etc. I think that's a winning issue for Republicans, and polls show that. But when you start claiming people are eating pets and dogs, and then when you get discredited.
Yeah, what the issue Sagar has here is just that yeah, we really need to make sure we get all of these all of these refugees out of America, okay? That's his main takeaway here. Oh yeah, no, Simric, TPS was a Bush-era policy. But Sagar is farther right than Bush.
On that, and then even worse, you start to take anecdotal evidence as fact in and of itself. The current defense.
Yeah, exactly, Spitfire. He's like, we all need to be on the same page here. We need to be saying the same lie.
Is my constituents say, listen, I'm going to give you news. Most people who are interested in politics are stupid and weird. Like, if you are at the local level, and by the way, I include myself in that. So if you are at the local level and you're calling your congressman, I've manned enough of these phones. If you have the time out of the middle of your day to call your congressman and complain, you're a freaking weirdo 98% of the time. So that we're just going to take these people's word? I mean, how many times do we see these bullshit election affidavits that were completely fake? Fake. You know, and Stop the Steal. Oh, I saw this, blah, blah, blah. Fake. Did an investigation. Fake. Oh, saw this. Judge literally looks at it, laughs, and throws it out of the courtroom. They see that as evidence of conspiracy, which is part of the issue. So, I mean, in general, they have this idea of directional truth. Now, look, in their defense.
Directional truth.
For real.
It's such a dystopian concept.
It is, but I'll give their defense on this, is that Trump tells small lies to tell bigger truths. Like, he tells small lies about Haitians to get us talking about X, Y, and Z. And, you know, I have to...
No, he's not. Like, this is the thing. Donald Trump believes it. It's not a small lie so he can talk about the intricacies of our border policy. He doesn't know what our border policy is. If you ask him any specifics, he flounders like a fish. We just went over a clip of him doing that, like, I don't know, a week ago, where someone asked him for like a specific policy proposal and he couldn't, he got nothing. Like, he's not lying to talk about like the, as like a hook to bring people in to then talk about like the nuances of our international relations. No. He's got the concept of policy proposals, yeah.
Take myself out of it. In 2016, when shit like this was happening, when he did the Khazir Khan, Access Hollywood, The Judge, you know, all this stuff, I was like, there's no way this guy could win. And he still won. So maybe they are right, and maybe their theory is correct. I don't think there's enough recent evidence to show that it's right.
Yeah.
I think he looks stupid. I actually think that what it does is it validates this idea of, well, anything. It validates like Russiagate. Oh, because we have Oleg Deripaska and a dossier that Christopher Steele put together that says, you know, X, Y, and Z. We spent 2 years as a country litigating that, and Democrats, rightfully, where I think were eviscerated for believing that, you know, Donald Trump peed on somebody and there was a video of it. That's the same.
I genuinely, I can still see that coming out. Like, the issue is, that doesn't change my opinion of Donald Trump. You know, like, that, like, whether or not that tape exists doesn't substantially change, like, the political reality we operate in. You know?
You know, thing that you're doing here. We're like, oh, well, I heard from my neighbor's daughter's friend on Facebook.
By the way, the Facebook lady is like,
and she
regrets putting it up there. She's like, and she heard it from like somebody, it was like third-hand potential possibility.
My top line is just, listen, you know, I think people are smart, and I think they're actually a lot smarter than you give them credit for. And I think when you are telling lies and they see through that, they both don't trust you. And, you know, this whole jujitsu, there's this high IQ jujitsu that goes on. I called it high IQ stop the steal at the time. I don't think it works. I just don't. I think that poll after poll after poll says the chaos and all the stuff around Trump is actually what people feel exhausted by. That's part of the reason he lost the 2020 election. Stop the steal was a huge hindrance to them in 2022. I see no evidence that it will work.
I mean, I think stop the steal, if Jan 6th had gone a bit differently, would have been a pretty winning play for a fascist coup of America.
This time. Listen, they're the ones running, so maybe they are right. And if they win, I'll eat it. But I don't know. I mean, at the very least, like personally, I think it's ridiculous and stupid. But listen, there's maybe enough people who the pets thing gets them thinking about the migrant situation, and that's enough for.
Oh, well, there might be a few people. So it's worth lying to the entirety of the American people and put, like, the people of Springfield, Ohio into a state of terror so that a few people can think about, like, the nuances of Trump's immigration policy that, again, is like, just, we're going to do a mass deportation.
For them to vote Republican. Again, I don't see evidence recently that is correct. I think it's actually a really bad way to do politics. I also think, you know, for them too, you're betting everything on the line here, guys. Like, if you lose, you're done. Like, think about it. In terms of being taken seriously as a party apparatus, I know Trump is exempt from this just because he's like bigger above that category. But for everybody else, JD included, you're a young man, dude. You know, you got to live your whole life in this town. If you lose, you're going to be one of those senators who's a lifer. You want to be like Josh Hawley, put his fist up and hasn't seen the light of day in 4 years? I don't want to be like that.
For the record, Josh Hawley is still a sitting member of Congress. Like, oh yeah, do you want to be like this guy? Names guy who wields considerable, like, influence and power, and like Josh Hawley, he's the guy who put his fist up to support you know, the insurrection on Jan 6th. He was one of the Republicans who then ran like a coward from the mob. You know, he helped incite it, he supported it, and then when the time came to actually step out and, like, you know, put his money where his mouth is, he ran away with his tail between his legs. Like, and Sagar's trying to say, like, oh yeah, you haven't even heard from him. Yeah, we have. He's a member of Congress. We've heard from him, I assure you.
Yeah.
And so it's like, why?
Yeah,
why would we do this?
He's all in now.
Well,
and there's no
now
going
you
back.
have no choice.
There's no going back.
It is genuinely over.
Yeah.
Like, you either win, you put it everything. You either win, or in my opinion, like, sign up for the Holly category. Like, enjoy.
Yeah.
Because I don't think it's a fun place to be.
Well, we were talking about this on Thursday after our show.
Yeah.
And I said, because we were looking at the, like, Polymarket odds on whether Trump was going to say cat
Yes.
at the
It was
rally.
only 32%. He didn't say it, by the way. He said pets.
But I said, he's going to talk about this
Yeah.
because he thinks this is good for him, because he can't tell the difference between good and bad publicity. He thinks any intention on him is good. And it's been driving him crazy that he's not been the main character. So the public has developed some, and the media and the political class, everybody's developed some immunity to Trump's insanity over the years. So the things that send the media into a tizzy that worked in 2016, they don't work the same way in 2024, right? Like the, you know, she turned black thing. Everyone was, for one day, like, what the hell? And then they moved on. And Kamala Harris very smartly was like, same old playbook, who cares? Let's move on, let's talk about you. So this is the first time he said something outrageous, disgusting, insane enough that—
I don't think this is about the debate. I think she was talking about what he said at a recent rally.
It did send everybody into a tizzy. And so he likes being in that situation again where he gets to control the narrative. But yeah, it's not the same as 2016. Because this is, yes, it feeds into I guess, a conversation about immigration, but I would argue it actually undercuts your position on immigration because you're not talking about this as an economic issue. You're not talking about this as a housing issue. You're talking about it in an incredibly, racist way. And so people look at this and go, oh, that's what this is actually all about. So the framing on the issue is the polar opposite of what you would want. And number two, it validates the Democratic frame of these people are just weird. They're just a bunch of weird freaks. And when they're Googling you with pets and dogs and cats and whatever, and you think it's great that people are making TikToks making fun of you, you don't even see that they're mocking you to your face. You think this is wonderful for you. But the reality is that this actually just validates the Democratic framing, the way they have wanted, the lens they have wanted to apply to use.
I'm really glad. I think Crystal's doing a better job pushing back on Sagar. This is good. This is good. Let me put it this way. This is better than she used to be, in my opinion. I'm used to her being much more passive about Sagar.
So, being the main character in this instance, not always the thing that you ultimately want.
The reason I'm just not willing to is I'm a cynical person, and I think that there's a lot of people out there who may like it. I think that
I'm just a cynical person, and the political party I support just has a lot of racists.
People who really enjoy the media getting upset, and liberals. I think that, look, there's a decent enough evidence on the immigration question as well that a lot of people who care about immigration don't care about economics at all. They're worried about demographic change.
Those people are already...
Video's a ton louder than you. Look, there's only so much I can do, okay? There we go. How about that? Was that better? Recently had some mic issues, so it might be a bit quieter.
Voted for Trump.
Yes, but let's say it's not even about swaying.
Every stream.
It's about getting those people out to vote. Maybe that's enough to get them off the couch, or their relatives. The immigration situation has been crazy enough that, maybe it's enough that for them to forgive that or to think about this whole policy thing. Again, I don't see evidence for that, but I'm not going to discount that possibility. He has turned out people
I'm going
in a
to
way.
discount that possibility. The other thing here,
he did win. In 2016, he won.
He won in 2016.
That out of the
he lost but he's been losing ever since. Lost in 2018, lost in 2020, lost in 2022. This guy does not have the touch in the sense that he used to. And this will fit in with, the conversation we're about to have about Laura Loomer. His posture in 2016 was tabloid. Yeah. It was sensationalist. It was New York Post, right? It was the tabloid, finger on the pulse in a raunchy, over-the-top, obnoxious way, but yeah, finger on the pulse. Then in 2020, he's like Fox News grandpa, which there still is a large appetite for in the country, right? Mainstream sort of conservative Fox News grandpa talking points. That's good enough to get him close. Now it's like Truth Social or the weird echo chambers on Twitter, listening to Laura Loomer, taking advice from her as if she's a positive asset for your campaign. I just think he's completely lost the plot. And
I wish I felt as confident as Crystal on this point. I think that from a point rooted in reality, yeah, he has totally lost the plot. But from a point rooted in the alternate world he operates in, he's revving up his base. That's what they want. That's what they believe. And will it be enough to mobilize anyone in the people in the middle and enough to dissuade voters on the left from going and voting? I don't know. Maybe if it comes down to 3 swing states, that's really close.
And Dave Weigel tweeted this, which I think is really true. He's like, sometimes you're living rent-free in your opponent's head because you pissed your pants and they think it's really funny. Yeah. Not all publicity is good publicity. And we already know from the polls we just covered, this did not go well for him. Like, it did not go well for him. The more people were familiar with the debate and things that he had to say in the debate, like the pets thing, the less inclined they are to support Donald Trump. So in a sense, like, the verdict is already in with the polling and what has come out of.
Yeah, and like to be clear, Dragonfly, if I had to give it odds, I'd say like Harris has like a 75% chance of winning, which is pretty good. But it's still a much larger risk that I would like with, you know, the concept of democracy.
That she's narrowed the gap on the economy. She's even narrowed the gap on immigration and who people think would be better on that issue. She was seen as she's improved in favorability. Donald Trump has fallen in favorability post-debate. The polling has been almost uniformly better for her. So, like, I sort of feel like the jury is already in with the data that we already have. And you could say these polls are all off.
That's my point.
But we're looking.
Yeah, that's my point. All of our information is lies.
Looking at polls, we're looking at the trend line, right? And so even if you say a given poll is off in their methodology, if the trend line moved in her direction, that still is representative or reflective of a real change that actually happened, given that they're using the same methodology.
Oh, he's so aggrieved that he has to pause to get out his racism.
But if he wins, what is he going to take away from this? What are him and JD going to take away from this? I mean, if you win the election, you know, and you pursue this, you get put back into the White House. I mean, I think that's, frankly, like, we all need to grapple with that. Then we're like, okay, well, we're gonna have to have some 2016 ever conversations again
of course,
about, like, all right, clearly there's something going on here. You know, people are. Again,
it could also be, though, in spite of this, not because of this, but
possible.
Yeah.
At the very least, when you win, all sins are forgiven. And so
Yeah, sure.
if you look at it and you think about it, if they win based on this, I would say it actually gives them the leeway to do whatever they want. They could say, listen, we've said this, we got away with this. Americans, when we told our directional truths, they listened. So mass deportation on the table. Any family separation back on the table. We're not listening to the media criticism. We're not listening to any of this bullshit anymore.
Again, the big elephant in the room in this conversation is SCOTUS handed the president basically unlimited powers. You know, like the unsaid part of this is that all of that being on the table, he can just do it.
We're unhinged. And frankly, I don't think they would be wrong. You know, if they do win the election, even when they were conducting the
directional truths. Again, Sagar has always been a Weasley little fascie.
Themselves this way and all that, I think it tells you something pretty clear about where things are going. You may not like that direction, but it's very possible. So I guess I'm just, this is a test of political theories. My theory is that you should not lie to people, do the directional truth. My theory is that constantly trying to validate.
I love that conservatives continually need to create new terms for lying. You know, I'm not lying, it's alternate facts, alternative facts. Or it's not lying, it's a directional truth because it moves people in the direction of a truth. Like such weasel words from people desperate to justify lying to you.
You know, this partisan bullshit, like, no offense, Christopher Rufo, but this whole thing about, like, oh, well, some African guys 45 miles away barbecued a cat in 2023. I'm like, yeah, but that's not what we're talking about here.
But that's not even potentially reality.
Okay,
but anyway, you paid $5,000. Yeah,
listen,
whatever.
Regardless of whether it's true or not, I'm just like, but that's not actually what he said. That's not what they said. They said X, Y, and Z. Now, I mean, I think politicians should have to tell the truth. I think that when they say things based on quote unquote anecdotal evidence as, you know, as backing up allegedly, you know, I'll put it this way. Just because some of your constituents said that X, Y, and Z was true, you know, JD keeps saying it. My constituents keep saying this is true. My constituents keep
also,
saying
he hasn't produced evidence of, but go on. Yeah, but even if that's the case.
That's not a good enough standard to come out of your mouth.
Yeah.
Like, your extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. You have to be able to, and also as a politician, I mean, part of the reason that we don't live in a quote-unquote...
Yeah, but, like, the very obvious thing that Sagar is dancing around is just that the directional truth here doesn't exist because the racist fear-mongering is the point. Like, it's not, they don't want to direct the conversation elsewhere. They want to, like, rev up the base. And they can do that with racism, unfortunately, because that's where their base is.
Direct democracy, and we do live in a republic, is this idea that the founding fathers had of mediation between the whims and the movement of the mob and considered people. That's specifically the entire job of the United States Senate, is to cool the temperature of the country, to provide due diligence and deliberation around where things are. Now, throughout our history, there has been...
By the way, anytime a conservative pundit says something like this, they don't genuinely mean it. He would be thrilled if Donald Trump just started ramming through a bunch of conservative reforms. He'd be thrilled about that. He only says this when it's like, oh, well, the real role of the Senate is to cool the country, you know, if Democrats are in charge.
Been deep vacillation between wanting the diligent, the professor, the Obama, and then the id, people like Donald Trump or many other populists, not even at the national level, at the state level too. So I could be, again, they could be right. Like, they really could be running some sort of Richard Nixon style 1968 silent majority. The media treated Nixon the same way. The problem I have is I read about Nixon. Nixon probably had like a 160 IQ. He might be one of the smartest people who has ever.
Interesting hill to die on, Sagar.
Held the Oval Office. He was a lot more disciplined. He was a lot more considered. Sure, his morals weren't always there.
He was a lot more disciplined, a lot more considered, and you know, he just happened to do one of the biggest whoopsie daisies of American political history.
Necessarily, but I think he was a very smart man, a very calculating man, and in many cases, he was a very good president. So I don't see the same, you know, the same link between them. But they have a theory, and the theory has worked. I mean, anybody who can win the Oval, that's something. You know, that's something that I know, because in that moment I said, how could this man ever get elected? And he did. So, I mean, it shattered my political consciousness for all time. Yeah. So I can never just sit here and just be like, no, I don't think it's going to work. Because I really believe I could be totally wrong about the way that I view the public. And I've been proved wrong on the show so many different times.
The theory they have of Americans is deeply cynical.
Yeah.
GamerG, 10 out of 10 comment. I've never heard someone not with fash leanings rant about IQ numbers and leaders. Yeah. Again, one of the main ideological, like, structural supports of the conservative movement is a belief in eugenics, a belief in, like, superior brains, superior knowledge, superior breeds. And it's pretty disgusting, you know? IQ was developed to like quantify like the reading abilities of French elementary schoolers. Like it was not developed to measure like inherent intelligence. But that's how people use it.
They might be right.
Because I mean, think about
it quantifies your ability to do well in an IQ test. True.
About what they've incited in this town, not just against the legal, by the way, Haitian residents of this town, but against the whole town. You have the mayor, you have the governor begging for them to stop, because now it's not just Haitians who go to those elementary schools that have been subject to bomb threats. It's not just Haitians that want to seek treatment at the hospital that's been subject to bomb threats. It's not just Haitians that are like under siege in this little Ohio town that J.D. Vance, by the way, represents as his constituents. It's this entire town. And so, yeah, their bet is that actually the core concerns that people have about immigration are not actually about housing, wages, et cetera, the things that you talk about, Sagar. It's not actually about that. It's actually just like racist. We don't like these people because they're different and we want them out. And so we're gonna play into that. We're gonna lean into that. That's the bet that they're making. And I just don't believe that. I don't think most Americans want to see themselves as racist. I don't think they want to have their policy views or who they vote for president driven by just like explicit racist.
Well, that's kind of the problem with it, social psych explainer. Like, it's very much culture locked, which is a huge problem because it's used across a wide variety of cultures. You know, like we know from like testing data that like when you quiz inner city kids on like, you know, yachting questions as part of like an IQ or like a, you know, standardized test, like kids from the inner city do poorly at that because it's outside of their experience. You know, like it's not a thing that like the question takes into account or like the scoring takes into account. And so you have so many things like that wind up skewing these tests that they've become really not useful for what they're being used for, you know? At least in the vast majority of cases. I think there might be like fringe, maybe areas of social sciences where maybe they're useful. Maybe. That's a lot of maybes. But for the most part, if someone's bringing up an IQ scores in like average conversation, they are fashy as fuck.
Fear-mongering. And so it's too naked, right? It's too mask off. And this is what the conversation...
I've literally never heard the word yachting. I know someone who failed a reading test because it relied on implied knowledge of a sport. Yeah.
We had about the like Kamala Harris, she turned black thing too, where I was like, this is not going to work because it's too naked a racial appeal. And most people, you got your people out.
Wait, genuinely, what is yachting? It's you when you're sailing like a ship. When you're doing like a little sail on like a little rich lad boat.
There or who are cool with
that. See what I mean? I feel like a lot of you asking what the hell is that like kind of proves my point.
That, unfortunately, that is a reality that exists and has always existed in America and probably always will exist. The overwhelming majority of Americans really do believe in like the best ideal of the melting pot. They don't want to see themselves as explicitly sexist, racist, xenophobic, whatever. And you're kind of stripping them of plausible deniability here with this whole Haitian pet situation. So that's why I think, to me, it's just very clear that this is a fail, that it's already a fail. And I'm not saying that it doesn't mean he can't win, but if he does, it will be in spite of this, because we already see the way the poll numbers have moved against him post-debate when this became the center of conversation.
The counter is simple. The counter is that rapid demographic change doesn't mean that you're racist. It means that you want control over that. You have an uncontrolled...
I'm sorry. Can we just listen to that explanation again real quick?
Debate when this became the center of conversation.
The counter is simple. The counter is that rapid demographic change doesn't mean that you're racist. It means that you want control over that. You have an uncontrolled...
Yeah, being against immigrants doesn't mean you're racist. You just want to control immigration. Well, for what reason? Like, if you have like the only variable you've introduced is immigration and wanting to control it, like we already do that.
Controlled system. I mean,
that's
look,
not what they're saying.
No. But I'm saying look, if you get somebody to vote for Trump in spite of this on the immigration question, it's going to be this. All right, I got two choices. I got a candidate who we had more illegal immigrants enter the country under their reign than a decade before. We have the highest level of the foreign-born population since the 1900s. We have ethnic strife. Do we want to live in a balkanized America of ethnic, like, enclaves in various different cities where...
Jesus Christ, dude. Do we want to live in a world where we have, you know, communities of Ukrainians, communities of Chinese people, communities of Hmong or Vietnamese or Mexican and Latin American and Venezuelan? I mean, just think of all of the foods. There are too many. We need just good old steak and potatoes. That's what I say. Like, literally, his big problem here is the concept of, like, everyone having access to, like, exchange, like, cultural exchange with other groups and different types of people. Oh no, the horror. You might actually be able to eat a good burrito. Oh no, the horror. You might actually learn, like, some Spanish and, like, I don't know, get really into, like, I don't know, like, soap operas. Yeah, oh no, the horror. You might finally discover new things you like. Oh no, you might meet cool new friends that have different perspectives from you. The horror. Oh no, you might experience an economic boom. Oh no!
Half of these people don't speak any English. The vast majority of them are semi-literate. They don't have a high school degree. I mean, by the way, these Haitians...
But by the way, those are all things you can fix. Like, if you I don't know, do some investments in, like, of government money to, like, fix the problems with, like, some kind of, I don't know, literacy program, GED programs, you know, hooking people up into these different support systems that allow them to catch up and better their lives and then get better jobs and contribute more to the economy. That's kind of like a thing that pays off. Like, it's why we invest a bunch of money in schooling children from, like, the age of 5 to the age of 18. Okay? One of the reasons we do that is because people who are educated contribute more to the economy. And you know what's a lot, you know who learns a lot faster than 5-year-olds or even some 18-year-olds? Highly motivated, jobless folks who are full grown. It's a lot easier to teach those people necessary skills for jobs and for different, you know, like GED not positions, but, like, you understand what I mean. It's a lot easier to teach people who are older, who have experience under their belt already. You're not starting from square one. So the complaint that, oh, they'll need some social services. Yeah. But we can get them integrated and, like, contributing to the local economy, like, much easier and faster. Like, it's why Springfield, Ohio, like, hit $1 billion in tax revenue last year. It's because of these refugees coming here and working hard. Do I have, real quick here, if I can pull it up. Yeah, here we go. Here, I found it. Excellent. Here's a PBS NewsHour segment.
It started slowly. We had an application pool that was a little bit different.
People coming to work here.
People looking for jobs. What he's welding here again are welded axle components.
Jamie McGregor is the CEO of McGregor Metal, which makes welded parts for the auto and farm industries. Right now, about 10% of his workforce is Haitian, over 30 employees.
I wish I had 30 more. Our Haitian associates come to work every day. They don't have a drug problem. They'll stay at their machine. They'll achieve their numbers. They are here to work. And so in general, that's a stark difference.
Now, I do hate that for whatever reason this needs to be, like, filtered through, like, their, we're okay with them being here because they are, like, more productive than, like, American-born workers. Like, that seems to be a weird angle here, but, like, they like, this is a member of the capitalist ruling class here talking about how his, like, 300-person company heavily relies on these Haitian migrant workers because they're highly motivated to get to work. They're revitalizing the local economy. That's 30 more people making middle-class wages, hopefully, in this relatively small Ohio community. So, like, that helps the community.
From what we're used to in our community.
McGregor acknowledges the sudden arrival of so many new immigrants is a
I wonder if he pays the same. Well, legally, he would have to, right? Like, they're legal refugees. Like, they're here legally. They have legal protections and rights, you know?
challenge on multiple fronts. But he believes this is partly how the industrial Midwest can regrow.
We want more jobs in our community. And in order to fill those jobs, some jobs need to be people who are not originally from here.
A community of more than 80,000 emptied out to less than 60. That is, until the last few years.
Our churches, we see new people.
In the pews.
Yes, absolutely.
Wes Babian.
Because, worth noting, the vast majority of Haitian immigrants are Catholic.
Was the pastor at First Baptist Church for almost 20 years.
For years, we've lost
some flavor of Christian.
But you hope somebody else will come and take their place. That hasn't happened here.
Until now.
Because there are folks from Haiti who are coming to church.
Lukens Merzus, who, among his many other jobs, mans the soundboard for Sunday services, is one of those new Haitian members.
Why Springfield?
Of all places. Merzus, with his wife and daughter, were among the first Haitian families to arrive here in 2018.
I got a decent job.
What? They were getting here in 2018? What? But I thought it was all Kamala Harris's fault. All of Kamala Harris's policies. They came here under the Trump administration. That's crazy. Where was the border czar under Trump?
Job when I was in Haiti, and then to make a difficult decision to leave, it wasn't easy.
Like, it's all lies. You know, like, when Sagar's like, well, you know, it's a directional truth. No, it's just all lies. It's just lie upon lie upon lie.
These people are here under TPS, which is supposed to be temporary.
Well,
They're not even supposed to be here forever.
We don't actually even, some of them, I'm sure that's true for some of them. Some of them, the indication from the mayor and other authorities, they actually have been here for years. They moved into the town from other places because there were job opportunities. So, I mean,
the ones, okay, listen.
So, I mean,
but I'm saying,
not to nitpick,
when you
but just
call
to clarify.
somebody a migrant, that implies forever, permanence. They're here under TPS, which is supposed to be, they're supposed to go back. So when are you going back? And that's part of the problem. In America.
Okay, but like, they don't have to though. Right? Like, if they've integrated with the community and they're like supporting and bolstering the local economy, what's the problem? Like, if you're just gonna whine about like, well, the policy says they're supposed to go back. Okay, but like, we can change that policy. We don't have to actually send them back. Like, you get that, right?
We have an immigration system where you can just come here and say, oh, I fear for my life, and you get to stay here forever. Basically, even if the court tells you to leave, you don't have to leave. There's no enforcement. You're in a town of Springfield, Ohio. You're, what is it, 60,000 people. Your mayor and your leaders have decided to invite others. You didn't necessarily sign up for that. The federal government puts you there. And you say, listen, this is intolerable to me. I don't want to live this way. Now, look, my parents are immigrants, so this is complicated. But
this is complicated, and it's just so complicated that I never looked into TPS to find out that there's a process to be like go from like a impermanent resident to a permanent resident. because you can apply for permanent residency once you're here, because that's how the system works. But
all I need to do is go back and read enough history where, let's put yourself in the shoes of these waspy elites or others, and it's 1830. You're in this newly industrialized economy. You're previously an agrarian society. You and your parents, your family goes back to Jamestown or fought in the Revolutionary War. And now your whole neighborhood is Irish, and people are wasted all the time, beating the crap out of their wives, working at the factory. I mean, listen, is it legitimate?
You're pulling out the anti-Irish bigotry this morning.
I genuinely did not see Sagar arguing on the side of anti-Irish racism. Like, hey, all I'm saying is, you show up and suddenly there's a bunch of different people here, and you know what? That's a problem, okay? I'm sorry, people move around. That's part of life. Like, he's literally arguing against his own parents immigrating to America. You guys realize that, right? Like, he's saying, like, that his parents would have been justifiably hated by people in their communities for changing the demographics of the area. Yeah, I'm very Norwegian, Swedish, a little bit Irish. Like, and to be clear, he's not doing the Irish racism. He's just justifying the Irish racism. It is, again, when people talk about fascism being a death cult, this is part of it, like advocating for policies that would negatively, like, that would negatively impact yourself. It's part of the death cult,
Morning.
They passed prohibition because these people were drinking a liter of whiskey.
Tell me about the Italians, the Jews.
I'll tell you
the problem with them.
I didn't say it was a problem.
Yeah, no, exactly. Give them shit for that, Crystal.
They integrated.
Yes,
but you're
after we shut down immigration for 50 years.
But this is the point.
We didn't shut down immigration for 50 years. What are you talking about, bro? America never did that.
Every single wave of migration we've had, like, there have been, similar fear-mongering about these, and they'll never integrate, and they'll never learn the...
Also, Olympians, please don't type slurs into my chat.
Language, and they'll never be part of society. We're going to have these balkanized ethnic enclave neighborhoods, et cetera, et cetera. And every single time, guess what? Generation later, they're just American. Their kids are speaking English. They're eating McDonald's.
And we also, like, a generation later, their children have added to the tapestry of America, like, and we have, like, cool places to go for, like, I don't know, insert food, and we, like, share, like, our culture amongst each other, and, like, we create, like, new fusions of art or media or cuisine, and it's really cool. That's the main premise of why America's cool.
Doing the whole thing. You talk to the people in the town.
By the by, first time watching your show, insta-subbed. Hey, thanks, John Smith.
Not the ones that, like, right-wing YouTubers were interviewing that were calling the Haitian immigrants, quote unquote, sand monkeys. Yes, this was proffered as evidence that this was legitimate, that this was a legitimate criticism.
Again, like, we've reached 100% Hitler. Like, this is the fascism. Like, this is why, like, the entire episode today, I've been for 4 hours now, we've been talking about, like, the fascist moment is here. The mask off racism, like the Trump Vance messaging being lock arm with, like, KKK messaging, this is the fascist moment where we're at the turning point here, and it's either do or die. It's either, like, some form of liberalism survives this, or it's the rise of fascism and the death of a whole lot of people everywhere on the planet.
But if you talk to a lot of the people in the town, this was a town that was struggling, right? It was like the town that I lived in Ohio.
I want to see him justify the Japanese internment camps next. Don't put that evil on us, Mr. Malachite.
Where the jobs had gone away. They had seen a massive population, a depopulation. And that's death for a town. It's death for, you know, the infrastructure. It's death for the
Yeah, I mean, at this point, remember how that guy, 10% of that guy's workforce were Haitian refugees? What do you think happens when, you know what, just out of curiosity here. Hey guys, guess what the population of Springfield, Ohio was in 2022? Take a guess. No cheating. All right? 4? Good guess. 20,000? 5,367,000? Simric, you are the closest so far. It was 58,106. 20,000 of those are Haitian refugees. So, chat, just out of curiosity, what do you think happens when the population of a town gets slashed by a third? What do you think happens to the local economy? What do you think happens? Economic devastation. Bingo. We got it. The town dies. Exactly. Empty houses. The town stops operating. The factories close up. The grocery stores go away. So, what Sagar is arguing for here, and what fascists are arguing for here, is like the gutting of what currently makes most of America function. Yeah, immigrants are coming in and saving these small towns from, like, desolation. And conservatives are like, no, we would rather those towns die than, than, like, any kind of economic thriving. Nope. If we must spiral around the drain economically, we'll do it as long as we don't have to work next to those black and brown people. The racism is part of the white supremacist death cult mentality of current American fascist formulation, you know? Do they want the towns to revert back to nature? Genuinely, they do not give a shit. Like, and that's one of the things, right? Like, if an entire town relies on a factory, the people who run that factory don't care about the cost to the town of just moving the factory overseas, right? If the entire town dies and dwindles away to 5 residents, they don't care. Because they care about the bottom line. And it's the same with Republican politicians. Because Republican politicians are doing this because, frankly, they don't care about the actual costs of their policies and their fear-mongering because they're out for theirs. They're out to get their bag. We're in endgame capitalism where the liberalism has to battle to the death with the specter of fascism. Like, that's where we're at.
The tax base, the schools, everything. I don't doubt that there are entirely legitimate concerns about, when a group, whatever group it is, wherever they come from, moves into the town, just like in Texas and Austin, right? And other places where white people have moved in, and it's like, oh shit, the housing prices are going up, et cetera, et cetera. I don't doubt that there have been challenges there, but there have also been really positive things. The pastors are saying, hey, the churches are full again. You've had a huge community rallying around actually the Haitian migrants to the region, white people eating at the Haitian restaurants to show solidarity.
All right, that I object. Haitian food is not good, but
Haitian.
I'll move on.
What the fuck is wrong with you? What? Is he being an asshole on purpose to needle Crystal? The body language here is really weird.
I disagree.
Is it?
Plantains?
Yeah, whatever it is. I had it when I was in Miami.
Disagree.
I'm sorry.
Look, I'm not big on plantains either, okay? But my God, there's so many other things to love about the cuisine. What are you doing?
Disagree.
Terrible.
I love that so many of you were like, he doesn't like plantains. Fuck that dude. Fuck you. I appreciate it. I like it.
But in any case, you and I see this very differently. That's been very clear in our discussions before. But to go back to just the political point here, I just don't think that the reality for most Americans is that they experience in their daily lives this sense of deep ethnic and racial strife. That's just not the reality. And Americans have complicated views on immigration, I think more complicated than the views in Europe, because we do have this conception and this reality as a nation of immigrants, and that is a core American value. So while it's completely legitimate to have debates about
not plantations, plantains.
Many immigrants and how many can we process and what are the burdens on the resources, et cetera, this sort of naked racial appeal, I already think the data proves it's a bridge too far for people, and it's not the way that they think about the issue.
A lot of people like to think that. I don't necessarily believe it. I think that if anything, pouring all of these illegals into the country over the last 5 years has probably exacerbated it to a level which, as I don't necessarily want to see it. That's just my last count.
All of these illegals. Dude. Again, remember what I said at the very beginning of stream today? Remember what I said at the very beginning of stream. When we were talking about how workers are a resource for an economy, right? Workers are good. More workers means more, more wealth. Workers are what make the engines of profit turn. Labor does that. More people coming into the country does more labor. That's good for our economy. Even if you are a liberal, capitalism-brained individual, the maths out for that. The reason that they're against this immigration is purely for fear-mongering reasons. It's purely the racism. It's purely, to push that angle. It's not because of any of the logistical problems involved with immigration and the bureaucracy of processing that many people into our country.
Counter is that at the end of the day, you have massive.
Should I get Frostpunk? Absolutely.
Foreign-born population here in the country that has always led to major strife. Now you can just.
How long can this be sustained? Phosphorus? Genuinely? Not that long. I don't think this fever pitch of racism and bigotry will be if Democrats are able to defeat Donald Trump in November. I don't think that this will be sustainable for the conservative establishment. I think that there's going to be a GOP collapse. I think they're going to be far less effective if Donald Trump loses, but that's my 2 cents here. But I genuinely don't think you can keep up this level of racism and vitriol for this long, for that long.
Whitewash 50 years of history, but that's not how people saw it at the time. People, we were fighting World War I. The Irish population didn't want to fight because we were supporting the English, and they were like, hey, we fled the English. The Germans were literally pro-Kaiser during World War II.
Really fought World War I.
Okay,
anyway,
fine. Okay, well, during World War II,
right.
there was a massive Nazi fifth column here in the United States because of the German population. Ask the SS, who had great files on all of our people. There is a problem. Now, does that mean that Japanese people should have been thrown in internment camp and Germans and all?
Oh my God, who called the Japanese internment camps, bro? Who was that? Who was that in YouTube chat? One of you said, just wait, he'll be like defending the Japanese internment camps. He's literally doing that. Pre-watch. Yeah, someone in the audience pre-watched. Mr. Malachite, you called it. Yes. Oh my God. He's literally going like, oh, well, the U.S. was really onto something with those internment camps. The U.S. was really onto something when we imprisoned an entire ethnic and religious group. Oh, looks like we got a bit of a bot raid over on Twitch. Sorry. Typical Twitch? Yeah, Twitch is not great. You must destroy the robots? True. They're really infringing on my shimp. They've gotten on my last shimp.
All of them should have been racial
I'm sorry. We're gonna start his statement over again from the very beginning here.
At the end of the day, you have massive foreign-born population here in the country that has always led to major strife. Now, you can just whitewash 50 years of history, but that's not how people saw it at the time. People, we were fighting World War I. The Irish population didn't want to fight because we were supporting the English, and they were like, hey, we fled the English. The Germans were literally pro-Kaiser during World War II.
Really fought World War I.
Okay,
anyway,
fine. Okay, well, during World War II,
right.
there was a massive Nazi fifth column here in the United States because of the German population. Ask the SS, who had...
Yeah, the solution to that wasn't to put Germans in a massive concentration camp, though.
Great files on all of our people. There is a problem. Now, does that mean that Japanese people should have been thrown in an internment camp? And
yes, that's the argument you just made. You just made the argument that the United States was completely justified in imprisoning Japanese people in internment camps. Like, that is exactly what it means, actually. That's the argument you just made is the justification for imprisoning Japanese people in internment camps. Yeah.
Germans and all of them should have been racially discriminated against? No. What I'm saying is foreign-born populations at very, very high levels cause real strife inside of a country. People at that time responded to it by shutting down the border for 50-some years and restricting immigration so that all of those people could assimilate, which led to the golden boom of the 50s, the 60s.
The golden boom of the 50s and 60s was not a product of harsh immigration restrictions. It was the result of the post-war era, and the United States serving as the manufacturing hub for, the entire world while we rebuilt Europe following World War II. It was a result of the New Deal policies. God, it wasn't because we were harsh on immigrants. Remember how earlier in this segment, or maybe the previous segment, where I talked about how a lot of the ideas for the concentration camps that Hitler incorporated into their design came from border checkpoints built in the United States and the treatment of migrant workers by the United States. Like, he's just defending that. He's just defending everything up to the final solution. Right? He's not quite defending the final solution here, but like part of what he's saying is, yeah, we'd be totally justified rounding them up, and he's behind the he's definitely down for the mass deportations. And you know who else was down for mass deportations of undesirable ethnic groups? Hitler. That's what Hitler was doing with the Jews. You know, the original plan was to do mass deportations of Jewish people, but other countries around Europe didn't want to take Jews. And so they had to find a solution to their problem. And they decided the cheapest option was to kill all of them. The only part of that equation that hasn't been crossed yet for Sagar and Jetty is, it's simply cheaper to kill the criminal population of, undocumented immigrants. Like, that's literally the only hurdle he has to go over. He's walked all the way up into that line.
And the 70s. It was only in 65 that the Immigration Naturalization Act changed after some 50 years of assimilative policy that was instituted. If you want to live in a society that you and I probably want to live in, more socially democratic, in Denmark, for example, if you're Muslim, you don't get to play the Quran. If you're in school, they're like, oh, you're Muslim? That's cool. We don't do that here. In France, same thing. You're not wearing that hijab, and they have major problems with that.
Yeah, and they have major problems with that because it's bigoted. Like, if you're gonna, Sagar, if that's the position you want to take, then hey, you wearing that cross around your neck? Nope, take it off. Oh, you want to, you're a nun? You're wearing traditional nun garb? No, you're not. Like, we live in a secular society. Okay? So if you want to apply that rule to religious Muslims, you have to apply that rule to religious Christians, religious Hindu, every religious group. That's what our society is. But something tells me he would balk at that prospect.
If you want to live in a socially democratic country, a lot of the times they have deeply restrictive immigration policy, specifically over resource questions and over ethnic homogeneity. I'm not saying that everybody has to look the same. I think people should.
I'm sorry. Just want to make sure he said what he just said.
And more socially democratic. In Denmark, for example, if you're Muslim, you don't get to play the Quran. If you're in school, they're like, oh, you're Muslim? That's cool. We don't do that here. In France, same thing. You're not wearing that hijab, and they have major problems with that. If you want to live in a socially democratic country, a lot of the times they have deeply restrictive immigration policy, specifically over resource questions and over ethnic homogeneity.
Ethnic homogeneity. Dude. He's literally saying, he's literally talking about ethno-state shit. He's resource questions, by the way. Like, if we're just like the fascists are going mask off, what he's the resource question. Hitler also did that. Lebensraum. Living space. Like, that's... This is all Hitler shit. From top to bottom. And he's saying that in order to have a democratic state, a belief in social, in like the social fabric of democracy, you need migration policies that take into place into account ethnic homogeneity, which is crazy. Like, when I say we've hit 100% Hitler, this is what I'm talking about.
I'm not saying that everybody has to look the same. I think people should speak the same. So when people come here and the vast majority of them are semi-literate in Spanish and they don't speak English, it's a huge problem. Like, you can't even pass a test to be able to enter under the most basic citizenship guidelines? No, sorry. You have to speak English to be able to come here. I don't think that's racist.
We don't have an official language. It is racist. Like, America's official language doesn't exist. Having that requirement is stupid.
Racist, you could call it that if you wanted, and that's part of the issue, is that everything that gets described as racist, or even talking about ethnic conflict, or you know, everyone, I don't think it's racist to say that there were a lot of people here who were huge drunks. A lot of them were immigrants in the 1910s.
Dude's just doing the anti-Irish racism. I can't believe it, dude. He's literally a time traveler. Like, did you heard it, right?
A lot of people here who were huge drunks. A lot of them were immigrants in the 1910s. We passed.
Yeah, calling Irish people drunks is pretty racist, because we 100% know that's who he's talking about, right? Hey, Gay Fesh.
Prohibition because of them, because America was so fed up, and including women who were all getting the crap beaten out of them. You can whitewash that.
Shit. It's actually insane. It's 2024, and he's saying prohibition was justified because the Irish were all degenerate drunks who beat their wives. Honestly, I don't think I've ever encountered this type of, like, genuine anti-Irish sentiment from someone who wasn't, like, I don't know, descended from an English lord. You know? Like, my God.
That if you want, go listen to the people at the time who passed those laws. Like, you
go listen to the people at the time who passed those laws. Yeah, I wonder what they had to say about black people. Like, do you think they were for or against ethnic homogeneity?
You have to think and consider about what is legitimate and not. And so I don't think it's necessarily racist. Now, some people are racist.
I don't think it's necessarily racist, he says, of classic 1910s, late 1800s era racism.
True.
Yeah. Again, the points about what should the level of immigration...
How on earth? I just want to know, genuinely, if I had crystal ball here, how on earth does she hear Sagar and Jetty say that series of things and then continue to, like, interact with him in this segment without losing your cool? That would be so difficult for me. Good night, Winby.
Be over what period of time? I think it should be a lot more. You think it should be 0. Okay. By the way,
I think we should shut
the public does not.
He believes in 0 immigration. Just out of curiosity. Can we can I get a chart here? Here we go. Found a chart from the census. Foreign-born population and percentage of total population for the United States, 1850 to 2010. Yeah. Hey, remember when he said earlier that, wow, there was no immigration for like a period of 50 years? Turns out he was just lying. It turns out he was just lying. Crazy stuff.
For your position, but again,
Well,
I think
let 10 million people in more and you'll see.
Hold on. I think those points are a fine debate for a country to have. I do not think it is a fine debate to to invite a campaign of terror against a small town based on, yes, racist, neo-Nazi fueled, by the way. These were the people that originally were spreading the rumors.
Was one guy who was...
Good job, Crystal. Good job.
Haitians eating pets. That is racist, okay? And that's my point.
The neo-Nazi was racist, and sure, his talking points got taken up by J.D. Vance and Donald Trump, but, you know, he was the only racist. Ignore the fact that everyone else took their talking points from them.
That's my point, is that when Trump, if Trump was making a case and Republicans were making a case, as they were previously, about like too many and chaos at the border and crime, which again, undocumented immigrants commit less crime than the native-born population and actually less crime than documented immigrants, put that aside.
Okay.
But again, when you're in that realm, you're talking about housing, you're talking about, you know, the issues in this, okay. But when you make a naked racist appeal that is undeniable, right? It's not even plausible on its face, and it's just a lie, you are going to lose people, and you're going to lose ground on the issue. And again, I don't even think this is my opinion. This is what the polls and the data show at this point. But, you know, to go back to the core of the debate here, like, this town is kind of a model example, right? I mean, this is an extreme situation. There's some dispute, by the way, about the 20,000 figure, but we'll put that aside. There was a significant influx of migrants to the town. There's no doubt about that. There's no doubt that there have been, I think, the issues with, you know, a lot of the Haitian immigrants there hadn't previously driven, and there's like, you know, traffic accidents. There has been some increase in housing prices, although that has also been wildly overstated.
But yeah, by the way, all of these things that she's listing are very foreseeable problems of a large number of refugees coming in. But they're the growing pains that, like, once they're taken care of, will, like, even out with the native-born, like, population. And again, when it comes to crime rates, we know, like, refugees and immigrants, first generation, have a lower rate of criminality. Like, they're literally less prone to doing crime, and they're going to do vital jobs in the community, and they make up a third of the local population of this town. Like, they're only good. They are keeping it propped up.
There's been an increase in burden on the public school, in particular needing like second language learning. Like, those are real concerns. But there also has been a huge increase in the vitality and prosperity of the area, huge increase in terms of the average wage. Again, I've lived in one of these towns that's dying and the population is getting sucked down. And it's a huge boon to have.
Yeah, I mean, I grew up around a lot of these towns, like, in rural Midwestern America. And, like, I can tell you, like, basically what winds up happening is a Walmart opens up in town, consolidates all the business, undercuts all of its competition, runs the mom and pop stores out of business, and suddenly you have, like, one place to work in town, you know? Like, that's kind of how it works for a lot of these small towns. And if there's, like, a factory in the town, well, if that factory moves somewhere, everyone's fucked. Like, that's that's just kind of how it works out here. And like a massive influx of like 20,000 people to do jobs, contribute to the economy, like that is a huge life preserver for the towns out here, you know?
Of new population coming in, which is something conservatives recognize when it's Florida that's receiving the population and it's white people, right? Or Texas receiving the population and it's white people. But suddenly when it's, you know, Haitians, some of whom again have been here for years, suddenly it's, you know, a massive crisis and a massive problem. And there's no
It's not because they're white, it's because of, you know, insert vague cultural allusions to like the need for homogeneity when it comes to ethnic populations. It's not because they're white.
No recognition of any of the many benefits that do exist on the other side.
It's not because they're white. It's because they're illegally here.
They're not though.
The Haitian refugees aren't illegally here. He's just making that up.
They're not illegally
here. They're given TPS, which is a bullshit.
Okay, but like that, you can consider it bullshit. It's the law, though. Like, again, I think it's very painfully obvious that Sagar Enjeti does not care about what is legal. He just doesn't like them because they are foreign and they're brown foreigners. You know, like, frankly, he seems to be much more okay with that, with racism and xenophobia to these black and brown communities. You know, I think he's kind of racist, frankly. And I think that when you're arguing for ethno-states, yeah, you're pretty far gone into the racism. I mean, frankly, when you're resurrecting anti-Irish racism in the United States, you're pretty far gone.
That's not, but that is different to say I object to the
wave
program.
A wand and say it should be illegal.
To
then
say
all of a sudden,
Sagar's brown though, yeah, but you know what? Black and brown people can also be racist against their own ethnic group. This is something that happens. The same way like there are trans people who are hella transphobic, okay? And as a trans person, I see all of y'all, okay? I see it. Cut it out.
It's a program I object to is totally different from saying that they're illegally here. They are not illegally here.
They are here under false pretenses,
and
number one.
It's not false pretenses.
Yes, because they're fleeing from a temporary situation and they never want to go back.
A temporary situation that we are very much implicated, by the way, in creating over 200 years.
Again, the city of Springfield, Ohio requested these people be there. Not only are they there legally, they're there at Springfield, Ohio's request. And Sagar's like, no, yeah. He doesn't want anyone here. He doesn't want anyone coming. You know, fuck you, he got his.
Everybody in the world gets to come.
But Sagar, they're not there illegally. They're there legally. They're in a lot of ways like the model minority group. They've got jobs, they're working hard, they're going to church, they're building community.
Is she the lady on Sam Cedars' show? I think she's been on Sam Cedars' show like once or twice, but no, I think the lady you're thinking of is Emma Vigeland.
Institutions, they followed the process that was set out for them by this government. They're here legally. And so, no, you look at it and, you know, maybe you can nitpick about, okay, but they, you know, some of them don't speak English or whatever. But it seems to me the primary difference,
Springfield, Ohio.
The primary difference in not recognizing any of the upsides of this population is that they're not white.
Yeah, you're totally right, but it's not about being white. It's about the fact that the factory owners love cheap labor. I was just talking to somebody who was down there as a reporter.
They do love cheap labor. That's true. But also, if your issue can't possibly be that you're upset that they're here illegally, because they're here legally. Now, you might disagree about the legal, the validity of the legal reason they're here, but they are here legally. That is not debatable. So what's the real reason you don't like them, Sagar? Is it because they threaten, like, some sort of ethno-majority? Like, you said that was one of the reasons. Like, stop being such a Weasley little fuck about it.
quarter. He's telling
they're
me
making good wages.
Yes, they're making good wages, which is more that, or which is less than they were paying the native-born citizens.
But that's why we should
factory guys like, oh, it's great. I don't have to deal with these white drug
Sagar,
addicts.
let me.
Yeah, he's talking about the same clip we just watched. He's not paying them less than the white employees. Since they're here legally, they have legal rights. They're being paid entry-level wages, that's true, but those wages will go up with time. If they discovered that these factory owners were paying these Haitian workers who are here legally less than the white workers, do you have any idea how on the hook for like violating their civil rights that company would be? That would be the biggest slam dunk lawsuit, labor lawsuit of all time. Okay? So he's acting like, oh, they're paying them no. You're just upset that, like, hypothetically, that job could have gone to a native-born white worker. And frankly, I want to point out again that if you look at the demographics of the town, a third of the town are Haitian refugees. So, like, what other people were going to work at this job? If you got rid of them, and the entire town lost a third of its population, where do you think you're gonna fill the job from?
Like, let me take you out of it because you support things like unions. But, you know, JD Vance has a 0% scoring record with the AFL-CIO.
Sagar pivots to caring suddenly about workers' rights when it comes to native-born workers. I do have to say, that was excellent. I like that from Crystal. Like, JD Vance has a 0% from, like, the largest civil liberties organization in the U.S.
Okay.
Trump is a union buster. Like, no.
Okay. Yeah, I'm full of shit, I guess.
No, but hold on.
He showed up to
hold
the
on.
UAW.
But hold on a second. Republicans.
He showed up to the UAW. I'm pretty sure the UAW just said, we don't know you, and, like, told them to fuck off. I think there was a clip we watched on stream a while back of that.
Only care about things like wages and housing when they can use it as a way to scapegoat migrants. If you care about wages, which I do, then there are a lot better ways to increase the wages of the native-born population than scapegoating migrants and lying and say they're eating pets. If you care about lowering the price of housing, making it more affordable, accessible, there are a lot better ways than scapegoating immigrants and saying they're eating pets. So I think their concern on this issue.
Yep. The thing is, if you're real concerned, Zalrux, thanks for becoming a member over on the YouTube. It's been a bit quiet the last hour or two. Thank you very much for supporting stream. But like, yeah, it's kind of like I said earlier. If you have an actual issue, you don't need to lie. If you have actual substance, you don't need to lead with a lie. You know? God.
Is not genuine. Again, this is not about you. This is about them. Their concern on this issue is not genuine. And the reason I know that is because none of their other policy prescriptions or stated concerns have to do with those issues.
Flip not apply to you then? Or
what do you mean?
Well, how does it flip saying, well, if you support mass migration, but just because you vote for the PRO Act, how can you possibly be pro-labor? That's just not true.
Of course it is.
No.
You can be pro-labor. Like, does Sagar not understand? Right? The problem, Jack, is that Sagar's bought and paid for it. Maybe. I genuinely, I think it's less that... I don't think that Sagar Enjeti is a bad faith actor. I think he's just genuinely a fascist, you know? Like, that just is what he is, you know? But I need to make it very clear. You can be pro-labor and pro-immigrant. these are not mutually exclusive ideas. Like, the more workers that come in, the more that drives profit, the more work gets done, you know? And in our current capitalistic system, does that mean like more money goes to millionaires and billionaires? Sure. But also more money circulates in the economy. It's good for everyone. Rising tide, lifts all boats, you know? Like, that's truly what helps. More workers, more unions? True. Labor creates the value. Exactly, GamerG. So what we're looking at when more labor comes into the country is more people who need their labor rights protected. You know, more people who need to like have a risen livable wage. You know? We need better representation of workers. We need the ability to negotiate with our employers. You know, stuff like that. These things are all doable while supporting our immigrant brothers and sisters. You know, this is not insurmountable. It's not even really a challenge. Presenting them as adversarial is just another trick from his, bag of them. Bago-fascist tricks.
No, but it's not, because the net effect is a massive flood.
The primary problem for workers in this country is not immigrants.
Honestly, one of the primary problems is like wage theft. Wage theft steals more money from workers in America than any other kind of crime.
It's not immigrants.
I mean,
in fact,
you should
immigrants,
ask them, but first of all,
the influx in population has...
Again, this dates back to, I'm just going to pull a year out of the back of my head. 1830. If you go back to 1830, you know what you're going to find? Bosses telling their different racial groups of workers that they're, getting paid less because of the other group. Pitting their workers against each other in order to break up unionizing attempts. You know? It's one of the oldest tricks in the book. You keep your workforce fighting itself so that they can't unionize. Oldest trick in the book.
Increased our GDP. Now, I know.
Yeah, it would
that's a bit,
distribute it to
hold on.
whom? Yeah.
Well, that's the point.
Yeah. Yes.
And that's why I support the policies that I support, to make sure that when the GDP increases, that those fruits, that increased productivity, is distributed more generously among all working class populations. So there are much better solutions to housing and wages than scapegoating immigrants and lying and inciting like a racist hate campaign against this town based on a third-hand Facebook account of someone eating a pet.
Look, in the pet thing, it's not fair. Nobody's defending.
I know you're not defending.
No one's defending the pet thing. People are absolutely defending the pet thing. Like, you actually defended the pet thing earlier when you talked about directional truths. I love that by the end of it, he's like, I never would have supported the pet thing. He literally did at the beginning of this.
Here, but I'm saying that whenever it comes to the legitimate concerns about, like, the factory owner and the mayor likes it. Listen, since when have we ever trusted factory owner, rich people in towns?
This was a Democrat. Hold on, this was a democratically elected mayor.
Yeah, sure.
They have a chance to vote him out of office, and they don't because
you're not wrong.
The town.
Also, just want to throw this out there. Yeah, the utility of those workers was filtered through a capitalist lens. Absolutely. But if you want to get rid of that, then I think you have even less of a reason to oppose immigration, frankly. like, your opposition seems to be like, oh, well, it's illegal. Oh, they're legal? Oh, well, they're bad for the local workers. Oh, what's that? They're propping up the entire local economy? It's just it's unrelated reasons due to ethno homogeneity.
Has been in certain key ways, not every way, but in certain ways has been improved by the fact that you've had more jobs, more vitality. These immigrants who are there legally, are contributing to the community, are paying their taxes, by all accounts, are, by and large, minding their business and doing their thing and being good neighbors. And that piece that I'm not going to deny that there's that there's friction and there's growing pains and all of those things are real. I'm not dismissing that. I'm not saying that you're racist if you think that. That's, I'm sure, a reality.
I'll say it though. I think you're racist if you think that.
But you also can't ignore that there have been benefits to having this population there, just as there have been benefits of the white people that moved to Austin or that moved to Florida or wherever, that created additional vitality for those areas too.
Well, the fundamental difference is those are legal U.S. citizens and these people are not. Now,
they're here legally, man. Also, I'd wager that I don't know, there are places in America where someone from Miami is going to feel very foreign, I'd wager that there's a lot of cultural differences between areas inside of America, even. Crazy stuff. Crazy idea.
These Haitians
are there legally.
Well, okay. Well, we'll see. You know what? When we legally are required to send them back, I hope that we also do. But second to this is the simple question around managed change, managed demographics.
Oh, damn, John Smith. You might have a pretty good case for a labor lawsuit.
They came here on an unregulated system where anybody in the world,
like if your district manager tells your coworker that they're being denied a raise because you guys were discussing your wages, that's actually retaliation for a legally protected right that you have.
World who shows up at the southern border and says, I fear for my life, gets to stay here for years on end and gets a work permit because the Biden administration releases them into the country. Trump did it too, so he's not off. So did George W. Bush and the rest. I think that's wrong, especially whenever people...
Why? We can just change the bureaucratic laws. We can change how they get added to our citizenship. We can change how that works. We actually have that ability. If you're again pivoting back to legal, they're not here legally. We can change that.
Who are so conveniently at the southern border have to apply and pay a lot of fees, to take a freaking English test, and some other guy from Guatemala gets to come here. He doesn't have to take anything. He gets to work illegally on the back end. But this is the big question. Now, as I said, if Trump wins, I think it will be because of this. I think enough people will look past that. You may call it racist, but they'll say, look, enough.
Wait. Do you not think it's racist?
What,
the pets thing?
I mean, listen.
Sagar.
Okay, when we say racist, what does that mean?
Define racism for me, Crystal. What does it mean anymore to be called a racist? For example, does my deep, burning hatred for the Irish count as racism? I mean, after all, they're all drunks who beat their wives, Crystal. You know that. You know how they are. Is that racist?
Look,
Sagar.
Well, I mean, this is the issue. This is uncomfortable territory, but
it's not uncomfortable. It's very clear.
Well, as Mary,
Crystal, good job. You're not doing perfect, but you're doing a better job than you used to here.
Marianne Williamson said, what, are we going to ignore that there are weird practices sometimes in the Haitian community? I'm not saying,
majority of Haitians share the religion of J.D. Vance and are Catholic.
But there's Santeria, which is a well-documented thing and has had a long time influence in Caribbean community.
Yeah, also, just as an FYI, if you know much about, Santeria or voodoo, okay? They use chickens. They're using chickens. That's what gets used in the vast majority of those types of rituals. Guess what? You know what else is weird? From an outside observer who's not familiar with religious practices? Walking into a meal and drinking wine and being told, hey, you just drank some blood, buddy. And you're like, what? Oh yeah, you didn't know? If you're in this house at this time and you drink this wine, it magically becomes blood. Oh, you know that wafer? That became flesh. You just did a cannibalism. That's what a lot of people in America believe, okay? And all I'm saying is, I don't know, they have their religious practices or cultural practices or whatever, however you want to frame it, that involves, like, you know, killing a chicken. You know who kills chickens every day in America? Farmers. Oh my God. Stop the presses. We have a poultry industry in America. Oh my God. But you know, you kill billions of chickens a year. America's like, you know, that's just business. We gotta have our chicken tendies. But one Haitian migrant does it for like a cultural, religious reason, and suddenly conservatives are like, oh, my stars and garters. Now, I'm not super familiar either with the practices either, Iridescended Kitten, but like, it makes sense to me if they ate the chicken.
To take a third-hand lie and smear an entire community with it.
That was wrong.
That is the
yeah, I mean, that was wrong.
Definition of racism.
I mean, listen,
Tell me your definition of racism and how it does not apply to this situation.
The definition of racism is explicitly being biased against someone purely because of their race. And
It doesn't have to be purely because of their race, Sagar. That can be a component of it. Like, you know, if you're biased against, you know, Asian people by like 5%, if that's playing like a 5% role in your decision making, you're kind of racist, you know? Like, it doesn't have to be 100% of the reason you do a certain bigoted thing.
I don't necessarily think that that's where we're at here. Now, do I think that we are in a situation...
He, like so many other conservatives, wants someone to turn to the camera and just be like, I'm racist. And like, that's the only thing that they can take away. Like, that's the only circumstance under which they're like, ah, yes, that person's racist. They looked at the camera and said that.
I mean, look, is it biased? Is it, I'm trying to think of the ways. And look, people could say, oh,
is it biased? Yeah, that's the racism, man.
He's twisting himself into knots. It's just because my barrier for like what I call racist is high because I think it's a very misused word and frankly kind of stupid.
But sometimes you got to call a spade a spade.
I mean,
and
I think if they said because they're black, I have a problem with them, yeah, I'd be like, yeah, that's racist. But, you know, to say like, oh, there's an issue here in the Haitian community specifically.
When you take an issue and you smear an entire community with it, and which was not even true, it's just a lie.
Yes, it's not true.
I really want Crystal to be like, I want you to give me an example of what you think a racist thing would be. What would be racist, if not saying that Haitians are abducting pets and sacrificing them for dark magic rituals?
At least
that's
as far as
like
we know.
Textbook racism. And yeah, the term gets thrown around but sometimes it applies. And it applies pretty clearly here. So, you know, to wrap up, and perhaps since we are going to talk to Zed about this as well, and we got to get on to the rest of the show, and we're going to have more conversations about immigration, et cetera, which I know you all appreciate, and I enjoy exchanging with you on this as well. But to wrap it up, the reason that I think this is a clear political fail, the whole pet thing is a clear political fail for Trump, is I just don't think that Americans are this racist. I just don't. I think that they see this as disgusting. I think we have the polling that shows they know that it's not true. They know that it's a lie. People don't like being lied to either. And so, you know, whatever valid concerns there are about immigration, sure, fine. You're actually undercutting your position on that by front loading with just like this explicitly racist neo-Nazi-backed lie.
Without taking your words, I will say I think it's a mistake to generally wager her whole reputation on this whole Haitian thing. I'd much rather have a lot of the talk that I just gave around.
Like, Sagar's main point is, I wish they wouldn't be so obviously racist so that they could get in power and do the racist things.
Demographics and management and all of that. But, you know, at the same time, listen, I mean, they're the ones who got themselves elected. Maybe they know something that I don't. I'm not Pollyanna-ish to believe that everybody thinks about these things the way that I do, or the, you know, the so-called better angels. I think a lot of that is fake, to be honest. And so we'll find out on the ballot box. And if they win, I actually do think a lot of it is, basically all of it will come back to immigration. And if that's true, then I think liberals should ask themselves a lot of questions. Now, if they lose too, we should also talk a lot about the way that when you can be on a winning side of an issue and how you screw that up. And there's probably a lot of evidence here if they lose the election on this. And I would hope that they take that away.
Yeah, because, again, the only rational position is hating immigrants. I'm Sagar and Jenny, and that's my main point.
If they do lose. But knowing them, that's certainly not
on the table.
Hey.
Oh, Pollyannish. It's a reference to Pollyanna. It's kind of like a bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, overly hopeful for the future. Popular string of books from like the early 1900s. It's when you have multiple Annas. Boo. Boo. All right. Can we please wrap up the segment with this, titled "The Hill in a Nutshell"?
A gay pride flag.
Maybe in a minute. But this is all, like, so in the wheelhouse of Sagar. And do you guys get what I mean? Do you guys get what I mean now when I'm talking about how, like, hey, everyone, we're at 100% Hitler now. You know? Like, we're at full mask off, JD Vance, you know, Donald Trump. They are going full-throated xenophobic racism as their springboard to try and win the presidency. And that if they actually get elected, we're all in deep shit. The world is in deep shit. They have a fascist plan in Project 2025. They have I mean, right now they have their targets set on Haitian refugees. You know, like, we're on the precipice of a horrible, horrible future. And if we don't do everything we can to avert that, and at least have a fighting chance of making things better, we're gonna, you know, we're certainly gonna regret it, I guess, if we don't win. So, folks, we have now been going for 5 hours. If you've been enjoying the stream, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those subs and donos, because this show at the end of the day is brought to you by viewers like you. I couldn't spend the time it takes to prep the show or, you know, edit the show or do any aspect of the show without your support. So thank you all so much. Do we have any Oilers out there? Any Oilers? Oilers for the engine? The riverboat engine? Just found out about someone's racism. Turns to the camera, says, "I don't think people are this racist." I've oiled all the oil I can. It's all good, Salmon Moose. I appreciate you. As my designated Australian handler. God, that was such a longer segment than I thought it would be. What is this? Oh, God. We don't need to do this one. All right. All right. What is this you sent me? Take a look. What is this?
For their LGBT month. And Crystal Ball will say, yeah, well, this is good, I guess, but we have to recognize that corporate hegemony is never going to sincerely, promote the interests of gay people. This is just a virtue signaling attempt to get their attention. And Sauger will say,
Hey,
Great segment, M.
Thank you for the $5 dono. I really appreciate it.
Completely right. This is just virtue signaling. Corporations have been brainwashed by post-Frankfurt neo-Marxist academics who are trying to disseminate an anti-white agenda by educating the wealthy and the children of the wealthy to hate white people in the pursuit of a wokeness cult.
And Crystal Ball will say, well, I don't know if I agree about that, but I do agree that corporations are bad. And Sauger will say,
yes, corporations are bad. You know who else believes that? Tucker Carlson. Let's go to a Tucker Carlson clip, folks.
Cue 2 minutes of Tucker Carlson in the middle of a segment about how black people aren't humans, talking about how corporations are bad because they support black people, but in like an insincere way. Then they cut back to Rising. Yeah, wow, you gotta hand it to him when he says stuff that could be a right or left-leaning position that's really kind of ambiguous, And then Sauger will say,
yeah, I completely agree. I really do think the insincere attempts to appeal to
Thanks for making the content that sends me.
You're welcome, Thistlesprice.
Interests of BLM on the part of corporations really signals how corporations are furthering the downfall of Western civilization. Really, it is nearly impossible for conservatives to imagine themselves living in the glorious, culturally hegemonous America that they once lived in back 50, 60 years ago, as long as these corporations continue to shill for anti-white agendas.
And then Crystal Ball will say, well, I don't know if I agree about that, but at least we agree corporations are bad. And then the segment ends. That's it.
Okay, yeah, that was pretty great. That was pretty great. Like, it is pretty funny, right? Like, conservatives will bitch and moan all day long about how, like, oh, the white population rate, it's declining. The U.S. the replacement rate, we're below replacement rate. The population's gonna go down. And it's like, wow, if only we had a solution to that. If only there were, like, millions of people who wanted to come to the United States every year, that would solve that problem. If only there was a way to do that. God. But, Crystal has gotten a lot better. Okay. I need to go use the bathroom, but when I get back, we're finally gonna do the Mediasan Xi Jinping segment, okay? Sing a song. Couch fucker, what's your deal? He interviewed Xi Jinping. No, it's with the ambassador to China, but it's about Xi Jinping. Do, you be my princess and I'll be your toad. I'll follow behind you on Rainbow Road, protect you from red shells wherever we go, I promise. No one will touch us if we pick up a star, and if you spin out, you can ride in my car. When we slide together, we generate sparks in our wheels and our hearts. And the finish line is just around the bend, and I'll pause this game so our love will never end. Let's go again. La da 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 da. Well, the blue shell is coming, so I'll go ahead. If you hang behind, it will hit me instead. But never look back, 'cause I'm down but not dead. I'll catch up to you. And don't worry about Bowser or decay. Just eat this glowing mushroom and they'll all fade away. And the finish line is just around the bend. And I'll pause this game so our love will never end. Let's go again. Oh, the finish line is just around the bend. And I'll pause this game so our love will never end. Let's go again. To the mushroom cup and the flower cup and the star cup and the reverse cup. Ooh, walu, 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 wal. Walu, 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 waluigi. Thanks, Sophie. You're welcome, Gibbertus Maximus. Why are you not on Broadway? 'Cause I'm not that good at singing. I need a lot of practice. It's just a song that got stuck in my head a lot, and so I wound up singing it in my car. That was pretty good, though. Thank you. I'll take it. The album when? I need more songs to sing. All right. I need to use the bathroom. I'll be right back, and then we'll do the Xi Jinping, Mehdi Hassan stuff. Okay? BRB!
When the union's inspiration through the workers' blood shall run, there can be no power greater anywhere beneath the sun. Yet what force on earth is weaker than the feeble strength of one? But the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. Is there aught we hold in common with the greedy parasite, who would lash us into serfdom and would crush us with his might? Is there anything left to us but to organize and fight? For the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. They say our day is over. They say our time is through. They say you need no union if your collar isn't blue. Well, that is just another lie the boss is telling you, for the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. They divide us by our color, they divide us by our tongue. They divide us men and women, they divide us old and young. But they'll tremble at our voices when they hear these verses sung. For the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. They have taken untold millions that they never toiled to earn. But without our brain and muscle, not a single wheel can turn. We can break their haughty power, gain our freedom when we learn that the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. In our hands is placed a power greater than their hoarded gold, greater than the might of armies magnified 1,000-fold. We can bring to birth a new world from the ashes of the old, for the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong.
Hey, Sophie. Damn, Narodia. Let's take a look. Explosion is massive. Ukraine UAVs successfully struck and have severely damaged the Toropets Northeast ammunition depot. Holy shit. That is indeed an absolutely massive explosion.
Вот, видели эту волну? Просто жесть. А как светло было, вообще идет сюда.
Damn, dude. Well, if you were fewer artillery shells to hit Ukraine with, I guess. God. Yeah, I don't have the juice in me to give updates on the Ukraine situation. Oh God, is this like a newer video? Look at that. Holy shit.
Ой, дом наш стоит. Все, Олег, нормально, дом стоит. Вон, я вижу его. Вон, видишь? А, дом жив еще? Да, да. А, да. Это вот, что там, что вот это вот?
God damn, the fires that must be like the fires like igniting like the different pieces of ammunition. God damn. All those booms are shells cooking off? Yeah. Hi. What was that exactly? Ukraine carried out a massive drone attack on one of the largest ammo depots in Russia, and they got it good. It's been exploding for like it looks like 8 hours. So less ammunition for the Russians to shoot at Ukrainians with. Unambiguous good thing. Yeah, considering that like one of Russia's like recurring problems has been enough ammunition with which to hit Ukraine, like it's a pretty big victory. All right. Are we all ready, folks? Time to do the Mediasan segment. Let's go. So, folks, there is a country named China. Okay? Now, China has an interesting relationship with its various ethnic religious groups. And one thing you should know about China is it's predominantly Han Chinese. And one of the smaller religious ethnic groups is the Uyghurs. Now, for probably about a decade plus now, China has been engaged in activities that have been labeled a genocide and rounding up ethnic Uyghurs, putting them in detention, re-education camps where women have been sterilized, the traditional language and culture of the people have been stamped out. It's pretty, worked to death. People disappearing for, a decade plus. Stuff like that. And, well, Mediasan had the opportunity to talk with Victor Gao, the ambassador to China. And it is one of the most fascinating things. I've watched about half of it. So
the world seems more.
There is a bit of pre-watching going on here, but it's just so fascinating. I had to share it with you guys. So let's dive in, shall we?
Divided and uncertain than it's been for years. Global powers and Western alliances have been put to the test. And amid the turmoil, China is rising to challenge the world order. Chinese President Xi Jinping, now in his third term in office, has high ambitions.
Yeah, basically no one is going to be able to remove him from power. Like, he faces no real opposition at the moment. He's successfully consolidated his power. And right now, China's kind of in a weird position because it basically has been able to sustain the mass popularity of the CCP through massive economic growth. And that growth is slowing. It's not sustainable in the long term to be growing as fast as China has been growing. And so as it's been tapering off, people are getting a little economically disgruntled. In order to kind of focus that lack of contentment, we'll say, in different directions, not at the CCP, the party has been adopting different policies like banning effeminate men from television, heavily promoting its military, and like making more aggressive military maneuvers towards places like Taiwan, China, Japan, etc. It's a big honkin' deal, right? And they have, well, let me put it this way. Their society and their country is very prone towards totalitarianism and dictatorship, right? Like that's kind of what the CCP is. There's not real democracy. The party decides who you get to vote for. Xi Jinping has been like the only guy on the ballot for elections. And what you have is kind of this cultural paring down. Like they're trying to get back to the basics, get down to brass tacks, and project any kind of discontentment outward or at minority groups that can serve as scapegoats. And one of the primary scapegoats has been the Uyghur people. So let's see how this has gone down.
新征程上，我们的前途一片光明，但脚下的路不会是一片坦途。
Territorial disputes have sparked fears of a larger conflict that could have regional and global implications.
You have approached the waters near Chinese Zhenan Reef,
including in the contested waters.
Here, we already know this. Let's jump ahead to like actually.
The People's Republic. I'll ask him about China's global ambitions and its aggressive crackdown on human rights and civil liberties. Tonight, I'll also be joined by three experts. Stephen Chan, a professor at the University of London's School of Oriental and African Studies. Rehan Assad, a human rights lawyer of Uyghur heritage. And Martin Jakes, author of the bestseller When China Rules the World and a political commentator on China.
It's going to be interesting to see what the Uyghur human rights lawyer has to say.
Victor Gao, thank you so much for joining me on Head to Head this evening here in London.
Thank you for having me.
China has upped its military spending. It's expanding its nuclear arsenal. It now has the biggest navy in the world. Chinese President Xi Jinping has said that the country...
I don't think it's wise to call any country that has nuclear weapons a paper tiger. You know, like I feel like you have plenty claws when you have nuclear weapons.
Military should be capable of, quote, fighting and winning wars, and told the military to focus all your energy on fighting, improve your capability to win. Victor, who do you want to fight and who do you want to win against?
First of all, the Chinese military spending is the second largest in the world, but it is only a...
Oh, there's going to be so much but America in this interview. I can feel it in my bones.
...fraction of that of the United States. And China has a very difficult geopolitical situation. China has 14 land neighboring countries altogether and 6 maritime nations for China. Therefore, China's defensive in nature, is not for fighting anyone except those who want to invade China or to launch a war against China. China's military spending is for peace rather than war, and war will be forced upon China, and China need to fight back.
You say
a mighty armada for peace.
it's for peace, but your neighbors don't agree. Your neighbors are pretty worried about you. You go through the list. Japan has sounded the alarm, saying your military buildup is very serious concern to them. India is worried about China on its border. And the Philippines president has warned that China is becoming a more pronounced and worrisome threat, he says. Those are the elected governments of countries representing over 1.6 billion people in Asia. This is not the United States. This is not the West. These are your Asian neighbors saying, we're worried about China.
Maybe you mentioned three of the neighboring countries of China. Let's talk about each of them very quickly. Japan unconditionally surrendered, not only to the United States, but also...
Yeah, I mean, Simric, like, they don't have a great ability to project their power, but the big word that also applies is yet. You know, like, they're working on getting there. There's a lot of ground to cover, but like they have a huge population advantage and are, you know, they're spending quite a bit. Are they going to like surpass the US anytime soon? Probably not. But I wouldn't call them a paper tiger.
To China in 1945. And if you read very carefully,
where is your everything made? I don't know what that means.
The unconditional surrender document that Japan signed, then you will know how Japan need to conduct its foreign affairs.
Isn't China facing a potential population decline? Yeah, they're facing a bunch of like internal economic issues, which makes them more dangerous when it comes to projecting power against vulnerable neighbors.
Well as its military troops with China and with all those countries that Japan unconditionally surrendered for. India is a great nation, and there is a territorial dispute between China and India, but that dispute was not created by China.
Yeah, non-binary, I don't know what you're trying to say.
Neither was it created by India. It was created or left behind by the British Indian government.
That's a great history lesson. But right now, China, in 2024, the defense spending is going up by 7%, the most for 5 years. You've had 29 consecutive years of military expenditure growth, the most of any country in the world. Since 2022, China has increased military drills around Taiwan. It's escalated since the new Taiwanese president was inaugurated in May. China is not a fan of him. Since then, there's been almost daily activity involving China's warships, drones, cyber attacks against Taiwan. China is getting ready to invade Taiwan, isn't it?
There is only one China. Taiwan is part of China, and the government or the...
Again, this is one of those like diplomatic fictions that maintains a status quo in a certain way, but it's painfully obvious that like mainland China does not have a say in what happens in Taiwanese politics.
The People's Republic of China is the sole legitimate government for the totality of China. The exact status between the two sides of the Taiwan Strait is the unfinished civil war back in 1949. So ever since the beginning of the 1980s, China does not want to use a war to solve this unification problem.
You don't want to use a war, but you're surrounding it with ships, drones, cyber attacks, and making lots of threats.
Each time when the separatists in Taiwan want to push the edge of the envelope, they will come across more and more demonstration of the commitment of the Chinese nation to eventually achieve peaceful reunification or otherwise.
But you see what I mean here, like there's a level of like nationalistic fervor and like saber rattling that is specifically an outpouring from like the highest echelons of the CCP to like, you know, make sure any kind of discontentment with like police crackdowns or frankly like lack of economic growth up to expectations, like gets directed outwards.
That's the litmus test.
Your defense minister said anyone who dares to pursue independence for Taiwan will be crushed into pieces and face destruction. Sounds like a truly peaceful guy.
That's a real statement. Because
I know
if the
That's a real statement.
If the separatists really want to push the edge of the envelope with the aid of some big country, for example, which wants to use Taiwan as a proxy in its own geopolitical rivalry against China, then wait until you see what will happen. Reunification will be achieved, and China is the only...
Is it only nationalism, or is China interested in Taiwan's industry? If China could annex Taiwan, they would do it. Like, they are very, very keen on seizing control over Taiwan. The main issue is that if China invaded Taiwan, America's right there. You know, like, America's right there, and if you're trying to seize Taiwan for its, like, industry, any kind of conflict would absolutely decimate said industry. You know, like, it's also, like, not an easy task. Taiwan is basically a gigantic fortress.
Permanent member of the United Nations Security Council, which has not yet achieved a complete reunification.
Well, I'm always amused with this phrase reunification, because if it's one China, then clearly it's not one China. Clearly,
you know, I also like the weird flippancy with which some of you approach, like, conflict between superpowers is beyond me. If China attacks now, we'll be in Beijing by next May. That seems like a very rosy assessment. I don't know if anyone will be anywhere following a nuclear exchange. Like, I feel like we have to take that into account.
You're accepting by definition if you need to reunify it. They are doing their own thing. And why this obsession with...
You might say, like, oh, well, like 80% of their nuclear weapons don't work. Well, 20% of them do.
Taiwan. You are a country of 3.7 million square miles, a population 60 times that of Taiwan, economy 20 times the size of Taiwan. Why are you obsessed with Taiwan? Why not just leave them be?
In terms of defending China's sovereignty and territorial integrity, any inch of land is not 1 inch too much. Any one single person is not one person too many. So we need to achieve reunification as
even though they don't want to be part of your country. 12% of the people of Taiwan say they want to reunify with China. 12%. You can't get more unpopular than that in that.
Mehdi, it's not up to the people in Taiwan to decide about the one China policy.
You're very blunt.
It's not up to the people in Taiwan to democratically decide to be part of China.
In your disregard for people's views, freedoms, dignity, you say you don't care about what they think. You also said in an interview with the French newspaper Le Monde, once we get the island back, we'll have to ask everyone's origins. Those who have Japanese ancestry, who you basically say constitute 10% of the population, will have to pledge loyalty to reunification in writing, otherwise we'll have...
Ah, yes. I love when my socialist authoritarian state requires racial groups to pledge allegiance. Jesus Christ, dude.
Have to help them leave. You're basically calling for the ethnic cleansing of 2.3 million people in Taiwan.
Is it up to the people of Scotland? I'm pretty sure they've had some referendums, and frankly, I think Scotland should get another one of those, because I think they want to leave this time for real.
No, you remember back in 1945, when Japan unconditionally surrendered, a lot of people in Taiwan who originally came from Japan.
Who is Hassan? Mehdi Hassan? He's on the right on the stage.
They were the rulers of Taiwan at the time. They stayed behind because of the magnanimity of...
I mean, Ranvel, I would be happy to write stuff, but writing stuff takes a lot of effort, and I don't get paid to do it. So maybe at some point I'd sit down and, like, write a book, but I would have to be extremely, extremely successful at this, at what I'm doing here in order to justify being able to spend the time to write a book about it.
Of the Chinese nation. Now, several decades later, they account for about 10% of the local population in Taiwan. Now, if you really do your homework, you will realize that those die-hard Taiwanese separatists include many of these Japanese,
completely baseless
Chinese.
claims, but okay.
Well,
but you would get rid of them. You would get rid of 2.3 million people.
No, after the reunification, everyone in Taiwan need to make a pledge whether they acknowledge there is only one China and Taiwan is part of China.
And if they don't make that pledge, they're out.
Those who pledge for the one China policy, they are local
By the way, you didn't
citizens.
say everyone. You said of Japanese descent. That is literally ethnic cleansing. You're picking people by their ethnic heritage, making them do a loyalty test. Otherwise, they have to get out of the country they've
It
lived
is
in
not a
for
loyalty
decades.
test. Here, for example, in Britain, if you are a British citizen, you need to support the monarchy. You cannot say,
I'm standing in Britain. I don't support the monarchy. I don't like King
Nah, you can say fuck the king.
Charles.
No, you cannot say. No,
I just said it.
Mehdi,
I literally just said it.
You cannot take any action to oppose the monarchy system.
But I don't have to sign a
You absolutely can.
pledge saying I support King Charles.
Well, each country is different.
Yeah,
We are talking
I can
about
assure you,
China.
China is very
and
different.
China has one policy which is part of the constitution.
Which involves threatening people in Taiwan who don't want to be part of your country. Let's bring in our panel who are waiting to come in and join. Let's see what they think. I'm joined by...
Why would it matter to you if Taiwan is part of the West? I don't care if it's part of the West. What I care about is like the people having like their sovereignty respected and not absorbed by, you know, a dictatorship.
Stephen Chan, professor at the University of London School of Oriental and African Studies. If you're in Taiwan today, how worried are you about a looming...
Can Scotland just leave without the UK being dismantled as a thing? I believe so, P.T. Cato.
Invasion.
I'm not in Taiwan today. I'm going to be visiting next year. I've been there 5 times in all of the great cities of Taiwan. And what I've noticed most conspicuously is that nobody I've talked to wants to rejoin or reunify with China because of their sense of freedom and their sense of self-determination. So I think that if you're going to say our sovereignty matters more.
Oh yeah, Scotland had a independence referendum in 2014. But there's a proposed second one that hasn't been like confirmed yet. There's like a whole thing.
And your desire for your own self-determination and freedom, then you're doing something that will not make you popular in Taiwan, and you won't win the argument for Chinese sovereignty over the island.
Martin,
hey, Cosmic Quibble.
Martin Jakes is here with us, author of the best-selling book, When China Rules the World. Martin, you've said in the past that China should not be seen through a solely Western lens. So I agree with you, and there's issues there. But I began the show by asking Victor about Japan and India and the Philippines, separate to Taiwan, just the issues in the region.
What I'm asking is, why do you want Taiwan to be part of the West? I don't care if it's part of the West or not. What I care about is having its political sovereignty.
Do you think China is responsible for some of those issues, all of those issues, none of those issues?
Well, China's obviously involved inevitably in all of those issues. I think that that actually, if you look at the rise of China over the last...
Like, I think different people have like freedom of like should have their like ability to be sovereign nations intact and respected, and I also think that like if they want to associate with the West, that's totally fine. If they don't want to associate with the West, that's also totally fine. It isn't sovereign though. It isn't sovereign because they haven't technically resolved the civil war. It operates as a sovereign country. Let's not be naive about it. Like, if we want to get really pedantic, China calls it like China, but we all know it's its own separate entity. The only reason it is not considered a sovereign nation is to preserve a diplomatic fiction that prevents China from being obligated to like invade it, because China doesn't want to do that.
Yeah, 30, 40 years, spectacular, biggest change we've ever seen in history, really. And inevitably, that is changing everything in the region, in the world. That doesn't, but the remarkable thing I'd say, Mehdi, about China's rise is how you quoted the military figures and so on, but China has not fought any wars since 1979. If you compare that with America, Europe, Japan.
Again, pretending that the United States, like, interceptor capabilities would have a 100% win rate against a fleet of ballistic, potentially hypersonic missiles armed with nuclear warheads, I think is woefully naive. We have good technology. It's not 100% interception good. And if one of those bad boys falls on New York City, like, that's a city vaporized. I don't know. Like, do you think the U.S. economy wouldn't implode if a major city was hit with a nuclear warhead? They're not hypersonic missiles. You don't know what they have. What are you an intelligence analyst? Are you privy to all of the secrets of China's nuclear arsenal? No.
At the same stage of development, they were extremely aggressive.
Let's talk human rights, Victor. You've called Uyghurs in China's Xinjiang province your brothers and sisters. How do you feel about the fact that at least 500,000, some say more, of your brothers and sisters are being detained in camps by the Chinese government? That's 5% of the adult Uyghur population, one of the highest imprisonment detention.
No, they have a hypersonic missile. We know that they have one. They have an entire research and development wing of their government dedicated to developing more. Do they have a lot of them? No. But if you give them a bit more time, they're gonna have more than one.
Rates in the world.
Mehdi, the Uyghurs are a proud ethnic group, one of the 56 ethnic nationalities in China.
Man, I love the confidence with which you're like, haha, I'm willing to roll the dice on tens of millions of lives. Haha, yeah, no way this massive amount of nuclear weaponry could ever hit the United States. Haha. Are you kidding me? What's wrong with you? What's wrong? What makes you so confident you're willing to play God with millions of lives? I don't understand. In this hypothetical. This is like when a 5-year-old child is like, I'm a yellow belt in Kung Fu. I would be able to, simply immobilize the stranger offering me candy, despite him being 5 times my size. Oh my God. Oh my God. Did you miss the part where I talked about hypersonic missiles armed with nuclear warheads? Did you miss that part? Are you illiterate, but an audible version of illiterate? In this case, China's the kid with the yellow belt. I don't think you guys understand. I don't think you guys understand. Sorry. Oh, they don't have one. They don't? Are you sure? Are you sure that they don't have one? Are you absolutely sure? Are you fucking sure about that? Because this report from 2021 talks about them having one and a very active research program with which they invest in hypersonic missiles. And all I'm saying is, hey, guess what? We don't have the ability to intercept 100% of the missiles that get fired our way, especially if they're ballistic and super or hypersonic. Do we have the ability to intercept a lot of them? Absolutely. All of them? Fuck no. And if your position is, none of them will get through because we're just technologically superior, that only takes you so far. If one of those gets through and hits like anywhere along the East Coast or the West Coast or anywhere interior to the United States, the entire country's economy will collapse. Like, that's just if one hits. Oh, interesting. John Smith, you read that report? They tested the missile itself and demonstrated they were capable of nuclear payloads? Oh, that's so cool. Yeah. It's almost like the thing I said was true. I just, like, I don't know. I don't know what makes someone's, when we're talking seriously about geopolitical, like, conflict, and someone's just like, oh, well, nothing bad will happen to the U.S. The arrogance is incredible. We had one of the biggest, like, terrorist attacks on our country, okay? From, like, 5 guys armed with, like, pocket knives, coordinating and getting on airplanes, okay? They didn't even have ballistic missiles or nuclear weapons technology. They just had some pocket knives, some training, and the ability to get on planes. So I don't know. I think the arrogance is wild. I'm saying the conflict won't happen. I'm saying the conflict won't happen either, for the exact reason that if one major attack actually succeeded in reaching US soil, we would also be fucked. And also, because we live in a globalized economy, the global economy would be fucked regardless of who came out of that. Hey. Yeah, it was a big deal when it came out. Thank you, John Smith. I appreciate you. Has any action we've taken since 2001 made us safer?
Uyghurs, as far as I'm concerned, are my true brothers and sisters. I know many of them. I travel to Xinjiang regularly, and I talk to many of the Uyghurs. Now, if anyone is serious about accusing China of practicing mass injustice to the Uyghurs, give me the evidence.
I just did. Human Rights Watch say 500,000 people detained over the years in recent years.
You keep quote Human Rights Watch, and I tell you...
Do you know where they got those numbers from?
I don't know.
Can I tell you?
I don't know.
I thought you were the expert on. You've been to Xinjiang. You've spoken to Uyghurs.
I love Mehdi-Hassan. I love the rhetorical games he plays during his conversations.
You never heard these numbers?
I do not know where did they get the source.
So their source is the Xinjiang High People's Procuratorate, which has published its own statistics, Xinjiang official body, which says it's convicted 540,826 people prosecuted in the region since 2017. The United Nations Office for Human Rights looked at satellite footage. They say 10 to 20% of the population. Amnesty estimates 1 million people in camps. 500,000 is a conservative number.
Mehdi, if you quote that organization, please be assured that that organization has been completely discredited for the false information they came up with.
I love this game we're playing. You give me a source, I give you a source, they're discredited. They've said falsehoods.
Mehdi,
how can we, let me ask you a question. How many people are in detention in Xinjiang? You give me a number.
Listen, if you look at Xinjiang...
You give me a number.
If you look at... I do not have the number.
Why not?
Yeah.
Hold on. You can't say...
I don't have the number. All I know is that they're saying something unflattering to the Chinese government. Therefore, it must be a lie.
It's not 500,000 and then say you don't have a number. I have a number. I have sources. How many people do you think are detained?
Let me give you my reason.
No.
I go to Xinjiang a lot. I traveled almost
So they're your brothers and sisters.
Xinjiang.
You go there a lot, but you can't tell me how many people are in detention.
Listen, they are happier. They enjoy their life. They enjoy their Muslim practices and traditions. Listen.
How many people are in detention, Victor?
Mehdi, let me be philosophical.
No, don't be philosophical. Be numerical.
No.
How many people are in detention? You said no to 500,000. How about, okay, let's let 250,000.
Let me finish my point.
Nope. You answer the question. You can't filibuster.
See, honestly, this is what I mean. We need more people just doggedly holding on to one question and not letting it go when, like, they interview American politicians. I want this type of, like, pugilistic attitude in every confrontation a journalist has with a political figure. This is great. You should be able to answer very basic questions.
Victor on the show.
If anyone
how many
promotes
people do you
Xinjiang
think
independence, they will be dealt with in
got
court.
it? How many of them are in court? How many in detention?
A very small minority.
So you don't have a number. You say they're all happy, but you won't let in independent investigators. You won't let in journalists to go there.
Why not?
They're not allowed to go there.
I will be happy to escort you to Xinjiang.
Really?
I can make that promise.
Really?
I will speak to the Chinese government.
Escort you. I would be happy to watch you every single moment you spend in the province.
Here's the problem with
the Chinese
I don't want
embassy.
to escort. I don't want minders. I want to go freely. Will you allow that?
I do not make that decision.
Oh! A moment ago, you were going to make all sorts of interruptions. Suddenly I said, let me go freely and speak to Uyghurs freely. Can I do that with no minders?
I'll be happy.
No Chinese government escort?
I will be happy to make your case.
Oh, just now you said you'd organize it. Now we're about make a case.
Make
Can't guarantee. Rehan Assad is a senior fellow at the Atlantic Council, international human rights lawyer. You are a Uyghur who Victor says, brothers and sisters. Your literal brother has been held in an internment camp in Xinjiang since 2016, I believe. Rehan, tell us what happened to your brother and what is your response to Victor, to what you've heard, and what is the latest on your brother, if you don't mind sharing with us.
Yeah, my brother Akbar Assad is a prominent tech entrepreneur. In fact, your own media outlet called him a bright star in the tech world. Right before his detention, he was invited on a state gala dinner, and then he disappeared. How could you explain that?
Mehdi, again, in China, we have about 20 Muslim ethnic groups. You need to ask one question. Why the extremism existed mostly among the Uyghur communities? Because there are extremists among the Uyghur community.
Well, we imprisoned your brother because obviously he was a criminal. I don't know your brother, but obviously he was a criminal.
Who want to separate Xinjiang away from China.
Has your brother been convicted of any crime?
Supported by CIA and other Western organizations.
CIA. Okay. Rehan,
that's the real truth.
Hold on.
Talk to the Kazakhs.
He's finally appealing to the MAGA communists.
Don't support.
Has your brother been convicted of a crime?
According to UN, there's no trial has taken place. He just forcibly disappeared. Actually, it amounts to enforced disappearance. But according to the Chinese government, he committed a crime of inciting ethnic discrimination while he is systematically oppressed. And when I challenged that decision, because under the Chinese law, if you're committed with the alleged crime, that you have 3 years sentence, but he got 15 years. How do you justify that? Then they switched the crime. So how do you even explain this?
Yeah, he's already been in prison for almost 3 times as long as what the sentence on the books is.
This is a rule of law system. You mentioned that if people are not pro-independent, then they're fine in Xinjiang. My brother by no means is pro-independent. In fact, your media outlet, daily media, invited him to exchange information. Did he split the country when he visited Beijing? Are
you okay with the treatment of her brother?
In front of this very august body, let me make several very brief points. The real crime involved by some of the Uyghur people are agitating for Xinjiang independence. They violate the One China policy. Now, separate from that, different communities may...
The real crime they committed was wanting to be independent from us. So to show them and teach them a lesson about wanting to be independent, we threw them in prison.
Find their own different problems which need to be sorted out in the course of law. And I hope...
But our brother's been detained for 8 years.
Well, I do not know the charge. I hope I can help you to really look at the case, at the accusation.
I hope I can help you. Give us all your information. We promise we won't make you disappear too.
Against him,
yeah,
I hope your brother is not guilty of inciting for separatism of Xinjiang. If that is the case, then let the law take its course.
Well, your media outlet called him a model citizen who is a promoter of ethnic unity in Xinjiang.
Have you been able to speak to your brother or see him?
No, not at all. For 8 years, he's forcibly disappeared. Up until last month, for the first time, my parents saw him. What kind of justice system is that? You're making a mockery
You're
of
not just
the rule
detaining
of law.
them, Victor. They're being tortured. Numerous testimonies the UN has collected. Are you okay with that?
Mehdi, when you talk about torture, think about Guantanamo Bay prisons.
Oh my word.
Rather than in Xinjiang. Xinjiang.
America bad. And to be fair, yeah, America bad. Okay, Guantanamo's still open and it's bad. You know, private prison contractors like fight over helping to run Guantanamo. It's bad. It's real bad. But does that negate the whole ethnic cleansing thing you're doing with the Uyghurs? No, it doesn't.
Xinjiang is a place of great peace and stability.
The accounts,
Xinjiang
hold on,
as a
Victor, the
separate
accounts of
country.
detainees include being beaten with batons, electric batons, while strapped in a so-called tiger chair. 158 being subjected to interrogation with water poured on their faces, prolonged solitary confinement, forced to sit motionless on stools for long periods. This, you're okay with this? This is the proud
Maybe,
China?
probably you are reading the case in Iraq committed by the American
No,
soldiers.
I'm reading the
Oh God. Oh no. Maddie, you're talking about Abu Ghraib. We would never do anything like that to the Uyghurs.
UN report in August 2022 from detainees who...
Yeah, the easy counter to this is two things can be bad at the same time. Yeah.
Came out of camps in Xinjiang. Your brothers and sisters, but these brothers and sisters you don't seem to give a damn about. How do you know any torture happened in Iraq, out of interest?
I know.
How?
I know for sure.
How?
I talked to the Iraqi ambassador in Beijing.
Okay.
He wept in front of me.
And I'm
He
sure
told me-
Rehan's parents have wept, and you don't seem to care.
And I hope you will tell your brother, be a staunch supporter of one China policy.
Yeah, your brother who has been in prison for 8 years that you haven't been able to talk to. I hope you'll tell your brother that he should be a good citizen. Your brother, the guy who we wrote about in our official party papers as being a model citizen. I hope that you'll tell him to be a model citizen. Whenever you get around to seeing him, whatever. It's pretty shitty of you to not having seen your brother the last 8 years. Reflects pretty poorly on you, actually. But really, it's your fault. Your brother's in jail.
Be a proud
I cannot
Chinese
tell him he's
Uyghur
in prison.
rather
She
than
can't tell him because she can't speak to him, because you deny
away
access,
from
Victor.
China.
Victor, she can't speak to him. Are you going to arrange it? Are you going to arrange a visit now?
Yo, this boy is pretty evil. I'm going to say something a bit controversial here. China's bad. China is a bad place. Hot take over here, but yeah, a dictatorship is not a good place. It turns out, yeah, not great when they establish gigantic re-education camps to torture people into conforming with the status quo ideology of the state. Not a fan of it when we do it in the United States. Not a fan of it when it happens in China.
I'll be happy to help you to make a phone call.
There's a lot of promises being made here, guys. You should follow up on this afterwards.
You are all witnesses.
We are witnesses, indeed. Let me
Well, he'll help her make a phone call. I wonder if that ever wound up happening.
bring in Martin Jakes. Martin, when you hear people say, basically, there's no torture, everyone's making it up, there's nobody in detention, come on, that's ridiculous, is it not, Martin?
Well, I mean, I don't know all the details of the situation in Xinjiang, but clearly there's been a big...
Yeah, two things can be bad at the same time. A revolutionary concept, I know. One thing can be bad in America. One thing can be bad in China. One thing can be bad in Antarctica. One thing can be bad in, Chile. Things can be bad in a lot of different places, it turns out.
problem for a long time in Xinjiang in terms of the relationship between the Uyghur and the Han. And that came to a head in 2009 when there was a demonstration and 200 people were killed by the Uyghur. And then the Chinese inflicted the same kind of damage on the hand. So this is not.
Uncle Gumbald, excellent comment. Acknowledging Antarctica exists is some glowhead shit.
This is a deep problem, in my view, and it's not easily passed off. There's no other problem in China of this kind.
Yeah.
But
a lot of people consider
this
it
is a
genocide,
big problem.
That's a pretty big problem.
It's a very big problem for them, yeah. And the other thing...
I do find the geopolitics of Antarctica incredibly fascinating. Like different countries vying to have like the most like sustainable population in Antarctica in order to strengthen claims. It's very weird. Like building schools down there because researchers are having kids, but deliberately making sure that that pregnant researchers get sent to Antarctica in order to have more kid. It's really weird. It's really weird. It's all about strengthening like geopolitical claims to the land of the area.
Yeah, I'd say is that the point that's being made about separatism is true. That I think that
Yep, we talked about it earlier.
The 30 million Muslims in China, the Hui is the biggest single minority. Yeah. They are completely integrated. But the problem in Xinjiang is clearly the issue of separatism.
Stephen, let me ask you this question. Victor's making a lot of promises tonight about me going to Xinjiang and Rehan going to Xinjiang and everyone's going to be fine. How safe, how okay are you with visiting China? How free do you think you are when you go to China?
When I go to China, and I haven't been for some time, I'm watched almost 24/7. There's always someone I can spot who's trailing me. So I know when my hotel room is upgraded suddenly to a spacious suite, I'm now in a place which is bugged. So someone who's a mild critic and a scholarly critic like me doesn't feel safe in China. By contrast, I feel safer in Taiwan.
Victor, when you hear Stephen say he doesn't feel that safe going to China, prefers going to Taiwan, when we talk about freedom of speech, for example, in China, I live in the United States of America, where I can say that Donald Trump is I don't know, hypothetically, an orange-faced narcissist. I also live here in the UK, I'm British. Here you have Rishi Sunak, the former Prime Minister, was called a pint-sized loser by a Labour politician. No one in China has that kind of freedom to talk about their government, to talk about President Xi Jinping in that way. You can't say anything like that. You wouldn't dare say anything like that because you know what will happen to you when you go home. You know what will happen to your family. That's what China is.
Mehdi, if you do anything, write anything, email or chat to your friends about taking anything action against, let's say, Prime Minister of Britain, President of the United States,
I didn't say that.
You'll be dealt with very swift.
Yeah, but specifically if you talk about harming the head of state, you can say, fuck Joe Biden or fuck Donald Trump, and there's nothing anyone can do about that. And that's pretty great, actually. You can't say the same about Xi Jinping if you're in China. That is not something you are actually able to do.
Victor, you're a master of straw man. That's not what I said. I said Rishi Sunak was called a pint-sized loser. Would you call Xi Jinping a pint-sized loser?
Mehdi, each country has different sensitivities. In UK...
So you're admitting you can't criticize the Chinese government?
No. You can criticize the government if you are positive in your attitude.
You can criticize...
Positive in your attitude, criticism. Yeah, like that the kind of criticism where it's like, yeah, you know, the great leader is good at X, Y, and Z, but you know, could improve on A, B, and C. But of course, everything is excellent right now, just as it is, and nothing could possibly be better.
Criticize the government if you're positive.
Yes.
Is that the new philosophy?
No, if you can come up with your...
You've got to come up with nice insults?
No.
What then?
Constructive advice.
Constructive advice?
For example,
oh, I'm loving this.
Dealing with the aging population, what should be the government do? What should this governor should do?
But you can't say the president's lied. He's a liar.
No, you will be dealt with very soon.
Yeah, yeah. If you accuse Xi Jinping of lying, you'll be dealt with swiftly.
Swiftly in China. You cannot say that.
That is the most honest thing you've said tonight. Yes. Victor Gao, we're going to take a break. That's part one of...
Just incredible. Like, just totally, like, upfront. Oh, yeah, yeah. If you say he looks funny, we will arrest you.
Head-to-head with our guest, Victor Gao. In part two, we'll be talking about President Xi Jinping. We'll be talking about the issue of dictatorship, and we'll hear from our very patient audience here in London's Conway Hall. Welcome back to Head on...
This is what MSNBC let go of. That's because, you know, mainstream reporters, mainstream media is just kind of allergic to good reporters.
Al Jazeera English, my guest this week is Victor Gao, former interpreter to the late Chinese leader Deng Xiaoping, vice president of the Center for China and Globalization in Beijing, and an ardent promoter of the People's Republic. We're also joined by an expert panel here in London's Conway Hall and a live audience who we're going to hear from shortly.
Why was he fired again? My understanding is he was fired for being too outspoken about, you know, Palestinian rights to not be blown up.
Victor, before we get to the audience, in 2019, on this very show, I asked the question, is Xi Jinping gearing up to be president for life, dictator-in-chief? I mean, he's the most powerful leader of China since Mao. He's abolished presidential term limits. He's now in his third five-year term as president. So I'll ask again tonight, is he now president for life, a true dictator?
For the record, first of all, Chinese President Xi Jinping will never be president for life. There will be a time limit when it...
He will never be president for life. Eventually, he will get too old, and he'll want to take some time off to spend with his children. So, technically, he will not be president for life.
Will be handled according to the Chinese legal system and constitution. Secondly, there is no dictator in China. Why? Because dictatorship simply doesn't work. Democracy means modernization. And how can you explain profound transformation of China over the past 45 years in China if you have dictatorship or authoritarian rule? No.
Guys, it's a one-party state. Like, you can't, there's not competition on the ballot.
Every leader in China will be put into a team, and teamwork will be much more important than individualism.
Victor. Maybe previous presidents did, maybe Jiang Zemin or Hu Jintao. Everyone knows Xi Jinping has centralized power, consolidated power, got rid of term limits. You say there's a way to get rid of him, but there isn't actually a legal way to get rid of him. He's in power for life, and he likes being a dictator. Why are we pretending?
Mehdi, allow me to remind you, the Communist Party of China, which is the ruling party of China, has a membership of up to 100 million people. Yeah. It's well structured. Every province, every state-owned enterprise, etc., will have a party cell.
There's no division or debate within the Chinese Communist Party.
Listen to me. No single person in China can dictate to a population of 1.4 billion people and 100 million membership of the Communist Party of China.
Okay, let's test that.
That's a mission impossible.
Let's test that.
That's a mission. Dun 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 da 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 dun dun. Impossible.
That proposition. The president won a vote last year. Won a vote. I'll put that in air quotes. Do you know the tally of last year's presidential vote in favor of Xi Jinping by the National People's Congress, part of that structure you just advertised to us? What was the vote? Can you tell our audience here?
I think it's up to about 100%. That doesn't...
Yeah, about 100% of our Democratic body voted in favor of him. Yes, yes, it's true. That's just because he's that good, folks. He's just that good. No one disagreed. He's just so good.
2,952 to 0.
Oh my
yes,
God.
That's exactly what I said.
Could you not find a few people just to make it look a little even? One or two?
Mehdi, it's not surprising. It's not surprising.
2952 to 0.
It's
That's
not
one-man rule,
surprising
my
in
friend.
the Chinese system, everyone supports the Chinese president. That's
You just told.
It's illegal to say anything mean about him. Of course they all support him, because if they don't, they'll be thrown in jail. Like, it's not that hard to figure out.
There's 10 seconds ago, there's this huge system, a big party, one guy, and then you're like, oh no, but everyone supports him. 0 votes against him. One person out of 3,000 couldn't say, Xi Jinping, not my guy. One.
What if he is the guy for all the Communist Party of China? You
What
never
if?
know.
Well,
never know.
if that's the case, then your entire first answer is redundant, because it doesn't matter if there's 100 million people. No. They all have to follow the leader.
No, he does command huge respect among the Chinese people as well.
He commands huge respect among the Chinese people, as well as being their perfect little birthday boy. Okay? Have you considered that, Mehdi? Have you considered that Xi Jinping is a perfect little birthday boy? Checkmate, atheists.
Well,
you say respect, I say fear. Do you know how many names were on the ballot papers that were given in 2013?
What if he's just a man? Just a normal man?
I think there is only one candidate.
Yeah. There were no other names. That's a real secure leader. A guy who knows he has the confidence of his people. You get to vote, but only for me, and none of you can actually vote against me.
Mehdi, we do not want to end up in a situation with 6 prime ministers in 80 years.
Yeah.
Yep, that's the only other option. Yep. There was one name on the ballot, and it was Xi Jinping, and he got 100% of the vote. Yep, totally fair system. But if we gave the people more options, we might have other people in charge. Yeah, that's kind of the point.
So you prefer a dictatorship?
No, we prefer a system that works for the benefit of the Chinese people.
I've not said a word about what works or not. You got great economic growth.
Look at the
But you're a dictatorship.
Growth. There is no dictatorship, Mehdi.
You just admitted that there's no name on the ballot paper, no votes against him, and they all just follow him. That's a dictatorship.
Mehdi, when you have
you
a
can say my name multiple times, but it's a dictatorship.
How many candidates are there on the ballot paper?
How many? What? King and queen.
When the king succeeds the queen,
yes.
How many candidates are there on the ballot paper?
How many?
Does that make Britain not a democracy?
What are you talking about? They don't make policy. They're figureheads. There's the House of Lords and a House of Commons. What are you talking about?
Well, you're asking the wrong guy. I'm a Republican, so I think we should be a full democracy and get rid of the monarchy. And I can say that here. You can't say that in China.
There's no word
Can I
bossing
take
say.
any action against that?
Yes, I can, actually. I can go out on the street, I can hold up a placard and say, let's get rid of King Charles. I can create a whole protest outside Buckingham Palace. You can't do that in China. You can't even put one other person's name on a ballot paper. That's how insecure your leader is.
Mehdi.
Oh, you think? No, this guy hasn't disappeared. Are you kidding? Like, his boss sees him do this. Like, he's doing a good job.
I'm a lawyer. In my capacity as a lawyer, I can give you a long
He's doing a good job being a propagandist for China.
list of things that you cannot do regarding the monarchy here in Britain.
I'm not debating that. I'm saying that we have an elected government. We get to choose. We get to swap 6 prime ministers, God help us. But we get to pick. Everyone in this room who's a citizen gets to pick.
Listen, you end up with your mini budget, which bankrupt the whole country.
I love it. I love you. We're not an authoritarian dictatorship. What are you talking about? And then he starts arguing in favor of authoritarian dictatorships.
That's an honest answer, Victor. But Victor, I admire that because that's an honest answer. Your answer is, it's a dictatorship that works. At least say that.
No.
No, you can't. You keep dodging. One minute you say, it's not a dictatorship. Then I show you it is. You say, but it's working. We've got growth.
Mehdi,
pick one.
Mehdi, if that is your point, I will seriously urge you to do more homework about how the Chinese system works.
Okay, let's talk about the Chinese system, because I did a little bit of homework.
It's
Did you know that
I mean, that is also true. Like, if he agreed with any of Mehdi's points on in this, like, he would absolutely face some kind of consequence.
Jinping put his name in the Constitution. That's weird.
Well,
The leader of the country put his own name in the constitution while he's president. No one's done that since Mao. None of the other Chinese presidents, not Hu Jintao.
When chat asked Hasanabe to watch this video, Hassan said he admired Mehdi too much to want to watch him act as a stooge for the West. Really? Is that true? God, you know, I like Hassan, but sometimes I hear him having said some kind of quote like that, and I'm just like, ah, God damn it.
Not your old boss Deng Xiaoping. None of them did it. Did they? Or am I wrong?
It's wrong.
Who did it?
The Chinese constitution has been most frequently amended compared with any other country.
Am I wrong about what I just said with my little bit of homework?
Mao's name was put into the constitution.
That's what I said.
Deng's name was put into the constitution.
Not while he was president.
And Jiang Zemin's name was put into the constitution.
Not while they were sitting presidents, and you know that. Tell our crowd here, not while they were president. They didn't do it themselves.
According to my recollection, each of
Not
these
your
names
recollection.
were put into the constitution.
Not while they were...
The interviewing the Houthi media rep bit, guaranteed you'll never watch Hassan. You know, that's fair. That was a pretty disgusting glaze.
While the leaders were still alive.
Okay, so I'm right.
Mao,
not while they were president. I love the little slip.
And
even Donald Trump, one of the great nasty...
Hassan said the CCP serves people. Don't like that. Pork Chop Express, is your username a reference to Big Trouble in Little China?
Narcissists of our time has not proposed yet putting his name into the U.S. Constitution.
I feel like I remember that being like the call sign of the main character in the movie.
If you are the president of China, you're elected without any opponents, no names on the ballot paper, 0 votes against you, you put your name in the Constitution, 6-year-olds are taught about Xi Jinping thought in primary school. That is not just a dictatorship.
Big Trouble in Little China, very underrated film. So good. It was Jack Burton's truck? Fuck yeah, I knew that was tingling my brain.
That is a cult of personality.
I don't think China believes in personal...
so why are 6-year-olds learning about Xi Jinping thought? I'm pretty sure no 6-year-olds learned about Liz Truss's mini budget. Victor.
The Chinese system is such that once you orient the country in one direction, everyone follows the suit.
Do they follow or are they ordered to follow? They don't follow out of choice.
No, it's like a vehicle with 4 wheels. Here, you have 4 wheels aligned in different directions, opposing directions. In China, the 4 wheels of a car all lined up in one direction.
Well, they don't.
Going forward.
Well, they don't, Victor. Let me give you an example.
That's the Chinese way of doing it.
Former Foreign Minister Qin Gang was removed from his post and has not been seen.
I just, like, it's so wild to me to see, like, the mental dissonance that this guy has to deal with on a day-to-day basis. Like, oh, yeah, no, everything's so good. No one wants to disagree is such an insane state line to take. And yet, the propaganda they put out pays off for them, you know? People believe it. People believe the propaganda. They're like, well, this guy said it. It must be true. You know? It's where we get all of these MAGA communist types, these fringe Red-Brown Alliance folks.
Seen in public since June 2023. A few months later, China's defense minister, General Li Shangfu...
Who believes that? Literally the dumbest politically activated people alive.
Disappeared from public view for months, has now been expelled from the party, accused of corruption. That's at least 2 ministers that disappeared just in the last year. With apologies to Oscar Wilde, to lose 1 minister might be unfortunate. To lose 2 is careless, is it not?
Do you know the point I want to make?
Yeah, how about those guys who were just disappeared by your police forces? What happened to them?
This means China is really merciless in dealing with corruption of all.
Yeah, we made them disappear and it was good because it showed how evil we are. Like this is like having a state official go out and be like, yeah, actually, it was good that the police murdered George Floyd because, you know, it shows how merciless we are when dealing with potential financial fraud. Like it's insane. Like, this is an insane thing to say. insane line of argumentation.
All kinds, even among the
Your
highest
foreign
ranks.
minister and defense minister. Imagine Antony Blinken and Lloyd Austin just disappeared tomorrow. We don't know where they are. We've never seen them again.
God, if only.
That's not normal, Victor.
Listen, corruption is rampant in
How do we know
China.
they're corrupt? They just disappeared. Where's the trial?
Allow
Where's the
me
trial,
to
Victor?
finish my point. Corruption of all kinds in China need to be dealt with.
So where's
with
the trial?
Mercilessness.
So where's the trial? Where's the trial of the former foreign minister? We don't even know where he is.
Mehdi, those things you don't know doesn't mean doesn't happen.
Where is the trial for this man you're just accusing of corruption?
Qinggang was my good friend for more than 20 years.
I wish I had the ability to get Kyle Clark or Mehdi Hasan on. I could probably get that domain on. I feel like we'd have a good convo. I like them a lot.
Where is he then?
He is involved in corruption.
Where is he?
And he is dealt with very swiftly.
Where is he, Victor?
Regardless of
He's your good friend. You don't know where he is.
Regardless
Where
of
is
the
the former
seniority
foreign minister
his
of China?
position.
This is not a hard question. We're not asking where Rehan's brother in the middle of Xinjiang is that you can dodge. Where is the former foreign minister of China who disappeared? And by the way, he wasn't accused of corruption. The spokesman came out and said he has health reasons. Then corruption came later, by the way. Where did he go, your friend?
That means there is a process, and the process
starts with one lie that he's ill, and then the next lie is he's corrupt.
He may be ill. You never know.
I mean, he's probably ill.
God damn, dude, it's so chilling. It's like comically evil. Oh, who knows? He could be in good health, could be suffering. He might be ill and suffering. Who can say? I'll never tell.
Ill after he's been in a Chinese prison.
He may be ill now.
Yeah,
you never know. But,
exactly.
But at least
Where is he?
Qinggang lost his job
Victor, where
because
is he?
of his corruption.
Last question.
That's the point.
Where is he?
He's somewhere in China. You will never see him.
Jesus Christ. Where is he? Somewhere in China. I'll never tell. You'll never see him again. One of my partners is Chinese. We live in Sweden. They're still paranoid about what they can say, even to me sometimes. I bet. I bet.
He is among the 1.4
Insane.
billion people.
And no, it's not just him. There's many other people who have disappeared.
You never know. He might have fallen onto an ice pick and gotten very badly hurt. Who can say?
Previous defense minister disappeared. The Ministry of Industry and Technology disappeared. The former Interpol president disappeared. In China, you just disappear if they don't like you. That's the rule of law in China.
I'm so happy they disappear, because if they keep...
Yeah, I'm happy we have a police state that disappears anyone who might dissent against the state.
Doing their job, they will bring greater disaster.
Victor, be careful
to the
what you
nation.
wish for, because everyone's watching this show, and if you get something wrong tonight, maybe you disappear.
If I disappear, I hope you will bail me out.
I don't think that's how China's system of disappearing works.
To find you first, and China is apparently a big country. I want to bring in Stephen Chan, professor at the University of London School of Oriental African Studies. Stephen, Xi Jinping's policies, his crackdown on dissidents. I mean, China was never a democracy. Other presidents were also dictatorial. But can we agree that Xi Jinping is on a different level when it comes to repression at home, the consolidation of power? I assume you disagree with Victor's description of him as part of a, I don't know, four-wheel car all driving in the same direction happily.
He certainly consolidated his power. He is a very, very strong president. And I think that the real test of all of this is how China has treated Hong Kong, with the increasing clampdown on dissent and free expression of opinion when they were meant to have a degree of freedom in a one country, two system way of approaching life. We can't see any evidence of vibrant debate in China. And I'd note that one of the great disappointments of my life is when I read Chinese academic works. Everyone toes a party line. No one does independent research to publish, as it were, anything critical of, for instance, not just Xi Jinping, anything critical about Chinese foreign policy.
Well, they might disappear.
They might not get promoted in any case.
Rehan Assad is a senior fellow at the Atlantic Council International Human Rights Law. Rehan,
yeah, they have
in part
the
one, we
concept
talked
of
in
democracy.
depth about the repression against
Zelrex,
the Uyghurs
yeah,
and your own
Shulink.
personal situation. In 2014, Xi Jinping privately called for an all-out struggle, quote, against terrorism and to show absolutely no mercy after a visit to Xinjiang. How much do you believe Xi Jinping is driving what's happening in Xinjiang? How much do you think he's responsible for the repression in China?
Well, the matter of the fact is that all of which happened under current administration, right? So many scholars are attributing to him. It happened under his reign. He's the one who said absolutely no mercy. Stamping out roots and branches of the Uyghurs, breaking out their connection. And these are the policies implemented under his leadership. So it's very hard to separate Xi Jinping from the current policy Xinjiang.
Martin Jakes, author of the best-selling book When China Rules the World. You heard Victor talk about...
Well, so I would say that you're... So Zelrex, I would say that I don't think that this is a Chinese propaganda channel. What I will say is that this is obviously a MAGA communist channel. You know, I don't know if they're being paid by China to do this channel, but also the last videos that came out were 2 years ago, and I just want to say this channel doesn't have the views of like what a propaganda outlet would have, you know? But anyone who's throwing up like infrared Haas as like an example of like a based and cool individual, or Caleb Maupin, like these people are like fucking crazy and do not have consistent political beliefs. And they are, whether they intend to be or not, an ally of the CCP in this authoritarian state. But, you know.
Well, we can't be a dictatorship because we're doing so well. The economy is doing amazing. We don't have Liz Truss mini budgets, etc. But then you get into the debate about, can dictatorship and growth coexist? Do you need to have democracy to go alongside that? And I think about the pandemic, Martin, and I think about China's reaction to the pandemic. Is that where the dictatorship, the lack of transparency, the disappearances caught up with China? Because, of course, there was a black hole in China in terms of China's censorship methods, its draconian policies, the zero COVID policy, the crackdown, which led, some people say, to over 1 million, 2 million deaths. We saw protests in buildings, people screaming. Was that a moment where China actually collided with reality and said, this system, it can't survive long term?
Well, I beg to differ on the question of the pandemic, because actually for 2 years, 2020 and 2021, actually China did, under the circumstances, extremely well and well outperformed the West. And the reasons for it are quite complicated.
The thing is, what you're saying, the thing is, what the person whose job it is to represent China is admitting to on stage is China being an authoritarian dictatorship that doesn't have freedom of like democracy in its elections. What you're seeing is that they admittingly disappear people from the public eye with secret police, don't tell anyone where they go, and then hold them for indeterminate amounts of time, do not have like open and honest trials. And yeah, like there's an amount of caginess, given the amount of upfrontness we have about like secret police activities. There's a very disturbing caginess around what's going on to the Uyghur Muslims. You know, it's there's a lot going on there that's bad, and that he is readily admitting to.
You've got to take into account a very different kind of system. Now, one of the problems with the discussion, I think, so far on this question is that the country, it sounds as if the country doesn't work. If you say dictator, despot, all these kind of words.
I didn't say that, but
no,
that's how
but if, and you say, not you personally, but, and one says there's no discussion. This is, I think this is absolutely untrue. So what we're presenting here is not an accurate picture. We've got
It's not about accurate picture, it's about balance, right? So I don't deny what you're saying, but you're British, You would think it was a political earthquake if the Foreign Secretary and the Defense Secretary disappeared in the space of 6 months. Not arrested, disappeared, surely.
Yeah, and there is something odd. Look, Qin was a friend of mine as well. And I don't know what's happened to him. And I think it is odd. Certainly to our eyes, it's weird that this can
I mean, clearly not a very good friend. You don't seem very concerned by the fact that he's completely disappeared off the face of the planet.
happen. But I think that the thing is that we've got to try and get beyond cardboard cutouts when we're talking about China and understand how it really works.
Okay. Let's bring in our audience who've been waiting here in London's Conway Hall. I'm going to go to the lady there on the fourth row. Yes, you.
My question is, as a dissident from Hong Kong, knowing that I cannot express freely in Hong Kong or in the UK without risking other people in trouble, I also know that you just now made claims about there's free speech in China, and it's possible to criticize the Chinese government just now again. Can you please demonstrate that free speech and tell us what are Xi Jinping's two worst mistakes in the past 5 years?
Great question.
If you can demonstrate to us that it's okay to criticize Xi Jinping, the Chinese government, and China, or even just say Xi Jinping kind of resembles Winnie the Pooh, would be good enough for me. Thank you.
Victor, do you want to take that question?
Well, thank you. I would say China need to make more prompt, take more prompt actions in dealing with the dramatic aging population in China and the dramatic demographic decline.
Do you think Xi Jinping's to blame for not being fast enough on aging?
No, I think the whole Chinese government, including the central
yes, not Xi Jinping, the whole government.
Committee, state council, local government need to take actions quickly to reverse that dramatic aging population problem and demographic.
We're not going to get a criticism out of you. Let's go back to the audience. Let's go to the gentleman here in the tie. Yes, you.
Yeah, Alex, sorry, Alex Vines from Chatham House. My question is debt. So there's been very bad riots, for example, that's been in the news in Kenya. Some of that debt that's been causing the problem is owed to China. So the question is, how is China going to handle the increasing pressures for debt cancellation? At least 17 African countries are in particular distress this year. Thank you.
I understand the Chinese debt in these large-scale connectivity projects is only a small portion of the overall national debt because they own debt to the United States, to Britain, to the international financing institutions, etc. They not just own debt to China, but to many other countries. That's the reality. Secondly, there is accusation about the death trap, which is completely wrong and false. Because if you want to do connectivity project, major project finance things, you need to have equity as well as debt. Debt is an indispensable part of the packaging.
Okay, let's go back to the audience. I say I'll take this gentleman at a time, then go to the back, then we'll go to that gentleman there. You next after this one.
My name is Sonam Frazi. I would like to ask you a question on Tibet. I was born in Tibet before the Chinese invasion of Tibet. Unfortunately, 1.2 million Tibetans have died since, and we have been made refugees. My question is, Tibet, after 74 years of Chinese rule, is still under lockdown. No journalists, no individual tourists, no even Tibetans are not allowed to see their families. What is China afraid of to keep Tibet in such a tight control and Tibetans in such an inhuman existence in our own country?
Damn, they stacked this audience. Holy moly.
Sir, ever since the Yuan dynasty, if not even earlier, Tibet has been part of China. Through different dynasties, different historical periods, I can assure you, during your lifetime and mine, Tibet will always be part of China.
Why are you so insistent on ruling places that don't want to be ruled by China?
No, Tibet is part of
Tibet,
China.
Taiwan, they're not happy in Xinjiang.
Tibet being part of China doesn't depend on whether you like it or not. It's a megatrend of our time.
What the fuck does that mean? It's a mega trend? of our time. What the hell is that? Oh, I'm so sorry you haven't been able to see your family in like 60 years. It's part of a mega trend. It's really in this time of year. Also, McKenna, I timed you out for 30 minutes because you're being deeply irritating and also incoherent. You can be one or the other. You can't be both. Okay, so pick your lane.
Megatrend.
And you need to accept that before you will feel free to go back to China,
so you
to
don't
visit Tibet.
You sound like you're threatening the man.
No, I'm not.
You said you have to accept that before you can go back. He's from that place.
You live in peace in Britain, that's good.
But he's a refugee.
But if you want to go back to Tibet, acknowledge Tibet is part of China, period.
And what if he doesn't? He can't go back to his home?
You cannot go back.
Again, there is a frankness to this that is like somewhat refreshing because he's just saying what Donald Trump and JD Vance would love to say to so many people here in America. Essentially, fuck you, deal with it.
Because China doesn't want to see anyone advocating for the independence of Tibet.
Why can't
no
China...
way, that will never happen.
Victor, why can't China rest on its own merits? Why the bullying and the threats? We're going to break you to pieces, Taiwan. You can't go back until you sign this document or that declaration. Why the insecurity? Second biggest economy in the world, major power. You sound so insecure.
China's security rests on the principle that there is only one China. And Taiwan is part of China, Tibet is part of China, and Xinjiang is part of China, period.
And even if the people there don't want to be part of it, you don't give a damn?
The majority of the people live happily as Chinese citizens.
Did you do a vote?
I will go with you to Tibet.
We're going to go to Tibet and we're going to talk to all the Tibetans.
And possibly
I
also
can go to
Taiwan.
Tibet, but the guy who's from there can't go there. You sound ludicrous when you say this stuff, I'm sorry to say. Let us go back to the audience. Gentleman at the back, and then this gentleman here.
My name is Aziz Issa Elkin. I am a British Uyghur, except Rehan. And my question, for many in the Uyghur diaspora, we have not been allowed contact with our families at home within the Uyghur Autonomous Region since 2017, when Chinese government started detaining more than 3 million plus Uyghurs into their high-tech surveillance concentration camps. My question to you, sir, what's the Chinese government trying to hide from us? Second, why can't we not talk freely with our families?
Okay. Yet another Uyghur. So many Uyghurs, the same story, the same questions.
I'm always very happy to see wherever I go a Uyghur person, because I do consider the Uyghurs as my brothers and sisters. On one condition, though.
Part of me is starting to feel sorry for your actual brothers and sisters. I'll be honest with you.
On one condition, though, Uyghurs need to acknowledge that Xinjiang is part of China. That's a big precondition. If you do not accept that precondition,
hold on.
You are not my brother or sister.
Hold on, so that's fine. You don't have to be brothers and sisters, but can he not talk to his family?
It depends on where your family is. There are indeed Uyghur separatists.
China's a big place. We might have lost them.
Who want to promote separatism of Uyghur,
But what about the people who are not separatists who just disappear?
Turn Xinjiang into East Turkmenistan. This will never happen. Listen to this. Call your friends to stick to the one China policy.
He just wants to talk on...
Just tell your friends to be good citizens, and there's nothing to worry about. Just be loyal to, the country, and you'll be fine.
The phone to a family member.
years old. 7 years I didn't speak to my mother. I want to speak to my mother. I am British Uyghur. I want to speak to my mother. Do you understand?
Literally support one China policy, support Xinjiang being part of China.
Victor.
Period.
Do you have no heart to see this man who can't speak to his 82-year-old mother? Is she a separatist?
I wish your mother is here in this hall.
I wish your mother wasn't a traitor to Xi Jinping.
Talking to you and
why don't you let her go?
Us,
so then maybe she could.
But then, on one condition, in China, zero tolerance of any separatist movement.
An 82-year-old woman is a threat to China. What does that say about China?
I hope she's not a separatist, but if
Look, if an 82-year-old woman can be a threat to your country, maybe your country is about done. Speaking of, I'd even be willing to bump that down a couple years to, I don't know, like a 78-year-old man. I'm just spitballing here.
if she's a separatist, she will be dealt with by law. Period.
82-year-old separatist? Jail.
Victor, before we finish, I have one question for you. We're in the UK. We're in Conway Hall, historic free speech society. Could we do a show like this? Could I interview you like this? Could Rehan come be on a panel like this in Beijing, in, say, the Beijing International Convention Center? Could we do a show like this? Audience members freely ask questions. You take questions from everyone. No one's vetted. No one's threatened. Could we do this in Beijing?
Mehdi, if you ask me to line up all the support, you will do that. Really, I can assure you that.
A show where
I would not trust this man's assurances at all. I will line up the support within the party to allow you to do that. We'll be watching, Mehdi.
every audience member gets to speak freely. No one turns up at their house afterwards.
For many European countries, you do not need a visa to go to China. Pick up your luggage and buy a ticket.
I'm not asking foreigners.
You don't need any paperwork to come here. We're a true paradise. Just come here. You won't disappear, we promise.
Victor, I'm not asking foreigners to come. I'm saying, could a Chinese audience turn up and ask whatever they want, criticize Xi Jinping, criticize the government, ask you questions, talk about Uyghurs? Could you do it in Beijing?
Mehdi, in China, don't criticize our president.
So we couldn't do this.
Unless you
I'm
have
glad you
a
answered the
very
question.
positive, constructive proposal to make.
Yeah, unless you're sucking his dick at the same time, you can't make. It has to be a positive, constructive criticism that makes him cum his pants. Okay, that's the kind of constructive feedback he wants. All right, if you need to get more words out, sure, I guess you could give him a handy, but it's a bit risky. It's a bit risky.
From the horse's mouth. Don't criticize unless it's positive.
Criticism is not the only goal. Criticism with constructive purposes
is a goal.
Will be a better free speech.
Free speech is a goal we cherish on.
I love being criticized when people call me too pretty. It's the only type of criticism I accept.
Show. I'm glad to have offered you a platform for free speech. I wish you could offer me one back. Victor Gao, thank you for your time. Thank you to the audience in Conway Hall. And thank you to everyone at home for watching this episode of Head to Head.
That was incredible stuff. God damn. Well, yeah, obviously, yeah, they're doing some horrific shit in Xinjiang. And also, this guy absolutely knows where at least some people are buried that have been disappeared. And it's really disturbing. It is funny how just blatant and carefree he is in his acknowledgments of the authoritarianism. But at the same time, it's creepy. It's creepy. It's creepy that he's just standing there defending oh yeah, we make people disappear. They deserve it. They're traitors. That's wild. That, I don't know, to me that's a huge red flag, but I guess to, the MAGA leftists like Jimmy Dore and Haas and what's his name? Jackson Binkle. That's based in Cool Pilled. Beware where you're getting your information from, folks. If someone idolizes an authoritarian regime, that's a major red flag. Anyway, moving on. Well, folks, we have been going for 6 hours and 40 minutes, almost a 7-hour-long stream. So I hope you enjoyed the stream so far. If you've been enjoying it, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those subs and donos. Do we got any Oilers in chat? We got any Oilers? Because this show is brought to you by viewers like you. I couldn't do it without you guys. Good segment. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. I hope my commentary added to it, you know? Been meaning to get my meds and hydrate. Ooh, I can hydrate. Oof. I have to ask, why Riverboat? It's an actual nickname I had. I used to work for, a couple years at a Bible camp up in northern Minnesota, and one day we were going around introducing ourselves, and it was my turn. I was like, "Hi, my name's Jack," and one of the pastors that helped run the camp was like, "Oh, don't you call sorry." He was like, "Oh, we were gonna name our son Jack, but then my old aunt, she told me, oh, don't you call him Jack. Everyone will think of Riverboat Jack, the gambler." And everyone around the table went silent. And like right after, we were like, who the hell is Riverboat Jack? So we Googled it, who Riverboat Jack, and not a real person. There isn't a figure, mythological or historical or fictional, called Riverboat Jack the Gambler. And so for the rest of that summer, my coworkers called me Riverboat Jack and sang songs about, me being a womanizer that'll steal all your money. Yeah, I was actually called that, and I just think it flows nicely, Wait, did I Mandela myself into thinking that it was what? The Mississippi River does start in Minnesota. I've been to where it starts. It's pretty cool. There are a lot of leeches up by where it starts, though, so do be careful about that. Just need a Riverboat Jack tote bag. I can make that happen, Harold. We do have a merch store! ! Merch! It's almost a full 8-hour workday. I must complain that you didn't use your half-hour lunch break or mandatory 15-minute breaks. Haha, but you forgot the 3 hours I spent working on the show prior to being live. The pastor aunt was one of the witches from Macbeth, yeah. So you a lesbian who became a streamer and are taking all our money, so technically it did come true? I mean, I guess so. I do have whiskey. Are you getting overtime pay? I don't know. That's depends on you guys. Are you guys gonna drop more subs and donos? I want to make an Oregon Trail style Riverboat Jack game. That'd be fun. Like going down like the Mississippi or like major river. I think that'd be cool. I was the old man. What's the largest Riverboat Jack shirt you sell? You know what? I do have the store open here. Malachi!
It showed you prepared well, and well delivered. Enjoyed it.
Thank you very much for the $5 dono and for the compliments. Here, let's see. Everyone has merch these days. It's true. Good night, Pork Chop Express. There we go. I need to revamp the site, but I'm still working on it. I'm still working on it. But yeah, we got a bunch of the Peepo art prints. Added a composition of red, blue, yellow, and Peepo. We got Saturn devouring his Peepo. We still got the all-time classic Starry Peepo. That water bottle. I need to do a tote bag. Fascism is bad. Beanies. Get them in different colors. And let's see, loose fit hoodie. What's the sizing like on this? Goes up to 2XL. Yeah. $31 by 27.3. If possible, please add a dark mode. It's not possible. And also, I'm not good at website design. Gamerg, that sounds like a much better version of Oregon Trail. Like Oregon Trail, but you're you know, an 1800 snake oil salesman. Sounds like an excellent game. You're selling the Peepo arts? Yeah. You can get a bunch of the prints. I'll be adding more. It just takes time to add more products, and also, you know, I haven't put as much effort into the store because, frankly, you know, I don't sell a lot of merch. It's a lot of effort to like revamp the store, and I just don't sell a lot of it. Jack, could you real quick pivot from journalism into web design? Okay, thanks so much. I'll do my best. I'm working on it. The Peepo art is so good. Your merch really exceeds my expectations for streamer merch. If only I weren't broke. You know what, Mr. Malachite? I take that as a big compliment. In the Riverboat Jack game, your party can die of shimp. Yeah. Shimp exhaustion. Drop the Jack album on there. I don't even know what you guys want from a Jack album. You want to get some for your barren walls? I actually have I have one of my prints hanging like right above my computer. It's the Starry Peepo one, and I love it so much. Stadman, if you can be our inside man, okay? You can be our inside man at Newsweek. Give us all the hot goss. Good night, Zelrex. Some light jazz about riverboat journeys. Okay, but I can't play any instruments except for the baritone, and I'm not gonna do that on an album. So it would just be like me, like, doo-wop skiddy-up a doo-wop ow. We're on a riverboat now. I don't know. Just a lot of scat. Can you play a kazoo? No. One woman a cappella group? Fucking kill me. I'm just the shimp simp. The humble shimp simp. The baritone what? The baritone. The euphonium. You know, the tiny tuba. Can you play the triangle? Probably. You should call it Riverboat Scat. I don't like where this is going. How much do you want to bet you actually are a gambler? I'll bet the farm. I played the baritone euphonium in high school. I had an old one from the 1800s. That's so cool, Salmon Moose. Yeah, that's what I played. Whatever do you mean? Does Scat have a meaning I'm not at all aware of? No. I've seen her play chess. I'm okay at chess. I'm not great at chess, but I'm okay at it. We could have a song made with text to speech. You could, Balakai. You could. Okay, but I am absolutely exhausted. It's 4:30 in the morning, and I suck at chess. Well, you know, you can always get better. Let's raid you all into a streamer. Insert streamer. You should have a shirt that says Riverbutt Jack the Gambler. I could. I need to think of more designs, you know? See. I'm trying to see who we should raid. But I don't know any of these people. Get in the site chat, Shinji, right? Here. Hey, that... You know, it's proving difficult to find someone to raid into. Complainy Laney? Okay. Let's see. Get in the raid, Shinji. Wait a minute, this stream is called Juche Arc. That's ironic, right? Stadman, you're the only one I trust. Is that... It's ironic, right? I genuinely don't... When you... I don't know if that's true or not when you put the smiley face on it. I imagine it's ironic. The thing is, I genuinely need to be careful in the leftist circles that I run in. Because some people are unironically Juche. And the last people that associated with Juche that I'm aware of were Infrared Haas and Jackson Hinkle. So I don't want to send you guys to a stream like that. Level Head's in there, though, and I like Level Head. Okay. We did it. What the hell is Juche? It's basically the political philosophy of the people who are like, North Korea is actually good and based. Haha. You know, that's what it sounds like. Or that's what it is. All right, folks. I'm gone.